love Israel? Israel number one. No politics here. Why you no love Israel? Oh, you hate it? I'm Israel high. 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 You have forgotten to say I'm Israel high? Do you love Israel? You must love Hamas. You are Hamas. I'm Israel high. 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 Oh, Israel not number one for you. Oh, anti-Semitism. Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one. No politics here. 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 Say you condemn Hamas. Say I'm Israel high. Say you condemn October 7. You are Hamas. No politics here. 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 What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is Hasan, our broadcast coming to you live from not so sunny but gloomy June gloom, California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a spectacular, very special day, and let me tell you exactly why it's a very special day. You might be thinking to yourself, Hasan, is this a very special day because, I don't know, you're flying out to New York this weekend? You know, is that the reason? Is it very special because you went and you did some upper body exercises earlier in the day? Is that the reason? It's like, I'd say all of those things are reasons as to why it's a very special day, but there is one spectacular reason why it's a special day, because it's the same reason why it's a special day every single week after week, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. It is because it's Friday.
Wow. You know we finally here, right? Well, it's Friday then.
That's right, Saturday, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. It is freaking Friday. It's Friday, Mufasa Friday. It's the same time, same place, every single freaking time, baby. It's Liberation Day. It's Friday. It's Fry Slay. It's Flatfoot Friday. It's the time of the week where we get to exercise, celebrate our autonomy, and celebrate the long and hard-fought battles that our forefathers fought for us in the labor union movement and the labor militancy. So in order to appreciate that, crack a cold one, have some fun, because it's freaking Friday, baby. And we're going to have some fun. We're going to have some immaculate vibes here today. No World War III here. That's right. And if you enjoy the weekend, thank a union. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, of course, as always. This is, I'm early, by the way. It's Friday, June 20th. We're almost in the month of July. It is crazy how fast this year is just ripping through. I feel like when you get to a certain age, when you're like 30 plus years old, you basically experience the month of January, and then every other month is slammed into the month of January. You know what I mean? Like, when you hit the age of 30, the only month that you actually experience is like a full month is the month of January. It's like super long for no reason. And then before you know it, it's like almost June is almost over, and you're going into July, and you're like, how is this possible? How is this? What happened? How did the time pass by so fast? It gets worse too. Buckle up. I mean, I'm enjoying the show. I'm having a good one. I'm enjoying every moment. Enjoying every moment by spending it with you guys. Meticulously conducting analysis day in and day out. Anyway, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi, Piker, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button, press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm gonna do. So last night I ended the broadcast early, as you guys know. That was like an actual half day. It was like 7 hours and 40 minutes. So obviously that in and of itself is like, you know, that in and of itself is like a real half day. I've been doing like 10-hour days every single day, but this time was different. And the reason for why it was different is because we shot a Fear End podcast episode last night, as always. And the podcast was fantastic, even though we had a horrible guest, my enemy, my immortal enemy, Maya HIGA. Yuck. She was on the pod, but in spite of her best attempts of being lame, the podcast still is going to be spectacular. And I'm very excited for you guys to see it. My HIGA is also going to be on the broadcast today. Later. You know, she runs a prison for birds. I know, but I don't like birds. That's why it's fine. Also, as seen on CBS, Maya HIGA. Yeah, famous.
This is the Instagram.
Famous Maya HIGA will be on. We'll do an animal related thing. We'll do an animal related collab. Saw your whine about it, and Maya was terrible there too. Yeah, yuck. My whine about it was actually a banger, for the record. I do want to watch it because I see clips of it and it's like really funny. Cause I do so many of these that I sometimes forget. And those interactions, like when I watch them on TikTok as clips, is like great. But what was I gonna say? Speaking of TikToks, yeah, I mean that's all I've been doing. Watching TikToks on the timeline, up and down the timeline, trying to figure out what the hell's gonna happen. Trying to figure out. You said you anticipate an escalation from Israel America after markets close. Would that affect your schedule? Would that affect the schedule? We'll see. We'll see. I already gave her the warning ahead of time. If they fire off, they fire off rockets, like if America goes into war with Iran directly tonight, then obviously the Maya HIGA collab will be pushed back. Okay. But crazy that I'm the one who said animal cum music and the meme is still massive. You're the animal cum music guy. You're the OG. That's crazy. Do war coverage, Maya? No, I don't like bringing my friends into hot button political issues unless they personally are invested and want to talk about it. And even then, I think there's no reason to do that to other people, because let's be real. There are certain issues that become like popular enough that everyone speaks on. We're almost there with respect to we're almost there with like ICE, you know what I mean? Like the ICE deportation stuff, like that's almost reached that level, like the BLM level. But if it doesn't reach the BLM level, then people don't want to talk about it because they are worried that they're going to get yelled at, you know? I know Doomscore got Francis Fukuyama on the pod. They were talking about doing the interview after mine. No, like Nick Pollum is not a great example of this. Like Nick Pollum doesn't give a shit about all the fucking people using him as a talking point. Like I will do another political stream with Nick any day that he wants to, anytime he wants to. there's a difference between doing it with Nick Pollum, however, and like doing it with people like Nick can handle it. I don't think I don't think that that kind of unwelcome attention and like consistent fucking faucet of hatred for uh others is warranted. Why are there so many Fs on the stream lately? I don't know. People are suspecting that it might be because like Spectrum has outages now. More outages than before because like they're doing something with like fiber optic cables or something. I don't know. I don't have fiber, so I don't know how that would impact me, but that could be the reason. Kilmar Abrego Garcia ordered to be released. Dog, you said Kilmar Abrego Garcia ordered to be released, and then it's not Kilmar Abrego Garcia. It's Mahmoud Khalil, which is amazing. It's amazing news. And I already have that tweet right here. But it's not the right guy. You're mixing up your guys. Kilmar was black bagged and kidnapped and sent to CCOT for being brown. Mahmoud Khalil was black bagged and kidnapped and sent to Louisiana, also partially for being brown or being interested in like brown things, like saying that brown people are worthy of dignity and that Israel shouldn't be able to kill them. You know, typical brown guy stuff. Yeah, the it's just like it's a classic mistake. Some brown guys are getting cooked and black bagged for just being brown on US soil, and as a consequence of that, not getting their immigration paperwork done because the government doesn't want them to get it done. And then other brown guys are getting surveilled constantly around the clock for doing brown things like saying brown people are humans and shouldn't be killed by Israel. It's like it's a real, if you're like a black or brown guy in America, it's a real choose your own destiny type situation, you know? Many different ways in which the government can come and destroy you and destroy your life. So, and also if you're not brown, you can also get destroyed as well if you're trans. That's another one too. You know, if you're a woman, there's different ways that the government can destroy your life that way as well. It's really cool. It basically is just like, it's a really cool structure that we've designed. Everyone gets like a way to get fucked over. If you're a white man, you still get fucked over from your class position as well. Everybody eats the dick no matter what, whether they want it or not. It's an equal opportunity. It's an equal opportunity dick eating no matter what happens. Everyone's just got their own different version of experiencing the getting fucked. Anyway, I was talking about my personal news. What's happening? The reason why I started early is because I did an interview early this morning. I did an interview early this morning with an outlet that are covering the boys, the lads. I'm not going to say more details, but I was very excited to give my thoughts, share my thoughts on that. What about the ultra rich? They seem okay. I mean, yeah, if you're rich, you can't be rich while also being also doing like brown conduct. I'm white. I'm relatively affluent, but I'm doing brown people shit. You know what I mean? I'm talking about how like brown people over there, they're human beings. They shouldn't be killed. Government doesn't like that. So you can get categorized in a different way. Having said that, however, if you're like not interested in any of that stuff, you're rich and you're white, then you're pretty good. You're good. Dog, you're Mexican is true. UK banning Palestine Action as a terror organization after they broke into the RAF base. Oh God, they're so awesome. The Royal Air levels. Literal levels. Judge ordered Mahmoud Khalil to be released just happened. I know. I'm going to talk about that. Hold up. Hold up. We'll talk about that in a second. Yo, what would be crazy is if like I'm going to New York. It'd be wild if I was able to see him when he's in New York potentially, you know what I mean? That'd be sick. Anyway, I thought you were Flexican. I'm all of it. Also, your Wine About It episode is blowing up. Is it?
Yeah, I've beaten people.
Oh, damn. 174,000 views in one day. Let's go. Okay.
You should.
Oh, wait, what is this? Oh, it's the Wine About It podcast. Nice. Let's go. Let's freaking go, fam. Let's gore. Let's gore. Pajama Party with a Yard only at 370,000 views in 3 weeks, and my epi right now 174,000 in one day. Oh hell yeah, it's gonna break records. Oh, that makes me so happy. I can always flex this on Cutie now forever. I can flex this permanently, which is amazing. Safe travels, getting Scott Frack from New York City and so many flight issues. Did you know New York City was reclassified as a subtropical zone in 2020? You can feel it. What does that even? I don't even know what that means, but I know I got the Mahmoud Khalil news. Oh my God. Everyone's freaking out. Anyway, bro, it's hot and humid as fuck over here on the East Coast. Bro, it's kind of humid here today as well, which is weird. All right, let's blast off. Let's get it twisted. There's not really much else to talk about. I worked out this morning. I feel pretty good. My ankle is getting better for sure. Like, I suspect this time next week I'll be able to like go back to playing basketball and stuff. I'll do light activity for the time being though. I'm gonna be in New York, and when I'm in New York, obviously I'm gonna be walking around a lot. HasanAbi Head's video about Zoran campaigns kind of popping off. Why Zoran's videos are about to change politics forever, from Eric. Wait, what the fuck? I was subscribed to him, wasn't I? Or maybe not. Maybe I was subscribed to his TikTok, but yeah. Let's go, Eric. Popping off. Get your ass back in the gym. Need the abs back. I am in the gym. I haven't stopped going to the gym. Record humidity. You going on any podcast in New York City? No. I talked to Andrew Schultz. He's not even in New York right now, so I'm not even doing that. Show the ankle. It's completely wrapped up right now. Anyway, let's get it started. Oh yeah, I'm gonna do. Let me see about majority report. I'll hit up Sam. I'll hit up Sammy Sosa. Damn, Hasan with only 18K views, bro's washed. Dude, I know. Stop. I'm washed, bro. Don't make fun of me. It's over. Bill Burr is in New York at the moment. Sometimes YouTube unsubscribes, so people should subscribe both to him and HasanAbi YouTube channel. True. I fell off. Israel x Iran intensifies. Will there be diplomacy? Or will the U.S. joined the bombing. Courts allow national operate in CA. Mahmoud Khalil ordered to be released on bail. And more. It's worse, sir. You are mainstream now. What do you mean? I don't know if I'm mainstream. Hasan, why are you not debating Dave Rubin right now? About what? There's a new girl boss genocide vid by Noah. Sure, we'll look at that. Market's closed in 2 hours, so we'll find out soon. What days will he be in New York City? You should try to get on that CNN show where they all shit on Scott Jennings. I was planning on doing something with CNN when I'm out there, potentially. Israel got shit on the UN Security Council. It's got to be kind of funny to be Israel right now and be getting absolutely destroyed. Like, not absolutely destroyed, but like finally seeing some consequences for the first time ever after, 77 years of like receiving zero consequences. Okay. And like, amidst all of that, your expectation is like there are going to be people that are showing you support, right? Like people are going to start criticizing Iran, for example. Like the expectation from Israel at this point is like probably to get some kind of victimhood narrative going and have all of the global leadership in unison condemn Iran. Iran is like a common enemy and stuff, and yet most people are not doing that. Most people are not doing that at all, and it's just got to be a weird. You're like in a weird space where you don't have the clout that America has, obviously, because you're America's attack dog. So you don't get to dominate the conversation in the same way that America does. But because you have America's backing, you get to do all of this violence without any sort of like serious institutional scrutiny. And then when you turn around and you demand like defense, nobody comes to your defense, really, with the exception of America, obviously, when it comes to the military stuff. And you don't get the especially now, you don't get the victimhood narrative that you want to put together, that you want to concoct, that you want to craft, because everyone has seen all of the fucking violence that you have brought about every other regional actor, including one that finally has the capacity to strike back. I talk to normies all the time, people that don't fully agree with me, people that might not even know what my politics are. And one of my favorite fact-finding, anecdote fact-finding missions is like, they will either, knowing that I'm like a political commentator, bring this stuff up, or will be will be top of mind. But like one of the questions I get is always like, dude, are we going to fucking World War III? Like, what's happening? Why are we going to war with Iran? Like, this is the normie take. The normie take, absolutely. The normie take is absolutely invested in trying to figure out why we're even going to war with Iran. And there is no, I haven't even heard from like, what? It says video unavailable. What is it? What video? What are you talking about? What are you guys talking about? Can you complete a sentence? No, I can't. Obviously, it's very difficult when I'm trying to read 1,000 different fucking statements in the chat. But the point I was trying to make is that there isn't a lot of support for Israel in the normie spheres, is what I'm saying. I rarely ever hear. Oh, chatter means the stream is unavailable. Wait, what? What do you mean? It's right here. It's available. Here's my terrible take. By the way, I've been following since 20 minutes ago. Oh, this. Oh, one of you guys literally went to this link. You typed this out and you tried to watch it. There's something severely wrong with many of you. And I think you need either a copy of the Bible, Torah, Quran, or potentially therapy. You know, you need to stop. You need to just stop saying stuff. You need to stop doing stuff. You need to stop typing stuff in the chat. That's what I've decided. Chinese netizens have started HasanAbi posting. They're ruthless over there. Sheesh. What? This Israeli influencer's home got bombed. She posted a video blasting Iran as a rogue state, but she seems to have forgotten how shamelessly gleeful she was when she was filming herself flatten. Wait, what? Oh, you're saying this is a Chinese netizen that's like making fun of these people and they're posting like I would post. Who made you the boss? I did. You got poisoned? Did I? Did I get poisoned? Did you see Jeffrey's statement? He's a fucking ghoul. What? This is fake news. Another version is fake news. This another version of this fake news supposedly showing the makeup artist Eve Cohen is crying while under rocket attack is circulating on TikTok and Instagram. Oh, okay. Open presents. Thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Let's go. Judge Fabriaz has ordered Khalil released today and denied DOJ motion to stay his ruling. This guy goes, Obama's people locked my account. I wonder what kind of attitude he has. What the fuck is a Fabriaz and why is it anywhere near our judiciary? Yeah, that don't sound American to me, brother. That don't sound like a real American to me. This is what happens when you let them non-Americans become judges. Can't have that. Can't have that. You need to make sure we got real Americans on them judges like me. Yes, I can't read. Yes, I am not literate. Yes, I barely talk good, but I deserve to be the judge and the jury and the goddamn executioner because I'm a real one. No, I did not go to college because I did not want to be woke and gay, which is why I should be, and I'm unvaccinated, which means I have pure blood and a pure, uncorrupted mind and soul. This, I believe, makes me the perfect candidate for being a judge. I do not know how to read. I do not know how to write, but I can adjudicate. Hakeem Jeffries with a statement. Oh, here we go, brother. Unironically, a real take people have. I know. Most things that I joke about either A, unfortunately become true shortly thereafter, or B, I'm basically paraphrasing a real take that I saw either in the wild or saw online. Trump installed 88-foot flagpoles at the White House. Is it blue and on to view that as a dog whistle? Dude, I don't know. I just don't think Trump is like a optics understander who tries to do like Nazi dog whistles. I feel like he's too crude to do that. That's why I always say, like, there's probably someone, like, I would assume that it's like Steve Miller who made this choice before Donald Trump, if that makes sense. He's not well-read enough to be a fucking ideological Nazi. Remember, like being that level of a Nazi also kind of requires a tremendous amount of investment. And Trump is utterly too narcissistic to like leave a part of himself out there and just like shed a part of his like hyper individualistic identity to become a part of a broader movement such as that. Obviously, this movement is not a positive one. I'm talking about literally like being a Klansman or being a Nazi, but like the thing, like doing a dog whistle of that sort, is just like that requires investment, that requires ideological investment, that requires reading. And I think that's probably someone else in the administration. There's plenty of like actual groiped up neo-Nazis in the administration. Do you know what I mean? There's plenty of other like actual groipers in the administration who probably would be like, haha, this would be cool if we get an 88. Like the anti-Semitism, the anti-Semitism executive order that the Trump administration put out. For those of you who don't know, 88 is a dog whistle. It's the 8th letter in the alphabet. It's a dog whistle for Heil Hitler. That's why Nazis oftentimes will point to 88 as a number, or they'll also do 1488. 1488 is also another dog whistle. 14 is for the 14 words. In any case, he said he's been superstitious for a while. Do you think it's someone on his staff recommended it, if not him? What does the 2 flagpoles mean? I don't know, but I don't care. This is yet another instance of like optics focus and basically missing the forest for the trees. Like Donald Trump and his administration is doing Nazi stuff already. Like they're doing the same stuff that the Nazis did, like black bagging people, suppressing academia, right? Doing academic receivership, and eroding what remains of like constitutional protections so they can basically implement this fascist governance. And you guys are talking about the fucking flagpoles. Like, what do you mean? They're black bagging people, like masked brown shirts, some of which are deputized, others, or I mean, we don't even know, but others are working for the federal government, like as Gestapos, are black bagging people and kidnapping them. And they're trying to also eviscerate due process in the process of doing so. And you guys are like, well, there was an 88-foot pole. Like, I don't know. It's just like, for me, for where I'm standing, like that is utterly irrelevant, you know? Hasan, appreciate the message, checking up on me. Brother, I hope your family's doing all right. And I hope you're doing all right as well. Well, I know you're doing all right. My man, I saw you having a great time at the Master Chef, Master Baker competition. Okay? Yeah, I watched your you and Kyrie Irving's reaction to the Jacare saga, the first night of the Jacare saga as well. Yeah. Kason's on the up and up. He's been having a great week. Jacare forever. Hashtag Parasocials Unite. I know. What is the Jacare saga? I love my community so much. We are so out of this space while still so firmly embedded in this space. Like most people still don't know what the hell this is. Okay, it's just, don't worry. It's my nephew, Jason the Ween, and a girl that he went on a date with. Her name is Sakura. She is Kaide's sister. And the date kind of, I mean, the date was a big parasocial farm, if that makes sense. Lamau, I know nothing about stuff on here. If you don't talk about it, I know. They went on like a highly televised reality TV style date. It was very cute. And then it kind of fell apart when she was just like making jokes. because chat reacted very poorly to some of the jokes, and Jason obviously got like hurt because she was like fake flirting with the cameraman instead. And then, you know, people got in their feelings, and then immediately some of the fucking freak weirdos who follow this kind of stuff didn't know how to contain themselves and immediately started sending death threats to everybody involved, specifically Sakura, which is unacceptable. And but I think they fixed it now, and they're gonna go to Japan together. A lot of money was made in the process as well. Kind of like what you did years ago. I never really did like a lot of girl content. Even when I was much younger, I didn't really do too much of that. Ironically enough, I would like bring part of the reason why I stopped having even my female friends on the stream is because of this though, because people would go crazy over it. Like people would do this. They would consider it girl content. Hasan would go on the Raj Royales and make every woman cry. Yeah, I guess I did do that. Is girl content, kind of. I might delete this app for you telling me the story. Listen, you just got to learn. Sometimes you got to learn what's going on. That's Cab. You had Grimes and Pussy Riot on stream just to oogle. That's not true. What the fuck? I had Elon Musk's baby mama and a political dissident of the Russian state. That was not girl content. The fuck are you talking about? I found you when you hired e-girls to play Warzone with you. That was my greatest. That was definitely peak. There's a difference between girl content, which is like kind of farming a possibly fake relationship that is being cultivated, that is beyond a platonic relationship that you might have with a woman, okay? And just having female guests on. Like, I'm going to have my friend, Maya Higa, on later today. That's not quote unquote girl content. That's just a girl who I'm friends with who's coming over to talk about animals. You know, she runs Alveus, an animal sanctuary. Girl content would be if I were to have a girl on the broadcast and like kind of flirt with them. Black content when? You got one already. Nice bathroom. You got one this past month. Come on, I went to Houston. You get one. You get one a month. After Juneteenth, better be careful, fam. Bro, the rage bait on the Juneteenth stuff has gotten so stupid. Charlie Kirk literally is like, oh, it shouldn't exist. Charlie Kirk in 2020 is like, excuse me, Juneteenth wouldn't exist if the Republicans didn't free the slaves. And then now that Donald Trump is like saying, oh, I want to actually stop Juneteenth. There's too many federal holidays. He's like, oh, we need to stop with this Juneteenth nonsense. Everybody needs to get back to work. That's like they're scratching the bottom of the barrel for some kind of rage bait. It's sad. It's silly. The workers don't want a day off, Trump. Yeah. Have you ever had Latino content in your home and not on the streets? No. Because every day that I go live is a day for La Raza, because I myself am Turkish and Turks are Mexicans and Mexicans are Turks. We are a part of the global global Latina belt. And therefore, every day that I'm live from this broadcast is technically Latino content. You set this up? I sure did.
Just because the
Sure did. And I'm so fucking stoked. I knew they love T-Pain, obviously. And I knew that T-Pain would be so fucking perfect for this, for their format. And I'm very stoked for this episode.
stink, that don't mean it's ran through.
Put this nigga on the goddamn podcast. Let me talk to this goddamn man.
You agree with this?
Fuck with this man. This nigga spitting. Some people have I'm not defending anybody. I'm just saying.
Is that T-Pain, my nigga?
That's so sick. That's crazy that they clocked it too.
Yo, my man's is spitting. Some people have chemical imbalances. Sometimes people use soaps that don't agree with their body.
Burgles, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Why? God damn. Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, like Burgles, who just gifted 100 gifted subs. Also, Open Presents is another one.
You know what I'm saying? Some people don't know.
I'm grown enough to know the bitch got more than two bodies.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. But it ain't even about the bodies at this point. Now it's about chemical imbalances. Now it's about making sure that you're using the right products, making sure.
Man, this sound like Kevin Hardy using big words and shit, bro. You got too much money now.
Chemical imbalances being a big word to you.
It's crazy.
I got more questions about what you fucking.
Cool talking to you.
All right, bro. Yeah, thank you, bro.
Pretty sure Grok trained on your picture. I put your profile 3 times. 1, 2, 3, smaller head. Only on the background changed a bit. What? Okay. All right. There was another magnitude 5.2 earthquake struck 35 kilometers west of Semnan, Iran, 6 minutes ago at a depth of 10 kilometers. Check messages. Bro, remember when you did your first King of the Hill, you ended and rated a hot chick and said, chill guys, and proceeded to follow her immediately. Then you had a hot Russian chick on Twitter telling you to come over. Jesus. Bro, why are you saying check messages really quick for this? Like, just what? This is not a check messages moment. Hasan's dump truck has never, and I mean this with all sincerity, never said check messages and then actually followed through on a good message. He literally so consistently would be like, bro, you have to see what I have to say. You have to see what I have to say. And then it's like, my uncle works for Nintendo and he said you're in the next Mario Kart. My cousin works for CNN and they're writing a profile puff piece on you. It's going to come out any moment now and you'll see. It's like, bro, shut up, okay? Stop fucking saying dumb shit in the chat. So easy to bait you. I know. It is easy to bait me because I foolishly am too nice. That's the problem. I'm too nice of a guy. I have to read everyone's opinions in the chat because I want everyone's voice to be heard. And there are a lot of people who go me in the process and take advantage of that and just like troll for silly purposes. It's all good. It is what it is. Okay. Trump is going live to say, okay, check one last time. You promised oil wrestling stream with Will at 15K subs. I'm going to fucking clap you, dude. I'm going to clap you. Now everyone is saying check messages. I'm losing my goddamn mind. Okay. Here's a funny little update. Petite bourgeois capital strikes on behalf of the socialist candidate. Incredible things are happening. Hello, New Yorkers. If Cuomo gets elected, we will double our prices. No joke. I think this is very funny. I think this is very funny. There's going to be a petite bourgeois uprising. This is something Marx could not have predicted. This is unironically half the time when people say like, oh, Marx never had a statement about this. And it's like something that he's written extensively about. This unironically, I'm fairly certain, maybe I'm wrong, but this is not something he could have thought. He could have foreseen. Okay? Can you do a History Hyenas episode with Chris DiStefano? I might. I just texted him after you said that, and he said he might want me on his history app. Have you ever discussed AIPAC-affiliated student groups on college campuses? WashU has a group called WIPAC, train students to lobby lawmakers. Yes, we have. There is a comprehensive documentary that was actually taken off the airwaves that Al Jazeera put together, I believe, called the Israel Lobby or The Lobby. And that extensively features college campus student groups that are a functioning arm of the Zionist lobbying apparatus in this country, and some of the most insane stuff that they've gotten up to, including but not limited to, and this isn't to say this isn't to discount anti-Semitic hate crimes or whatever, but literally faking anti-Semitic hate crimes on college campuses. There's extensive documentation on a lot of the ways in which they operate within the student government body and do a whole bunch of crazy stuff. Economists from across the world unite in support of Zohran Mamdani's plan for New York City, a bold yet practical blueprint to tackle the city's most urgent challenges. Yeah, this makes sense. One of the things that I find here, we'll start out with Zohran Mamdani. For those of you who don't know, Zohran Mamdani is a beacon of light and hope in an otherwise dark American future. And this is the reason why there is, I have a lot of fears about how hard they are going to try to stamp him out. Luckily, it hasn't happened thus far, but through simply just incredible organizing and building a campaign, and also being a prominent fixture in New York state politics for quite a while, he is able to put together an incredible campaign. He's been ever present. He's been all over the place. He has made up basically a 40-point lead that Andrew Cuomo had over him, and at the final moment, the New York mayoral race is going to happen. The primaries, the Democratic New York mayoral primaries, which is basically the real mayor race, is happening in 4 days in New York. Okay. And America's mayor, Zohran Mamdani, hopefully is going to win. A lot of people have been attacking him, saying that he is inexperienced, he's too young, he's too radical. It's been quite interesting watching all this stuff. One of the takes that Peter Beinart had was, it's fine to ask Zohran Mamdani about globalize the Intifada. I get why it disturbs most Jews, but New York Magazine just published a 10K word. For the record, I don't even agree with this first part. I think it's silly bullshit. But New York Magazine just published a 10,000 word cover story arguing that Israel's committed hundreds, if not thousands, of war crimes in Gaza. Andrew Cuomo is Netanyahu's lawyer. What does it say about the media's view of Palestinian life that that's considered less important in this race? This is a fairly solid approach to the subject, which is that Israel is doing a genocide, and the media is still way more hyper focused on how certain words make certain people feel bad, and people that are just being cynically using this either hysterics or maybe even fears that they genuinely hysterically have in their hearts, or people who are not even fearful but are cynically making these statements in an effort to attack the top candidate to defeat Andrew Cuomo. I am very fearful right now because Adrian Adam refuses to co-endorse and even refuses to say don't vote Cuomo. Zohran needs their voters to win because as of recent polls, they're going mostly to Cuomo right now. Yeah. I know, but hopefully Zohran's turnout method which is, again, something that we always cope about every election cycle for outside of the box thinkers and anti-establishment candidates will be able to overcome that gap. Who knows? She's been so disappointing. Yes, liberals will always disappoint you. Wait, what? Oh, Adrian Adams actually endorsed the Working Family Party slate. That's not. Adrian Adams finally, after much hand-wringing, indecision, and mixed signals, says not to rank Cuomo and goes into blistering criticism of his tenure as governor. She also says to rank Mamdani, Lander, Myrie in some order after ranking her number one. Better late than never, I guess. That's not bad. That's not bad. Here's how ranked choice voting works in favor of Zoran. Zoran is the top dog here. So when she says, when she says don't rank Zoran number 2, but like says you should rank Zoran, Lander, and Myrie, Brad Lander is the third candidate, right? Brad Lander is like currently in third place. Lander has some voters that will go for Andrew Cuomo and some voters that will go for Zoran. But because of their cross endorsement, if people who ranked Lander number 1 are ranking Zoran number 2, all of a sudden, that weighs in favor of Zoran on the third or fourth round. You know what I mean? Like, depending on how people have ranked Zoran. This is one of the advantages of ranked choice voting. Dem socks can never win. Should be obvious for anyone with pattern recognition, and the reason is simple. The democracy is no longer real because the system we exist under is uniparty. Today, I'm calling on the New York City Campaign Finance Board to lift this spending cap on our campaign as Andrew Cuomo's Republican billionaire super PAC, the largest in the city's history, tries to interfere in our democracy. We can't let rich donors silence the voices of working people. We refuse to let the city's future be determined by the whims of the wealthy. Yeah. Either make it illegal for super PACs to interfere in these elections or open up the lift the cap. Bernie Sanders also came out and spoke on this. Why are billionaire super PACs spending millions to defeat Zoran Mamdani for mayor of New York City? Not complicated. They're afraid of a mayor who will take on powerful special interests and represent working families. They have the money. We have the people. Let's get out and vote. Did you see a lot of the canvassers for Cuomo casually just saying they're paid? Yeah, of course they are. If you are getting paid to canvass for Cuomo, do a bad job. It's not illegal. Do a bad job. It's for shit pay anyway. How are they going to check? How are they going to know? His campaign has nothing. His campaign does not have like real loyalty. If you've taken the money of the Cuomo campaign, it is your duty to do a bad job. Brad Lander is back at the same New York City immigration court to help escort immigrants past agents. Anyway. Zoran getting a lot of big labor endorsements today. UAW has endorsed, or Sean Fain has come out. UAW President Fain and our New York City members are proud to support Zoran Mamdani. He's not owned by Wall Street. He's fighting for $30 an hour, free transit, housing for all, real democracy.
The UAW takes on some of the...
Be careful, my man. After Obama, I stopped getting emotionally invested in any politician. I agree. I know exactly what you mean, but this is not the time to make those calculations. Because the alternative is fucking Andrew Cuomo. And I know for a fact that even if Zoran promises a whole deal and only gets like 10% of it done, it's still better than what Andrew Cuomo is promising, which is nothing. Okay? we know Andrew Cuomo's track record. I'd rather place a bet on a new face that is ideologically aligned with me, even if he becomes a charlatan down the line. I'm not going to think about whether or not this is a whether or not this is going to turn into a Chicago mayor situation. I'm not going to think about how this could turn into a John Fetterman situation, which I don't think it will. I think if there's like a John Fetterman style situation, it's the other candidates that are ranked beneath Zoran overall. Cuomo is going to. That's insane. You took two of the things that Andrew Cuomo has done and sandwiched them together, it seems. I'm not even going to say that out loud, but that is, you know, that is an interesting campaign promise, but it feels like it's a little bit confused because I think you just took two things that Cuomo has done independently and put them together. He does those things separately.
Richest employers in the country. Employers like Mercedes-Benz, Columbia University, NYU, Mount Sinai, and Sony. So we know a thing or two about how bosses act.
What happened with Chicago mayor? Chicago is very different. Chicago is very different. It's a city that is incredibly corrupt and run by the ward system. Like what is it? It's like their version of the council members. Aldermen. Sorry. Thank you. The aldermen run the city. The mayor is a mayoral position in big cities in America is already like an incredibly difficult position because you're basically just like servile to the interests of you're servile to the interests of all the corporate donors, especially in New York as well. You are held captive by a paramilitary that has endless amounts of money and will literally threaten you. Same goes for Chicago. Chicago, you even have more limited power than the New York mayor does. So that is it is a real sad state of affairs. It's a real scary predicament. But Brandon Johnson basically is one of the least popular mayors in the country, if not the least popular mayor in the country. He ran as like a DSA style guy. But I think the calcified corruption within Chicago politics, within Illinois politics, but especially Chicago politics, and his lack of experience overall in navigating that space made it so that he promised a bunch and then wasn't able to fulfill any of those promises. I recognized this when I went to Chicago. When I went to Chicago the first time with DNC, I was like, what is this cop presence like? Isn't Brandon Johnson supposed to be like a lefty? What the hell is this? He's he certainly was not. I mean, he is at the mercy of all of the corrupt elements that dominate Chicago politics in perpetuity, that have and he is completely subservient to those demands, those interests, and therefore didn't get anything done and is seen as like a feckless institutionalist with ridiculous ideas at this point. New York, on the other hand, you do have more power over this position, even though there are obviously more significant enemies as well, more significant moneyed interests. But I will say it like this. If the New York mayoral position wasn't so effective, like for changing New York City politics, they wouldn't be dumping tens of millions of dollars right now to dismantle the Zoran Mamdani momentum.
They view the workplace like a dictatorship. The corporate class expects to be treated like kings. They want us silent, obedient, disposable. They expect workers to sit down and shut up. That's not just how they run their workplaces, it's how they want to run our country. That's exactly how Andrew Cuomo ran New York when he was governor. He bullied and harassed workers. He cut Medicaid in the middle of a pandemic. And when striking UAW members needed his support on the picket line, he was nowhere to be found. Those days are over because across New York City, the working class is rising up. We are demanding higher wages, health care for all, a secure retirement, a home we can afford, Because here's a secret truth that the billionaire class doesn't want us to know. We are the majority. And when we stand up, nobody can stand in our way. We don't need another hack politician like Cuomo, someone who smiles for the cameras and then sells us out behind closed doors. What we need is a national movement that unites the working class.
Is this Grant Minor?
Is a national movement that unites the working class to take on the oligarchs and rebuild our democracy.
Is he? Is that him? He was he's the student union leader of Colombia that was fired. He's the Jewish student union leader, UAW student leader that was fired from his position and because, you know, anti-Semitism.
And
why are you spending so much time on the New York City mayoral race? Part of the reason why is because New York City is a very important stronghold for Democratic Party politics. New York City in and of itself is a major city for the entire world, right? New York City's police department, which the mayor would control, is larger than many countries' standing armies. So regardless of all of the corporate interests that dominate New York City politics, having a guy like Zoran there is ultimately going to prove a point that these kinds of politics are actually effective. Even past the point of maybe even some of the gains that Bill de Blasio made, which should not be discounted. Bill de Blasio is actually such an interesting mayor that, I mean, he's been dunked on quite a bit, but like he was significantly better than Eric Adams and many other mayors that came before and after him. And it's really interesting that like we don't really talk or think about his track record. Like, I mean, I think he did the free pre-K initiative. That was huge. Actually, speaking of some of the initiatives that previous mayors have been able to implement, what I find strange is how much people are talking about how radical and scary and pie in the sky these Zoran ideas are. Zoran's vision is. Yes, he is a socialist. He's a democratic socialist. He doesn't shy away from saying that. But if you look at the policies that he's running on, it's things that have literally been implemented. A rent freeze has been implemented in the city with previous mayors. Okay? He talks about free buses. Once again, a policy that he has directly been able to implement in the state assembly. Okay? So the idea that this is like impossible to do is so ridiculous. Nothing that he's talking about is like, he's not saying like I'm tackling the commodity production at its heart. Like we're gonna build workers' councils and create a dictatorship of the proletariat. He's just advocating for minor social democratic reforms that are super realistic for him as mayor of New York. So the notion that like these are crazy, radical, terrifying changes that he wants to fucking push for is insane. Another thing, cooperatively owned grocery, like state-owned, city-owned grocery stores. That is something that people have been able to do as 501c3s. Why the fuck would the state not be able to do that when they literally have all of the licensing and all of the other more costly elements of maintaining a chain of grocery stores? Like, you could very easily do that. You could very easily start small and implement this as a project. This was also Brandon Johnson's promise as well, which I thought was going to be awesome. And the notion that this is like impossible, the notion that this is like an impossible thing is so stupid. These guys are actively trying to, the media is actively trying to terrify people into thinking that even modest social democracy is impossible to implement, right? The idea that these socialist policies can't be implemented when they've existed for years is just capitalism propaganda. Yeah. And I also will say, with the exception of like, Adam Carlson, that pollster guy who I think is like a kind of a liberal, maybe a social democrat who doesn't like me. I'm seeing a lot of dishonesty from people who are supposedly social democrats who want like the abundance agenda and yet actively openly want to defeat Zoran Mamdani. Zoran Mamdani's agenda is supposed to be directly your agenda. If you're a social democrat, then you absolutely should be on board. Like Ezra Klein should be 100% on board with Zoran Mamdani. Okay? Ezra Klein's wife, I don't know what her politics are, but she wrote a scathing piece about how undemocratic the ranked choice voting structure is, amongst other silly articles that she's written in the past about like, egg prices and whatnot, are freaking out. So why are they? Why is Ezra Klein not endorsing Zoran Mamdani, but instead endorsing Brad Lander? Now, Brad Lander has some decent policies as well. As a matter of fact, I would go so far as to say, will Brad Lander also be a fighter and implement the same policies that Zoran wants to implement? I don't know. I trust Zoran more than I trust Brad in terms of the implementation. Having said that, there's only one major difference between Brad Lander and Zoran Mamdani, and it revolves around Israel. He's a liberal Zionist. Zoran is an anti-Zionist. I don't even have an issue with Brad Lander. I think a lot of people are like, oh no, he's there to rat fuck Zoran. I think you guys don't understand that his primary purpose here, as far as like endorsing Zoran, plays a major role. And I think he actually likes Zoran Mamdani and vice versa. I don't think that there is animosity there, regardless of that one clip that everybody saw about him being like, oh yeah, it scares me when I hear someone say globalize the intifada as a Jew or whatever. But he is the third option here, and he's Jewish. And as a Jewish person who is literally the third runner-up, he fucking endorsed Zoran Mamdani. They did a cross endorsement. Like, you guys are crazy. That plays a huge role. You can always turn around and say, what are you talking about? You think Jews are terrified of Zoran Mamdani? Well, here is the Jewish guy on the ticket that is third, is the runner-up, endorsing Zoran Mamdani and saying Andrew Cuomo is the real fucking bigot here. So everybody needs to calm down. I understand why tensions run high. That is not the Elizabeth Warren method, okay? What Brad Lander has done so far is not the Elizabeth Warren method at all. I don't agree with Michael from Pennsylvania on this issue. This is a minor disagreement we have. Does that mean I prefer Brad Lander? Of course not. I prefer Zoran. I only want Zoran to win. I don't care as much. I don't believe that any of these other guys would even fight remotely as hard as Zoran would. Okay? So, my point is, someone like Ezra Klein seeing the opportunity for Zoran to actually win, as opposed to Brad Lander, is putting is throwing his hat in the ring in defense of Brad Lander as a famous liberal opinion columnist for the New York Times. After the New York Times' editorial board basically didn't endorse, it did an anti-endorsement of Zoran, for the record, and talked about how fucking scary he was. He's doing this because he doesn't also like Zoran's policies either, even though Zoran's policies are perfectly in line with the agenda of abundance. Why are you just hand-waving at the concerns of pro-Israel voters in New York who worry about Zoran taking command of a police force larger than most countries and using them to invade Israel? Bro, at first I thought you were being serious. At first I thought you were being serious for a second. That's so funny. These are real concerns that Zoran needs to address. They already have a military stronghold. New York Police Department, NYPD already has a foothold in Tel Aviv. Oh my God. Oh my God, it's happening. The New York Police Department does have submarines. What if they were to use those submarines against Israel? That's secretly the reason why I want to, that's the reason why I'm voting illegally for Zoran. I'm voting illegally for Zoran so that he can use the New York Police Department military base that already exists in Tel Aviv to directly invade. Yeah, NYPD IRGC Tactical Alliance. NYPD does stand for New York Palestine Defenders. Open presents. Thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Goddamn. Ezra Klein made a video for the New York Times that's critical of Israel
at this point to overstate how.
Yeah, Ezra is also, once again, and if you listen to him talk to Ta-Nehisi Coates, like, he is also peak liberal Zionism, okay? Which, once again, is an inherently contradictory position. The values of liberalism, at least in theory, do not work with fascism. You cannot be a liberal and then advocate for fascism. Because think about it this way. Zionism is an ideology, both in practice and also in theory, that is built around ethno-religious supremacist values and extermination. Therefore, it is fascist. Okay? Now, instead of saying liberal Zionism, let's use liberal fascism as a stand-in. Let's substitute, considering that Zionism is fascism, let's substitute the term Zionism for fascism. Hey, I'm a liberal fascist. Okay, the fuck does that mean? So you're just a gay fascist? Like, what's the... Like, what do you mean? It doesn't work. It's ridiculous. And as long as that contradiction at the heart of Zionism is left unaddressed, Israeli society and those who back Israeli society will be oblivious to the changes in Israeli society. They'll just go, oh, how did this happen? How did they become so right-wing? You know? Oh, I don't like how right-wing Israel has become. I just don't fully understand how it happened. It's like, it's happening because you're just not addressing the dehumanization of Palestinians, the indigenous population that Israel constantly is seeking out to dominate. If you don't address that inherent problem, okay, you will never be able to understand why Israeli society keeps becoming more and more right-wing. You know? That's it. But yeah, Bill Clinton's Secretary of Labor endorses Zoran over Clinton's HUD Secretary. Robert Reich, of course, endorsed Zoran Mamdani. That makes perfect sense. Zoran is standing up to the oligarchy and fighting to make one of America's most expensive cities affordable for the working class. If you're a New York voter, I urge you to rank him #1 on your ballot by next Tuesday. Brad Landershoot showed true courage. He also deserves a top rank in New Yorkers' ballots. Democrats cannot win back working class voters by putting forth more corporate-backed politicians. There's a better path forward. Why don't you go into politics? Brother, I'm already in politics. It's just, I'm not directly in politics as a politician, but I think at this point, it's safe to say I am in politics. What do you mean? Not only have I endorsed Zoran quite a while ago, but I've also offered my platform to him, and I have many HasanAbi heads who are working both inside his campaign and also door knocking with regular frequency. And I urge you guys to do that, or urge you guys to go. If you live in New York, go and help out. Please. I hate when you cover politics. Damn. This got to be a tough week for you then, chatter. Lots of politics being covered. As we as economists from across the world to support Zohran Mamdani's mayoral platform is a bold yet practical blueprint to tackle some of the New York's most urgent challenges, above all the cost of living. His platform proposes targeted, responsible interventions that would immediately improve millions of lives while building a fairer and prosperous New York. At the heart of Mamdani's platform is his plan to a rent freeze, offering urgent relief to over 2 million tenants in rent-stabilized apartments facing inflationary shocks and displacement. As economists, we recognize that unchecked rent spikes destabilized neighborhoods, increase homelessness, a far costlier public burden, and drain local economies. One argument that I also am, I make with normies, that I deploy with normies, that I think you guys can too, is like, listen, man, nobody wants to have homeless people on the road, okay, who are going through a mental health episode, who want to smoke crack on the fucking subway station, okay? If they want to do that, I think the most effective solution to that is to put them in housing and then offer them help. Much easier to do in a confined area, you know? That's my assessment of the situation. It's been fairly effective when I'm talking to Los Angeles people who are, advocating to basically destroy the homeless population here by killing them. I'm like, listen, there's a dude that jerks off outside of my house, okay? That's crazy. I don't want that. Of course, I hate that. My mom walks my dog sometimes. You know what I mean? That's like, I don't want her to experience that. That's ridiculous. Okay? I've talked about this before. I would much rather have that dude jerk off in a confined space. Okay? I would much, if that dude wants to masturbate, let him masturbate in a house. Okay? All of a sudden, it's no longer a crime. It's something that everybody does. Doesn't that make sense? Makes sense to me. And no, nothing I said is a hypothetical. This is a real conversation that I've had, and this is also a real thing that happens. Okay? In other places that I lived in, there's a homeless person that would shit outside my house sometimes, okay? Just drop a fucking poopy. Why is he doing that? Because he doesn't have a fucking place to drop a dookie, okay? Much rather have that person live in a home, have proper plumbing, and drop a dookie in a toilet rather than outside of my fucking house. Okay? Do you understand? That's it. It makes sense. But that's really covering up the problem instead of solving the problem, which is drugs. So you just want to cover up the problem? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I never said that these people don't deserve to get the proper medical attention that is necessary. The fuck do you mean? I'm saying the first and immediate solution to that is to get them into permanent shelter, okay? You don't know what your fucking neighbors are doing in terms of how many drugs they're consuming. It's much better that they're doing it behind closed doors than they're doing it in fucking broad daylight, right? If someone's going to smoke crack, and if someone is going to go through the rehabilitation process, I think probably putting them in permanent shelter is the first step, that is the most effective step on their journey of recovery, don't you think? The greatest example for this, of course, is rich people's kids. They do a fuck ton of drugs. What happens? They get shipped off to Malibu to an expensive rehab center, and it doesn't become everybody else's problem. You know? Even if in the incredibly unlikely scenario that a homeless person recovers from their drug addiction, okay, they're still fucking homeless. That's still a major problem. You haven't solved it. They are infinitely more likely to get back into drugs as a consequence of like being homeless and wanting to self-medicate and you know, not feel the pain of not having shelter every goddamn night. Half the time, that's how they become drug addicts to begin with. But yeah, the whole point is the Democratic Party has been screaming from the mountaintops endlessly about the need for a young, vibrant candidate. Maybe not a young one, but at least a candidate that can activate young people, activate white men, have this broad coalition of voters go out and vote for him, okay? Can be authentic, can go on podcasts and just like be able to communicate effectively about the policy prescriptions that are necessary to solve all these problems. Someone who can advocate for the platform that they're standing on, okay? And the issue is, that guy exists. His name is Zoran fucking Mamdani. He's capable of doing all those things, okay? The issue, on the other hand, is, the major issue, on the other hand, is that his policies that have literally been implemented in the past by other Democratic leadership, like a rent freeze, is a bridge too far. His policies that are incredibly popular, like trying to increase the taxes on the super wealthy in New York City, a policy that Bernie Sanders also on the national stage advocates for and is profoundly popular, is seen as a non-starter for many establishment Democrats. But perhaps most significantly, another incredibly popular opinion that Zoran has and defends is his position, his firm commitment to being against genocide and being against an ethno-supremacist apartheid regime. This, yet again, is immensely popular with the base of Democrats, but it's not popular with the Democratic Party. So if you say, I'm consistently against what Israel is doing, the Democrats go, nah, we can't have that. They don't realize, the Democrats and their donors in the party don't realize that that is the guy. If you want the guy, if you want someone who's going to be able to be anti-establishment and stand on business and you know, be able to fucking reach out to white men and bring back some of this fucking youth vote directly to the Democratic Party, then you have to put your efforts behind people like this rather than use the vestiges of the party to stamp out this kind of politician and attack them as though they are antagonistic to your agenda. Because when people see this shit, when people see what the Dems are doing here, either staying quiet with the hopes that Andrew Cuomo wins because they're at least too embarrassed to actively push for cop rapist, grandma killer Andrew Cuomo, or even directly defending Andrew Cuomo by saying, oh, well, he's more experienced, you know. People get fucking angry at that. People see the Dems as simply only effective when it comes to stamping out true progressive grassroots campaigns. What's going on with Zoran right now is yet again a similar thing that happened with Bernie Sanders. This is exactly what causes the base to resent the party. You can't maintain popular support while simultaneously stamping out all of your popular politicians and position yourself as antagonistic to them, even when they are quite literally advocating for things that you're supposed to advocate for, and in certain circumstances, you do advocate for. I hate that shit. Did something similar happen when AOC ran? No, AOC's biggest benefit was she was unknown. and the Dems got caught with their pants down basically on that one. She hit a candidate she primaried a candidate that was incredibly powerful within the Democratic Party, who thought that like that seat was unmovable. She was under the radar, and a lot of Justice Democrats were under the radar. And when they were, the reason why they were so effective in that first batch was because the Dems were not really considering real primary challenges from progressive candidates. But now they know how that stuff works and will actively fight back against candidates like that. That's part of the reason why I was always weighing this calculation on whether or not I should like push Zoran too hard early on, when I was already aware of his campaign and actually liked him quite a bit. But I decided to, because I realized that it's like necessary for name recognition to get his name out there further and further so that he can build a robust base of grassroots support that is necessary to get his name out there in New York. Hold on. Yeah. Do you see people like Zoran and AOC building coalitions with people like David Hogg to build new coalitions in the Democratic Party? Or is it third party time? We'll see. But in any case, that is my brief Zoran statement. None of the policies that he's advocating for are insane. They have literally been done in the past. Anyone who tries to tell you that these are impossible, these are policies that are impossible to implement, are lying to you deliberately. And it's especially gross when you got people who claim that they are on board with this kind of thing, claim that they're on board with these like modest proposals, social democratic proposals that like kind of alleviate the stress a little bit, the stress of affordability that New Yorkers are facing a little bit, and then turn around and rat fuck the person that will actually push for it, the person who has the best possible chance of overthrowing the potential Cuomo mayoral regime. It shows that they're depraved. It shows that they are their true purpose is to constantly stand against progress. What's up? Ne? Al hadi git. Hayır. Evet ve de bir dakika dur, bir şey daha söyleyeceğim, dur. Okay, does anyone have the State Department press briefing? I want to hear what the fuck they have to say today. Because someone send me the link, please.
To overstate how hellish
this audio was ass, by the way, but here's Ezra talking about Israel.
In Gaza's been over the past 20 months.
I gotta pee.
Watching the daily clips on the international media of smoke and fire when the buildings in Gaza are destroyed by Israeli planes. To say that you can't be devastated unless you are also an anti-Semite is childish, is simplistic, and it's not true.
At least 1.9 million of the 2.1 million Gazans have been displaced. And displaced. And displaced.
Israel has decided to stop letting goods and supplies into Gaza.
Starvation is everywhere.
We've done that because Hamas steals the supplies.
For 11 weeks, Israel allowed no aid into Gaza. 171,000 metric tons of food for Gazans just sat there.
There's enough food here for 200,000 people alone for an entire month.
Almost half of Gaza's 36 hospitals are destroyed or non-operational. Many of the rest are barely holding on. There are only 2,000 hospital beds available for more than 2 million people. About 60% of all physical structures, full stop, are damaged or destroyed. And Israel is not close to declaring victory. 20 months after October 7th, 20 months after this war began, Israel has no plan for the day after, no theory of who should govern Gaza, and is instead weighing escalation.
When I started to voice my criticism, I kept saying exactly this.
This is permission structure, for the record. This is permission structure when you got prominent, outspoken liberals with major platforms, prominent, outspoken liberal Zionists with major platforms coming out and basically attacking the current order of business. They are doing so because it has become undeniable, and this is your opportunity to use stuff like this to your advantage. This is your opportunity to show people that are still at the precipice, your parents that might have issues with this, but they're like liberal. You can point to this and then be like, these guys are not going hard enough. Israel is also an apartheid state. You know, obviously, a lot of the stuff that these guys are arriving at, a lot of the conclusions that they're finally arriving at 20 months in to this ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign is stuff that we already knew. If you were even a little bit knowledgeable, on this issue, you knew exactly what Israel was going to do. You knew exactly what Israel had done thus far that caused so much enmity, that caused the Palestinian Resistance Coalition to, you know, take up arms against Israel on October 7 in events that absolutely were atrocious, for sure. Like, there were atrocities that took place on October 7. But there is a reason for why this happened. And people who were knowledgeable on the issue knew exactly why it happened. And liberal Zionists and liberals alike never actually fucking never forgave people like myself and many others for taking this commitment, taking this committed position to Palestinian emancipation at the time, and describing the reasons as to why October 7 happened. They consider that to be anti-Semitic and terrifying and totally fucked up. But now, a lot of those people are either quiet out of shame because they recognize how much the attitude has shifted, or a lot of people are even coming out in opposition to Israel. So there we are. This is your opportunity to continue explaining to people. This is your opportunity to continue explaining to people what was going on already and what is still unfolding, and get them to recognize the reality.
How can you seriously expect to have the support of the international community?
Maybe this is a cynical take, but I feel like the only reason liberals care about this now is because Trump is president instead of Biden. That's certainly a factor as well. But they could have applied a partisan attitude during the election cycle, and they didn't. But so the very fact that they are only now applying a partisan attitude to this issue implies that the broader public sentiment has changed so dramatically that it is undeniable. If you want to have any bona fides as a liberal, as someone who cares about like liberal democracy, these principles, even if you believe falsely through naivete or cynically that like Israel will ever become a liberal nation, a liberal democratic nation, it won't, for the record, because it's fucking apartheid. It's an ethno-religious supremacist apartheid. It's not gonna. It's antithetical to liberal democracy. Basically, you have to say these things because no one at this point will ever consider you to be a real liberal if you don't stand against what Israel is doing. You have to do it.
If you are not prepared to say what is your political horizon, what is your plan for the day after, I never heard an answer. And the reason why I never heard that answer is very simple. Yes, this is precisely what Ben-Gvir and Smotrich and those who support
Destiny and his cronies are dead silent on Palestine after fighting months of aggressively pushing State Department agenda for damn near a year. Anyone sane left in those circles would see their grift at this moment. Yeah, there's no one sane left in those circles. But yeah, there's a reason for that. And that is because the tide has officially shifted. The tide has shifted. It swung so dramatically in the other direction. They made a bad bet, and they are still leaning on it, and they're still trying to fight to the best of their ability. But if you noticed, even like this guy is anti-Semitic, this guy's a radical terrorist smears don't even hit as hard. Because the more people come to this recognition that what Israel is doing is insane, the more they get hit as well. Like, your parents that never would have thought about this kind of thing, that are finally saying these sorts of things and experiencing backlash, or seeing others who are like-minded experiencing said backlash, are very quickly recognizing that like the anti-Semitism and the terror smears actually are just cynical. They're purposeful, they're cynical, and that actually completely defangs that kind of attack. Miss Rachel is a great example of this. Someone like myself, not necessarily a great example of this, because I obviously do not shy away from openly stating my radical perspective. But someone like Miss Rachel being called like a terror supporter from all these fucking psychopaths who have been cackling about hospital bombings over and over again is going to make a lot of people go, I feel like you say that a lot about every single person. You understand? Miss Rachel is not Miss Radical. Miss Rachel is a white woman. Very powerful constituency. Very powerful group to attack like this. And not only is she a white woman, but she's a very kind white woman. She's a very kind white woman who's trying to do her very best and tackling this issue from the most defensible framework. Stop killing children. That's all she has said over and over again. And that has been treated like a fucking crime by Israel defenders. When people see that, when your parents see stuff like that, even on the periphery, they go, oh, this is, I guess they just say this about everybody. That's why I loved the France Unbowed party member that was asked about me interviewing Mélenchon. They were like, oh, Mélenchon gave a platform to a vicious anti-Semite, this Hasan guy. He said all of these like crazy anti-Semitic things. His response was so clear, so perfect. He was like, you guys say that about everyone that is anti-Israel and anti-genocide. Let's talk about the real issue that matters. Israel's killing children. Will you ask any of the other politicians why they are still supporting Israel? Because if not, I don't want to hear from you. Do you see what I'm saying? That's it. That is how you're supposed to fucking pack this conversation up. Manuel Bompard, that was the, I think he was the guy who was giving an interview.
Bataille pour la... Manuel Bompard, une dernière question sur le sujet. Jean-Luc Mélenchon est intervenu dans l'émission d'une star des réseaux sociaux américano-turcs qui estime que les...
American Turk, social media star. Manuel Bompard. Mélenchon sadly just had his own Bernie moment by comparing Ayatollah Khamenei to Netanyahu. Wait, what? Oh, God. No. I mean, it's not surprising, actually. They're French. They're French. They're French. They have, no matter how hard they fucking advocate for Muslim migrants and stuff like that, they still have like some blind spots. You know what I mean? Oh my God, you were in the Croatian subreddit and one guy called you a terrorist piece of shit, Lamau. You had people defending you though? Oh, was it because I was wearing the Croatian kit? Anyway, I'm not going to watch this right now. Let's finish this.
They want to clean the area in order to lay the foundations for greater Israel with so many Jews everywhere. Netanyahu, of course, knows that that's what they want. Netanyahu wants only one thing. Save me. Save me at any cost. And he is prepared to comply with everything that they want in order to save himself.
A May poll found that 55% of his...
What's really interesting about this is that it's not untrue, but what Ehud Olmert is saying, by the way, from the same fucking party, he is literally, again, not a liberal at all. Ehud Olmert is not a liberal Zionist, okay? What he's saying here is true, but that's not the primary motivation. Benjamin Netanyahu will inevitably be the fall guy, and his legacy will remain intact if he is able to implement America's grand vision in the region. Okay? He knows this. His personal motivations for remaining in power are not the primary consideration here. This is not one man's agenda. Okay? This is not one man's agenda. And I'll prove it. Netanyahu's opposition in the Knesset and its opposition leaders have always lent support to Benjamin Netanyahu whenever he attacks Lebanon or whenever he attacks, when he started attacking Iran. Why did they do this? Because everyone in Israeli society, at least in the Knesset, with the exception of like the Communist Party, as we've talked about already, is perfectly aligned with the greater Israel project. Whether they actively support it, openly say that they want to do this, or whether they quietly support it in moments that matter the most. That's the difference. And therefore, because this the greater Israel project is a part of America's grand design in the region, because this is an aligned foreign policy goal for both the United States of America and Israel, okay? A region that is completely dominated by Israel and the United States of America. Israel is an extension of the United States of America. Well, there are sometimes differences in the way that Benjamin Netanyahu wants to operate, or differences in opinion internally and in the Israeli Knesset. The ultimate goal is still the same. And dismantling the Islamic Republic, or dismantling and destabilizing Iran, is a part of this project. Which is why I think this last round of attacks was supposed to implement the final goal in the region. Which is why I'm terrified that Trump is going to be the absolute mad lad that does it, that pulls the trigger. There are those who say Netanyahu chose this time to attack because of the political situation, but that doesn't interest me. I think this is the right decision, said Meirav Cohen, a Knesset member from the centrist Yesh Atid party, which leads the official opposition. Yeah. Do you understand? There are those who say Netanyahu chose this time to attack because of the political situation. And it's true. That played a role in it, but not in the way that you think. Netanyahu and his coalition falling apart in the Knesset would have actually stopped any sort of unilateral action being taken against Iran. It was the last possible moment. Netanyahu getting ousted and his coalition falling apart, sure, might actually put him in legal scrutiny once again. That's a personal fear. But most significantly, from the perspective of Americans, from the perspective of American foreign policy, if that coalition falls apart, they're not going to be able to quickly put one back together to strike Iran. And considering that all of Iran's axis of resistance has been dismantled or diminished in its capabilities, this is the best opportunity for Israel to strike Iran without suffering severe penalties in the process. That was the assessment. That is the real assessment. It's not just to like whip up support from the opposition and stamp out any sort of like naysayers and shut down conversations about like the ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza. That is one of the reasons, but it's a minor reason. The major reason, the broader strokes of this all, is the campaign against Iran and destabilizing Iran with minor penalties to Israeli society. And I think there was a miscalculation there as well, because I do believe that they thought Iran would either be super restrained, as they have been thus far, or not even have the capabilities of striking Israel with ballistic missiles. Okay? Or they would have some baby hits here and there. I think Iran's retaliation has been from the perspective of like any sort of resistance against Israel, Iran's retaliation, maybe not to the same degree as October 7, but has been more consequential for Israeli society than what Israel's calculation initially was. Netanyahu's political woes take a backseat as critics unite behind him over Iran. So it's their version of foreign policy being uniparty. As an anti-imperialist who actively has spoken out against Western adventurism and Western imperialism that dominates the planet, but specifically the global South, foreign policy is uniparty everywhere. That is the unfortunate reality. And it is the one issue that I think showcases so perfectly. It's the one issue that demonstrates so perfectly to even Western liberals that liberal democracy as a project is basically just a way to keep masses subservient. It's to make you feel like you have a say in the process, but you actually don't. When you look at the lack of interest from, the lack of appetite from the American public broadly in the aftermath of the failure of war on terror, of the war on terror that was incredibly costly, the human toll was tremendous, the amount of destabilization that took place and the displacement that took place was also too costly a burden for even Europe. People have developed resentment towards this kind of military campaigns in the region. There is not a lot of appetite amongst even American society that is normally super on board with things like this. Okay? It's like a 60-40, not even 60-40, 60% in opposition. I think it was like 14 or 15% in support of America joining the battle and striking Iran. When you have such a severe difference in opinion amongst the public and the united front that our politicians put on, that makes people recognize maybe democracy isn't real. And if people start recognizing that democracy isn't real, well, that's a dangerous prospect for Western governments. A very dangerous prospect for Western governments. Because liberal democracy needs a pressure valve. I've talked about this when comparing the different forms of governance that exist in places like China that are more authoritarian in comparison to places like America and the Western world that are significantly more liberal. That liberalism can only be maintained through the notion of democracy, to keep up appearances that like the democratic process is alive and well. It's the social contract. Every 4 years, you vote for your candidate that says they care about you, and then you feel like you've done your civic duty, and you feel like things will maybe marginally change for the better. And when that pressure valve no longer exists and people start recognizing that, oh shit, this is just as authoritarian as China. They don't give a fuck about me at all. All of a sudden, the environment is ripe for rebellion. It's ripe for revolution. This is part of the reason why China has to be hyper responsive to the needs of their population. If the Chinese government did not task themselves with consistently improving the material conditions of all Chinese people, there would be revolts. It would be impossible to tend to. China is a massive country. Think about it. Billions of people. It has a revolutionary history. An example of this took place with the COVID-0 policies that the Chinese government implemented. The instability born out of not knowing when you could leave your house and the resentment that developed as a consequence of that, paired up with the complete control that everybody recognizes that the Chinese government has over broader Chinese society, created basically a small rebellion. And what did the Chinese government do? They immediately took action, and they released the shutdown policies that they had, the COVID zero policies that they had. That's it. Mark Thiessen, Donald Trump is not an isolationist, but I think some of the Republican isolationists are suddenly discovering that they're out of touch with the MAGA movement and Donald Trump. I have total confidence in Donald Trump. This is the guy who killed Qasem Soleimani. You think he's afraid to take out Forgo? Of course not. Fordo. Forgo. Anyway, Trump retweeted this or posted this on his Truth Social, saying he's not an isolationist and that the MAGA movement is out of step with isolationism, or the MAGA movement is out of step with Trump's foreign policy opinions. This, I think, might frustrate a lot of people that are firm and committed supporters to Donald Trump on this issue, for sure, especially considering that this was a big campaign promise, a way that Donald Trump has presented himself, for sure. He's done this 3 times now in 3 separate elections, and 2 of them were successful, where he positioned himself as anti-war and pro-peace against Hillary Clinton successfully, and then did that against Kamala Harris and the Democratic Party for both the mishandling of Ukraine from the Democratic leadership. He was able to take advantage of the resentment that people had towards that, where it was like, oh, why are we giving so much money to Ukraine, right? That was the main meta there. And he was able to take advantage of the instability that was happening all around the world with respect to Gaza. And that was something that the public responded positively to.
Israelis believe Netanyahu's main goal is staying in power, not winning, not returning the hostages.
This is the tragedy that we're facing these days in Israel.
Someone please link the Nick Mullen tweet about Trump supporters. Yeah, send me the Nick Mullen tweet. I already saw it. I already liked it, but I would like to look at it again because it's very funny. I hope we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. But there is, I mean, I have no faith in the Democratic Party, for the record. I have no faith in the Democratic Party to do the right thing here. Okay? But here it is. Where the hell are the popularists? 60% of Americans oppose war with Iran while just 16% support it. Yet Dem leadership won't stick up for the majority that's against another forever war. The Democratic Party was always the war hawk party, but the war hawk elements within the Democratic Party have basically taken complete control over the Democratic Party, and they're confident and comfortable in this position. It's not that they are reacting to public sentiment, and that's why they're pro-war, because they think it's a winning fucking attitude. They're pro-war because they actually are pro-war. They're pro-war because they are beholden to the main constituents that they only care about, the military-industrial complex, the corporate benefactors that they will always ride for, Israel that they will always put above the interests of the American population. It's a moment of honesty for the Democrats. It's not that they are like, being pushed to take a fucking pro-war position to win some fucking mythical base of support. Nick Mullen, just a heads up to my fellow MAGA posters on here. If you're still supporting Trump 100%, it's going to be a tough fight as he does more 5D chess and completely contradicts everything he campaigned on. I don't want to alarm anybody, but you're going to have to be prepared to suck his dick and eat his cum to prove your loyalty. Possibly also let him bust in your ass. This Patriot, I'm ready. Trusting the plan. I love that. What's really funny is like whenever Nick Mullen posts like this, like Trump supporters would be like, I thought you were racist. Why are you doing this? I don't understand. I thought you were racist like me. I like you because I thought you were racist. And it's like, yeah, because you're stupid. Why are you making fun of, what are you doing? Get out of here, bro. Get out of here, bro. Get the fuck out of here. Okay, Fifi can stay. You get out of here. Yo, Murat looking skinny as hell. Hell yeah, dude. They're saying you're looking skinny as hell, big dog. He said sexy as hell, too. Murat said, if you ever talk about anything that's not war related, I hang out with you, but it's too hard these days because it doesn't realize if I'm not talking about war related stuff, I'm talking about India Air, the Boeing. He's laughing. Yeah. What's up? You want to talk?
It's human tragedy, and I'm not laughing about
it. Okay. Get out of here. Get out of here. Stop. Here is I mean, where are the fucking popularists when it was time to talk about Gaza? That was also an endlessly popular position to stop Israel. And they lost the election because they wanted to defend Israel's baby murder campaign. They were nowhere to be found. Where are the popularists when it comes to modest social democratic initiatives? They're nowhere to be found. It almost feels like they just are looking for a way to try to make it seem as though to try to sell their unpopular agenda with this popularist attitude. Did you read the GOAT Hakeem Jeffrey statement on Iran? Yeah, here. Let's hear what Ro Khanna said, because we're on the Ro Khanna cycle, on the good side of the Ro Khanna cycle right now. And then I'll see what the Democratic leadership has to say.
I thought it'd be useful to show some polling, the first that we have on this. And again, this is early. I think these are fairly dynamic situations that can change. And obviously there are parts of, like, say, Fox News that are trying to change this. But this is the first polling we have. Economist YouGov. Among U.S. adults, should the U.S. military get involved in Iran? That's a big number. Yes, 16%. No, 60%. Don't know, 24%. Among Republicans, yes, 23%. No, 53%. 24% don't know. You surprised by that?
I'm not. I mean, this country is weary and exhausted of war. Frankly, I'd like the Democratic Party at least to be unified in calling for these resolutions, Senator Kaine, Senator Sanders, and mine in the House, to come for a vote. I mean, you should have Senator Schumer was frankly ambiguous in whether he wants to stand against this war. We need to be clearly positioning ourselves against the war. Now, some people will say, oh, there's support when you look at a strike on Fordo to take out the nuclear facility. It's more close in the polls. That's like if you had asked in the Iraq war context, do you want to take out surgically Saddam Hussein? I'm sure you would have gotten support for that. The problem is wars never end that way.
Right.
And it's inevitable. It will draw us into a messier war, and Americans don't want that.
Let's see what my GOAT Hakeem had to say. My statement on the recent developments in the Middle East. Iran is a sworn enemy of the United States and can never be permitted. That's amazing. That's amazing. That's crazy. Iran is a sworn enemy of the United States and can never be permitted to become a nuclear-capable power. Israel has a right to defend itself against escalating Iranian aggression, and our commitment to Israel's security remains ironclad. The authority to declare war belongs solely to the United States Congress. President Trump and his administration must refrain from engaging in offensive military action in Iran without explicit approval of the House of Representatives and the Senate, which we will give. Just do it the right way. Aggressive diplomacy resulting in a longer and stronger agreement that permanently halts Iran's nuclear aspirations is the most appropriate course of action at this time. I can't stand these motherfuckers, man. I can't stand them. I cannot stand these motherfuckers. Here's the translation from Adam Johnson. I agree with every premise of war with Iran, and I think they're a cartoon villain in urgent need of bombing, but before President does so, he must come to Congress so we can rubber stamp it. Thank you. They are so out of step with the popular sentiment here. It is mind-boggling. You got a very unique situation where a westernized American ally that has been presented as the most moral nation and America's most valuable ally in perpetuity is being fucking bombed by what has been presented as cartoonishly evil desert people, and no one in the broader public is even making a fucking peep. They're either too busy making strike compilations and learning fucking Farsi words like bomb and bomb Tel Aviv, or they're just quietly fucking celebrating this shit. And I don't think that's appropriate, for the record. I think that should be condemned. But that is the overall public sentiment. And these dumb fucks are like, no, Israel has a right to defend itself. Like, think about that. This is America. America has hated Muslims in fucking perpetuity post 9/11. And you got this insane situation where the country that has been seen as like the extension of America in the region is being bombed by the country that is the major villain in the region, comprised of like these scary Muslims. And Americans are not letting out a fucking peep. They're not even saying like, oh yeah, we got to stand with Israel. Think about that for a second. Is it because they found Khamenei's old tweets about women and how they are angels that must be preserved? How they are flowers that must flourish? Is that why? Is it because they found Khamenei's old tweets? By the way, Ayatollah Khamenei is the only motherfucker who has gotten the reverse Twitter treatment. This has never happened. Most of the time, when you go back in people's Twitter history, you find horrible things, okay? This guy, on the other hand, is the Islamic fundamentalist leader that is a repressive leader. And they're looking at his past tweets from like 2014, 2015, and realizing he's cute, that he's a cutie pie. It's like you go to a shop. When you come out, your money's gone, but you've bought things. What's important, what you purchased is worth the fortune. What is this? There are Jews living in various countries. In Iran, Jews live respectably because it's their own country, but Zionism is different from Judaism. He's getting the reverse milkshake duck treatment. Normally, yeah, this is his real account. Under normal circumstances, trees and plants are channels to vast and various food resources beneath the earth. They've suffered from man's inconsideration over the past decades. Under normal circumstances, you have like someone who's fucking woke or whatever, okay? You'll find someone who's like woke, and then people will look up will look up their past tweets, and you'll go, oh my God, this guy was a horrible monster. He was like so racist. And then people will cancel him. What's ironic in this circumstance is Ayatollah Khamenei is not supposed to be fucking woke. And people are looking at his past tweets and they're going, oh my God, what a cutie pie. You can't leave all tasks to your wife, then criticize her, even if she's a scientist/politician. Yet when when interacting within family, she's a flower. Ayatollah, the religious fundamentalist Ayatollah, is fucking more of a wife guy and more woke than fucking Playboy Cardi. What is going on? He tweeted about BLM in 2015. That's not surprising. I've talked about this quite a bit. Every single leader around the world will always recognize the oppression of black people, either to win an argument, because they'll have their own forms of oppression against their own domestic population. Recep Tayyip Erdogan is a great example of this. That's like a normal thing over there. A lot of people don't understand this. A lot of people don't recognize it, but like that is a normal thing over there. They'll say the indigenous genocide as well. That's another thing. They'll talk about how the Americans killed the natives. This is like the number one thing that Turkish governments love pointing to whenever people will go like, oh, well, what about the Armenian genocide? They'll be like, what about the indigenous genocide? Okay, it's a big like reverse Uno card. And they'll always talk about like black people being oppressed in America. Some people see this as a way to showcase the hypocrisy of Western nations, but some people also understand it's like a genuine white supremacist struggle that they're going through in the same way that like black people have experienced this domestically in the Western world. They celebrate a day for abolition of slavery, but such crimes are committed against the blacks. Hashtag Eric Garner. Hashtag Trayvon Martin. Hashtag Black Lives Matter. The Ayatollah at the time, Khamenei, was unironically, this is in 2015, was more woke than Barack Obama, the first black president of the United States of America. Women are stronger than men. Women can completely control and influence men with their wisdom and delicacy. Anyway, the point is not that like the Ayatollah is woke, for the record. I'm fucking obviously joking. He is not, okay? and the reason why I brought this up as a sidestep, the reason why I brought this up as a separate point is because I just wanted to bring this up and bring this to your attention because it's been going viral. And I think it's very funny that Americans are recognizing that like you can be a religious figure that is incredibly oppressive while simultaneously having, containing multitudes within sometimes inherently contradictory positions in your assessment of certain things, because turns out they're not fucking cartoon villains that are like comically evil. No one really is. I guess maybe Benjamin Netanyahu. But the other thing I was gonna say is what was I saying? Why was I talking about the Ayatollah? Oh, I was talking about the public sentiment overall. It was just a joke. It was just a jump off point. But like public sentiment has not turned pro-Iran at any point. They're not pro-Ayatollah. No one is going, oh my God, maybe religious fundamentalism is the way. That's not the point. The point is, in spite of people's social conditioning geared towards thinking that these are cartoonishly evil desert people that must be bombed into oblivion. This is the overarching public sentiment in perpetuity to justify the war on terror post 9/11. Despite that kind of attitude that people have, Israel's violence and Israel's arrogance in terms of demanding more from the United States of America has created so much resentment in the Western world that in spite of all that previous social conditioning, people are still either awfully quiet right now and not defending Israel or directly antagonistic to Israel at a time when, under normal circumstances in the past, people would be showing support to Israel and Israeli society.
Israel is fighting a proxy war on behalf of the United Kingdom?
So this right here is a perfect demonstration, I think, and he does like a HasanAbi method here, but this right here is a perfect demonstration of like the broader sentiment I have also seen in my normal conversations with like normies.
Is that the most insane thing anyone's ever heard? Are people right now in the United Kingdom, is their biggest problem Iran? What is this woman speaking of? What is she talking about? What is anyone talking? Is Iran the reason that no one can afford a house? Is Iran the reason that there's fentanyl everywhere? Is Iran the reason that we've got political corruption? Is Russia the reason? Is Iran?
Zoomers might actually be falling for it. They're doing TikTok edits of Khamenei and getting... This is... Dude, this is a boomer bait. This is like when Zoomers were reading the fucking Osama bin Laden. This is boomer bait. Okay? This is to make fucking boomers lose their mind and get scared. Okay? That's it. This is a meme. No one is in fucking favor of the Ayatollah. Okay? No one. I wouldn't even say that the Iranian sentiment towards the Islamic Republic and Ayatollah's governance was reaching a point of like 51% popularity. I would say that there's always been a base of support, of course, in Iran, amongst committed believers, for sure. But the notion that he is like a broadly popular figure is ridiculous. None of that matters, though. None of that matters. He could be the least popular motherfucker on the planet, and it still doesn't matter. You cannot blow up Iran. It's fucking insane. One must ask the question, why, even in a country that is as Islamophobic as America, or even in countries in the Western world who are unimaginably Islamophobic, even in a region that is anti-Shia, like the Middle East, why is the Iranian stocks rising up? Why is the Ayatollah stocks rising up? It's because they're fighting a far greater villain, Israel. That's it. That's it. We already saw this in Yemen. Yemen experienced a major power struggle in the form of a civil war that was propped up by Western-backed Sunni forces with the Saudi Arabian government and the UAE forces. Okay? And on the other side, you have the Ansar Allah movement led by the Al-Houthi family, the Zaydi Shias. Okay? There was a lot of sectarian religious infighting. This was an incredibly bloody affair. Mass famine. Horrible acts of violence. majority overwhelmingly conducted by the Saudi bombing campaign with Western munitions. Having said that, there was a lot of understandable anger within the Yemen population. There was a lot of anger within the at least the Sunni population in Yemen against the Ansar Allah movement. That all changed when the Ansar Allah movement decided to implement a blockade on the Red Sea to defend the Palestinian emancipatory movement, to defend, to try and punish Israel for doing a genocide of the Palestinian population. Virtually the entire country united. Factions that previously fought against the Ansar Allah movement put down their arms in support. They openly fucking said, nope, it's over. We're done. You guys are doing the right thing, and we're with you all the way. I know people from Yemen who are not Shia, who are Sunni, whose family members have been involved against the Ansar Allah movement. They all fucking ride for what they are doing against Israel. They show solidarity now. And the same goes for a lot of people who fucking hated Iran for its actions in Syria. There are a lot of people who hated Iran for being Shia and propping up, you know, sectarian forces and sectarian militias. A similar thing happened with Hezbollah in Lebanon. Hezbollah's popularity always peaks when Israel strikes Lebanon. Always. Lebanon is an incredibly diverse country by design. But once you are seen as actively fighting against American imperialism and by extension, Israeli violence, the population will unite against you. I mean, unite behind you.
And the reason that we have 12 people that own everything in this country is Iran. The reason that we have, an epidemic of poisoned food that's killing people and children. And is Iran the reason for any of this? Is Iran the reason that corporations in America just pillage and leave a trail of death and destruction in their wake? Is Iran the reason we have no health care? I mean, this is the most insane thing I've ever heard. She's saying Iran's the enemy of the UK because people pop off. The mullahs in Iran talk a lot of shit. What are they doing? Did Iran attack the UK? Did Iran attack the United States of America? Is Russia attacking the United Kingdom or the United States of America? Am I wrong? But when she says, just get her out of here. But when she says they're fighting a proxy war on behalf of us, and that's what the Ukraine is doing for Russia. It's on behalf of, number one, it's very dangerous to say because, number one, there's a lot of people in this country that are not trying to get in a war with Russia. I mean, we're not trying to do that. I don't want to be in a war with Russia.
So, this is the normie take. This is the closest to the normie take, which is the attitude that people have towards this stuff is like, why is there so much fucking bloodshed? Why are we spending so much money? Why the fuck are we doing any of this? We shouldn't do this at all. Okay? Like, I don't give a shit that Iran is like religious fundamentalists. And I know for a fact, like, I'm not saying this is my position, by the way. I'm saying that the overall, the broader public sentiment now is basically, I don't fucking care what they're doing over there. Yeah, it's bad, but I don't think bombing them is going to solve it. And if anything, it's going to make things worse. We've seen what has happened in Iraq. We've seen what has happened in Afghanistan. Fix the goddamn potholes. Why the fuck are we fighting this war on behalf of Israel? That's like most people's feelings are that. They don't understand that America and Israel are doing this in a collaborative effort. Maybe sometimes Israel takes on a more militant advisory role that American leadership will abide by because it benefits their overarching interests regardless. But it doesn't matter. Americans are not making this calculation from that perspective. They literally think, oh, Israel's like calling the fucking shots here. Israel's calling the goddamn shots here. And it is ridiculous that we're going to fucking war with Israel. We're going to war with Iran at the behest of Israel. What the fuck did Iran do? Here's another point for the normie take.
Into a war with Iran or not, America, if Israel is trying to, I don't trust the Israel leader at all. I don't believe anything that guy says. And I don't think that our soldiers should have to go and defend stuff that they start. I'm not a soldier, so I'm obviously speaking out of turn. I'm not even brave enough to serve, so there's that element. But that is kind of how I feel, I guess. And so it's like, yeah, when do I speak? When do I say that? You know? Because it feels like they're trying to push Trump to go do that. And it's like, who makes that choice? Does he make that choice? And then what do we get? You know, what's the win for us? We're just involved in some other thing while we have suffering here at home. So maybe something like that is like, yeah. Do I have, should I even speak up? Because I'm not in service. Servicemen and women may be like, we'll do it, you know, and that's their commitment and their job. But yeah, I don't know. That guy really scares me. And I don't know why we support them. I don't understand that. I wish they would really give us a better explanation, you know, especially after the massacres in Gaza.
You guys are trying to make me actually want to kill myself from you guys make fun of and not accepting the fact that people who support Trump are not all bad. What are you, dude? You're talking about a dude whose fucking podcast I've been on. What the fuck are you talking about? A dude who I communicate with all the goddamn time. Asshole. What are you saying?
I don't understand. I do not understand that. And some people say, well, you don't know enough about it. That may, and I may not. But it's like, can I still speak about it? Can I speak about how I feel about it?
Even the very fact that there's like a level of concern about the backlash that he might receive as a consequence of the backlash that he already received when speaking out against Israel doing a genocide, like that fear in and of itself is another thing that certainly breeds resentment towards Israel. Like I've said before, Americans are somewhat selfish, okay? They're selfish people. And as selfish people, even if they think, oh, that's just war going on over there, even from the perspective of like, why are our tax dollars going to defend Israel is a real fucking point of consideration for the average American. Why are we spending so much money on Israel? Why are our politicians so servile to Israel? Why are we going to war with Iran at the behest of Israel? And last but not least, why can't I say anything about this without receiving a tremendous amount of scrutiny, without people fucking yelling at me and maybe even getting me in trouble? All of these things combined breed tremendous resentment towards Israel. Okay? From the average person's perspective, they don't make this calculation of like, well, imperialism is the final stage of capitalism. It's an absolute necessity. When profit rates have a tendency to decline, we have to constantly seek out newer markets to dominate by military force and be an ever-present force of dominance around the planet so that we can enjoy, cheap T-shirts and cheap commodities here. Like, they don't think about being a firm and committed part of the labor aristocracy. These are not calculations that people are making. They're not thinking about Israel's role in American foreign policy. They're just looking at Israel as this foreign country that is seemingly more important than the average American. That is precisely the reason why when Ted Cruz unironically is being honest about the role that Israel plays, or when Merz is honest about the role that Israel plays doing our dirty work, that's what he said, the German chancellor, they're right, they're correct. But the average person doesn't recognize that because they just think it's a foreign country. Why the fuck are we constantly at war? It also, even if we were to go to war, even if it was not at the behest of Israel, and Americans realize that, like, we were just doing this, just like with the war in Iraq, okay? That still breeds resentment over time where you're like, why are we spending so much goddamn money on this shit, dude? Why are we not spending the goddamn money on us, on ourselves? What the fuck is going on here?
You know, moments like that, like when do I?
There is a reason why I don't fucking actively rail against Theo, in spite of the fact that he says stuff like this and then still hangs out with, like, you know, Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, who is most responsible for a lot of the instability in this region with his Abraham Accords, right? The reason why I don't fucking do that is because he still has an empathetic voice of reason for a lot of fucking Republicans who can have their minds changed, okay? Do you understand? You sometimes have to be cool, be chill. Recognize the different roles that people like this play. You honestly said that about Ethan Decline? Yeah, except I would have been fine with Ethan Decline and his behavior if he didn't actually make himself the voice of antagonism towards anyone who is pro-Palestine. Theo doesn't do that. So what are you talking about? It's not dissimilar to my calculation with Bernie Sanders. As long as you don't stand in the way of people who might even be more radical than you, as long as you don't have this like level of fucking deep resentment that is borderline derangement in terms of trying to silence anyone and everyone that says what Israel is doing is fucking insane, then yeah, I'm not going to spend quite a bit of time shitting on you. I thought you were done talking about him. I don't know. Someone just brought it up. It's for 1 second. Calm the fuck down, you know?
For a second morning running, the southern Israeli city of Beersheba, struck by an Iranian ballistic missile. 5 people suffered minor injuries and were taken to the local hospital, itself damaged in yesterday's strike. Israel's missile defenses have shielded the country from much of the incoming from Iran, but they aren't impermeable.
For the record, some of you guys are not using this opportunity to have some serious conversations with your friends and family members and like try to pull them away from the MAGA movement, not realizing that the tea leaves have changed, the tea leaves have shifted in your direction, and you're demanding perfect allegiances and not realizing that this is an opportunity to create a, albeit imperfect, but much stronger allegiance. You understand? Like, this is an immediate contradiction. This is a promise that Trump made that is directly in opposition of what he's doing now. Okay? This is your moment. Instead of running around and trying to, for example, gatekeep how right you were or gatekeep activism, this is your opportunity to talk to liberals who are angry and resentful with the lack of motion from the Democratic Party. This is your opportunity to talk to Republicans. And there are so many of them all around that are looking at the situation and going, why the fuck are we doing this for Israel? What is this? What is going on? What the hell? I don't want to go to war with Iran. I don't give a shit about this. Mainstream media understands that this is a moment of instability, which is why they're unified. They're showing a unified front to consistently churn out propaganda that looks for a new permission structure and tries to design consent to the best of their ability to go to war with Iran. And some of you motherfuckers are not using this opportunity to speak to your fellow citizens who are absolutely like-minded and on your side on this fucking issue. They don't have to be on your side on every issue. Just take the gains you can make. Start the conversation. Start the fucking conversation. Organize. Be like, hey, isn't this strange? Don't be antagonistic. Be kind to one another. How do you call mainstream media a bunch of liars without sounding nutty? What do you mean? I think that's the popular position anyway. The idea that the media lies all the time is something that everyone has experienced at a certain point. Like at this point, there is an issue that everyone has seen that is directly at odds with broader public sentiment and what they have seen with their own two eyes versus what the media is fucking covering. For the super progressive or for the empathetic, you can point to the Gaza coverage. You can point to Israel coverage. Immediately people go, oh, that's fucked up. You can point to historic fuck-ups that weren't really fuck-ups, but historic moments where like the media wanted the manufacturer consent to go to war with Iraq, for example. Everybody recognizes that. Even for some of the most, like reactionary right, they already hate the media, so you don't have to do much more.
The military says it prevented a larger planned attack on Beersheba by targeting 3 Iranian ballistic missile launches and what it said was a military commander near a launch site.
We have many targets to strike. We have been preparing for the length of this operation. As we deepen our strikes, we allow ourselves to continue this operation for longer. We will continue to do that until we achieve all goals of the operation.
Tehran once again coming under fire overnight. Israel saying 60 warplanes dropped 120 bombs targeting missile production sites and one facility involved in Iran's nuclear program. Iran's foreign minister saying Tehran will not negotiate while under attack.
It is the Americans who are seeking negotiations. They have sent messages multiple times, including very serious ones. But we have explicitly told them that as long as the aggression and attacks continue, there is simply no room for talk of dialogue or diplomacy. We are in a legitimate state of self-defense.
He is, though, preparing to meet European foreign ministers who've gathered in Geneva today, while the French president is repeating calls for a negotiated end to the fighting.
One, nothing justifies strikes on energy infrastructure and civilian populations. Nothing. And two, we absolutely must prioritise a return to substantive negotiations that include the nuclear issue, moving towards zero enrichment, ballistics, and limiting Iranian activities and capabilities, and the financing of all the terrorist groups destabilising the region.
The crucial decision remains President Trump's, whether to join Israel in attacking Iran. In particular, whether to use America's so-called massive ordnance penetrator bombs on the subterranean nuclear site at Fordo.
I have a message directly from the president, and I quote, "Based on the fact that there's a substantial chance of negotiations that may or may not take place with Iran in the near future, I will make my decision."
You're such a good, sane example for your audience. My preconception about your stream was way wrong. Hell yeah, chatter. Well, thank you for being here.
Whether or not to go within the next 2 weeks.
But is that a firm deadline from a commander-in-chief contemplating the grave decision of committing America to a new war, or a go-to rhetorical device? In short, what exactly is a Donald Trump fortnight?
Since his first time in office, President Trump has often relied on a 2-week metric, promising big answers, tough solutions, new policies, and even decisions on some of those pressing issues.
You trust President Putin? You know, in about 2 weeks.
In your mind, is Ukraine doing enough to get this?
I'd rather tell you in about 2 weeks from now.
Do you still believe that Putin actually wants to end the war?
I can't tell you that, but I'll let you know in about 2 weeks. Over the next 2-3.
Macron is one of the only Western leaders who seems not to be completely out of touch. No, it's actually precisely because he is completely out of touch that he is presenting himself as a voice of reason when it comes to foreign policy. On the domestic front, he has completely lost support. So he's trying to do his very best to maintain relevance right now. And that's the reason why he's making these sorts of decisions. It's so you feel this way. He is spineless. He is not honest about his intentions. He's not going to turn around and like actually do something about Israel. There's no real motion there. The only reason why he's doing it is because he wants to. He recognizes the momentum that the major opposition party, HasanAbi, has, and they have been a resilient voice in this process against Israel, and his public sentiment is shifted in their favor. Macron recognizes that, and considering that like foreign policy is the only place where he has any control left, because he has no control on the domestic front, he is trying to do his very best to be like, I'm a foreign policy guy, and he is trying to hold on to some semblance of popularity by saying the right things, even though it's too little, too late.
3 weeks. In about 2 weeks. Within 2 weeks. In 2 weeks. In 2 weeks. You'll be hearing about it a lot more in the next 2 weeks. Maybe in 100 years from now, maybe in 2 weeks.
Iran state TV this morning releasing new images of ballistic missile.
What is in touch about him wanting to limit Iran's ballistic capabilities, funding militias in the region, as well as stopping them getting nukes? Oh, no. Make no mistake. He's still a Western leader at the end of the day. What are you talking about? 100%. That's how Western leadership looks at the situation. They all, because that is the honesty that remains in the process. So when Merz in Germany, the Chancellor of Germany, Merz, says Iran or Israel is doing our dirty work, that is a significantly more honest approach to the subject matter. It's an unpopular approach to the subject matter, but it's one that has a brutal honesty to it in the way that Western foreign policy works. That's why I said Macron is being dishonest and he's spineless. Do you see what I'm saying? It's just asking Iran to be sitting ducks like how the Lebanese government and the army is. Yes, yes, yes. These are, first of all, Iran is perhaps too sovereign for its own good, okay? Iran has often remained very restrained, while also simultaneously refusing to work with other larger superpowers. And it's kind of an issue for them right now. But having said that, it's also part of the reason why they are kind of sitting ducks a little bit right now. I don't know where it will go, except Russia, but like even barely, and barely with China too. I feel like Iran has better ties with the Democratic People's Republic of Korea than they do with fucking China. Like more resilient ties with North Korea than they do with China.
Launches. One consideration for Trump, possible strikes on US troops in the region. Another one, increasingly public divisions within his own political base, promised an end to military interventions far from home. In Israel, despite the damage and death being dealt by Iranian strikes, there is still overwhelming public support for military action. And if the Prime Minister is disappointed by Trump's 2-week delay, he's not showing it, telling an interviewer last night it's up to the US President to do what's in the interests of his country, while he acts in Israel's interests.
Our primary objective is to stop the nuclear program and remove it as a threat. The second goal is to halt the advancement of ballistic capabilities, also to remove it as a threat. In the process, it's clear the regime is destabilizing.
I will say one other thing. If I am a part of the leadership structure of any of these Sunni Arab countries right now, I'm looking at what Iran is doing, and I'm looking at all the fucking favors that they're winning over from my population, and I'm really, really reconsidering the ways in which I've dealt with the Israel question so far. Because let me tell you something. It's not going to be a wave of fucking support for Shia Islam in these countries, but toothpaste is out of the tube at this point. Okay? Toothpaste is out of its fucking tube. Anyone that strikes back at Israel wins tremendous favor in the region. And stands to gain overwhelming popularity. Lol, what are you talking about? They live for Israel? I know the leadership does, but the population doesn't. And you can't even beef up enough like sectarian infighting against Shias. And if you can't do that, then people are going to start asking questions about why Shia leadership has shown more courage to stand up for the Palestinians than you have. All of these supposed Sunni leaders in the region that act as though they are brave defenders of the Ummah have been awfully fucking quiet and have defended Israel unconditionally, as a matter of fact. Kind of weird. Kind of weird.
We're also hitting government-related targets and centres of power. You've seen this with the broadcast centre, and there's more to come. But the matter of regime change is, first and foremost, up to the Iranians.
Never seen so many Arabs supporting Iran. It was something near impossible to imagine a few years back. Saudi-funded Muslim World League chief tells Britons to avoid talking about Gaza to integrate. Fucking animals. Oh, yeah.
Iranian people.
In the context of this first week of war, the last 24 hours have been relatively quiet. Tehran's streets this morning, markedly so. But Israel is talking of more targets, deeper strikes. Iran promising to fight back, not negotiate under fire. Few illusions then that this is yet close to coming to an end. Well, joining me now is Sir Richard Dalton, a former UK ambassador to Tehran. Sir Richard, thank you very much for joining us.
What do I say to my Sunni relatives that keep bringing up shit that Iran has done in Syria and such when I bring up Iran in a positive light? I don't know. Look at the current fucking Sunni leadership in Syria and how much they are playing a role in defending Israel's interests, allowing Israel to fly over the Sunni controlled Shia airspace. What little role they've played so far when Israel came in and destroyed all of their fucking anti-air defenses and their remaining air force and all their weapons stockpiles. They have no sovereignty. They have become a complete puppet state. as I said, was going to happen.
We have the Iranian foreign minister heading to Geneva today to talk to his European counterparts. Where do you put the current Iranian position?
I think that there is scope to go back to what Witkoff and IRANxISRAEL in their previous discussions had initialed.
Assad was definitely more of an Israel puppet than Jelani. Brother, Assad was weak. He was despotic. He was brutal. He was ruthless. And yes, he certainly played a role in Israel's espionage, by my assessment at least, Israel's espionage in the region. Okay? I think it's not an accident that Mossad was able to deeply penetrate the IRGC in the ways that they did. But if you fucking think that Jolani is not an even bigger puppet, you are delusional. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about, dude? You guys are coping in spectacular fashion. Not saying Jelani is great, but it's very early. Yeah, it's the amount of copium coming out of you is hilarious. Yeah, when Assad fell, Israel destroyed all of Syria's air defenses and Jelani did nothing. I wonder why. And you would say, oh, what could he have done? Sure. They dismantled any fucking remaining Palestinian leadership or Palestinian militancy in the country. They demanded that they fucking put down their arms and get the fuck out of Syria. Assad was selfish and weak and therefore played ball with Israel, certainly. Okay? He did. Partially the reason why he also played ball with Iran. But under Assad's leadership, Syria was a logistical hub for Iran to send weapons into Hezbollah, to Lebanon. That doesn't exist anymore. Syria has no defenses either. Its entire governance structure is now led by coalition forces that were trained by NATO or former Al-Qaeda militants like Jolani himself. Like, they have nothing. Syria currently has no sovereignty. Turkey and Israel are basically experiencing a little bit of conflict on what pieces of the Syrian territory is going to be under their rulership. And you guys are talking about how Jolani is actually, more anti-Israel than Assad is. Come on.
Namely, for Iran to revert to the very highest levels of transparency ever imposed on any member of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Second, to remove through export or dilution all the controversial stocks of uranium enriched to 60% and to commit either to a suspension of all enrichment while negotiations on a long-term agreement continue. So I think it's possible to see the war ending with a first stage agreement that builds on those elements. And we have to see how rigid Israel and the United States are likely to be.
And into that calculation comes this.
Your country is literally supplying the weapons for the genocide and you're blaming the devastated countries of weapons made in the U.S. Get a grip. They have no choice but diplomacy. I'm not only just shitting on America in this involvement, I'm also shitting on Turkey for what role Turkey also played in Syria. You understand that, right? I'm not the one who is defending the actions. I'm not the one who's defending the actions of a puppet regime. that was designed to be this way and offering talking points for why they are the way that they are. Having said that, of course, I wish the Syrian population an act of sovereignty, hopefully, one day.
This idea of a 2-week delay that Donald Trump has imposed on the whole process, saying that he wants that length of time to decide whether or not to use US military force. Where does that leave Iran? Where does that leave the process, in your view?
Well, one should mention first the significant doubts in military circles that in the United States that even their weaponry is able to destroy the Fordo plant. This is the one that's buried under scores of meters of rock, and which is a serious worry for those who think that Iran might one day take a decision to develop a nuclear weapon. So maybe President Trump has realized what the rest of us knew, that a diplomatic agreement in which Iran willingly reverts to measures which give the world an assurance that it will never have a nuclear weapon and that there is a negligible risk of diversion of nuclear materials to military purposes. Maybe he is moving in that direction. If so, we could be optimistic. If not, and he's insisting on absolutely no nuclear enrichment for civil purposes inside Iran, we may have a problem. We don't know how inflexible the supreme leader of Iran will be. There is a point beyond which it is politically untenable in Iran for him to concede.
As far as the Israelis are concerned, there is this.
I don't think Hasan knows how much Assad oppresses his own people. No, I do. I'm not a fan of Assad at all. I'm simply stating that the Syrian quote-unquote revolution that took place is not really, no one even really calls it a revolution, is not a real popular revolution. It was propped up and backed by Western interests to serve the exact purpose of the current Syrian puppet state is serving. That's it.
Talk from a number of military analysts, former generals and intelligence officials saying, look,
it's ironic to talk about Syria this way, for the record, because like the Syrian plan is what America would love to do in Iran. You understand? Like what Western governments want to do in Iran is basically either some version of Libya or some version of Syria. Both are fucking horrible for the Iranian population. Do you see what I mean?
nothing could be worse than the current regime in Iran. So whatever happens, if it were to be collapsed, would be a good thing. As someone who served, I believe, in the region at the height of the aftermath of the Iraq invasion, there will be people worried that what comes after the current Iranian regime could be potentially considerably worse, or at least extremely destabilizing for the region.
Our experience in Iraq and Afghanistan shows that wars don't solve internal problems. You have to.
Same thing as Iraq, right? I mean, yeah, but Iraq is different because like it was a full-blown military campaign, boots on the ground military warfare. So it's all the same. It works in the same exact way. Having said that, however, there are limitations. Okay? There are limitations to what you can get away with. And that's why I said it's partially Libya, partially Syria. With Syria, you had deep civil unrest, incredibly weak and incredibly violent leadership that America could take advantage of. Okay? Propping up different armed factions, offering logistics, offering training to different armed factions, Kurds on the one side, NATO-backed Turkish forces on the other side, ISIS at certain points as well, and ISIS-backed or ISIS-adjacent Salafist militancy like HTS former Al-Qaeda, right? You can't really do that in Iran because it's a competent nation state that is still repressive, and that repression is a national security flaw for Iran, as we have seen in the Mossad operations that took place in Iran. But it's not like they don't have the same smoke and they don't have the same capabilities as they did in Syria, because the Syrian civil war was long, convoluted. It was extended conflict that gave the opportunity to create these militancies. Assad's violence also created a real, and this is correct, it was actually a popular uprising in 2011 in Syria. Maybe it got co-opted when violence broke out, because the regime decided to respond with violence. But the idea that the Arab Spring was somehow CIA is such a blind spot that many on the left and the West have, no, that's not my assessment at all. A lot of the color revolutions and a lot of the Arab Spring revolutions started off, as it usually does, with real popular resentment, real popular mobilization. It just very quickly gets co-opted by Western interests. That is my point. That is, I'm basically describing that to you right now. Two things can be true at the same time, and in this circumstance, it is. Now, as far as I have seen, all the analysis that I've read, it doesn't seem like there is enough bandwidth to be able to do that in Iran. While the repressive and sometimes violent forces in Iranian government still exist, it doesn't seem to have reached the standard of Assad. It is a more competent form of governance, albeit still repressive, still very violent, but significantly more competent. And you see that with the foreign policy decisions that the Ayatollah makes. You see that with the domestic politics on allowing like different pressure valves for Iranian society after tremendous struggle from real popular uprisings in Iran. And there's still a much, this is a much longer battle. Okay. Having said that, it would perhaps resemble Libya more for that reason, because it can't look like Iraq, because you cannot do boots on the ground military warfare. Like, you cannot do, the American forces with its endless might and its endless support is completely incapable of doing boots on the ground military warfare in a nation state like Iran with 92 million people, that is basically a fucking mountainous territory that is like a castle, like a natural castle. It is very, very difficult. So they can't do the Iraq version, okay? They can't do the Iraq version of destabilization. It seems like they are trying but failing to do the Syrian style of destabilization, especially because Israel's bombing campaigns, I think, destroyed any opportunity to do a Syrian style foment, really push the public popular resentment towards the Iranian government to an untenable situation, force the government to respond in incredibly violent ways, as they have in the past. The Iranian government has done this already, stamping out dissent and being endlessly repressive and endlessly violent. But they can't do the Syrian style. So the only opportunity that remains is the Libya style intervention, where you do bombing campaigns with NATO forces, as they did in Libya, and hope that like some armed militancy will end up killing the head of state. And I would say, as far as all of these countries, if we are looking at atrocities in the aftermath of Western intervention, Libya is the worst possible outcome. And I think a lot of Iranians, given their history, given their background, given their understanding of what comes after Western intervention, are terrified of that prospect. They're not stupid. They're a very well-read population. They're a very educated population. The average Middle Eastern uncle has more knowledge of American foreign policy than American State Department think tanks have. Okay? They're forced into learning everything that's going on. The Persian unks and aunties, they see everything that has taken place in the region. They understand what Western intervention looks like. There might be resentment. There certainly is, but does it meet the standard of demanding Western military intervention? I don't think so. It doesn't seem to be the case. Oops, we're effing a little bit. Small f, hold. Hold. Hold on. Hold on to your butts. What the fuck is happening, dude? God damn. All right, let's run the speed test real quick. Speed test check. Okay, I'm beginning to recognize that what is going on might be a GPU related thing. It might be a GPU related thing. Internet service provider shows. I think I have an issue with my computer. It was a big F. Hold. I don't know how many seconds the chat is behind, but I'm going to test it in a second. Put up the number 3 if you see me. We're testing the delay. Number 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. What the fuck? 22, 23. Okay, that's like 20, 24. Oops, I actually did it without doing the count. All right, we're back. We should be back. I didn't even do the count this time. I just hit it. I just hit it. And we're back. Testing it out. Hit the number 4 if you see this. Testing the delay. Okay, delay's gone. Great. The Piker Broadcasting Service is brought to you by Endless Delays. If you want to stop the delays, please subscribe. The way we test out the delays of the Piker Broadcasting Service is by subscribing. You can show your support and subscribe and show whether or not there is an endless delay on the broadcast by offering a $6 a month subscription, offering gifted subs to other people who can also use the cool badges and the opportunity to be able to send me links, some of which I will not actually click on. Or you can subscribe for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. The Piker Broadcasting Service is brought to you by the viewers for viewers like you. Thank you. You constantly prefacing Iran and how violent and oppressive it is contributes to manufacturing consent for all this. Iran is way less violent than, say, the U.S. or Germany. But why don't you preface talking about them in that way? No, that's something that I also factor into this conversation all the time. Iran is far, far more restrained in its foreign policy, far less violent, even in its foreign policy in matters of intervention than motherfucking Israel ever would be, than America ever could be. This is not even a matter of debate. This is just the absolute truth. It is the exact same thing that I say about Hamas as well. It's not even a question. Not even a question. I am not manufacturing consent for regime change in Iran. Make no mistake. I would love for Iran to be a democratic, secular, socialist state. That would be fucking fantastic. That would be the best. That wouldn't change America's opinion on Iran. That wouldn't change America's calculation on Iran. Not even a little bit. But that is up to the Iranian people. And the Iranian people are not going to do that on their own, especially when they're fucking being bombed by the United States of America and Israel. There's a reason why I consistently bring up social repression in places like Saudi Arabia, as a matter of fact. Saudi Arabia is just as, if not more, fundamentalist than Iran is, and yet nobody ever makes a peep about that. I wonder why. Perhaps it's because they are aligned with Israel and America's interests in the region. I don't think there's any reason to lie about social forces in Iran. I think it's important to recognize social repression that is a ever-present problem for Iranian society, especially because it quite literally factors in to the calculation when speaking on national security interests from the Iranian perspective. You understand? The social repression of the government plays a role in the calculation of the public.
And the Congo will be doing a peace settlement, probably coming in on Monday or Tuesday. We're going to be signing it up, and we've stopped a very vicious war. So that was an honor for me to be involved. I want to thank J.D. Vance for a great job, and also our Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has done a fantastic job. So Rwanda, long-term war with the Congo, a very bloody war. They're all bloody, but this was a really bloody one.
They were democratic, secular initially in 1979 when the revolution occurred. Wait, what? Then the U.S. used Iraq to invade, which bolstered the Ayatollahs. Oh, you're saying in its initial implementation, they were in the initial revolution. I thought you were trying to say when the Shah was in power. I was like, that's crazy. No. He was saying when the Iranian revolution happened, it was not simply a revolution backed by like Islamist fundamentalist forces. It was a proletarian revolution, which is true. You are right. This chatter is 100% correct. Then the U.S. used Iraq to invade, which bolstered the Ayatollahs. Also, the social repression is overblown for much of the Shia population. Let's be for real. That chatter is correct. The Iranian revolution did not happen simply with Islamist fundamentalist forces. That's wrong. That's not correct. It was a coalition. It was a coalition. Of course, yes, the division in the aftermath of the war, gave righteous cause to the Ayatollah to stamp out and destroy any sort of secular socialist forces that contributed to the Iranian Revolution. Part of that was because, and this is the age-old equation for Western forces, they would rather have Islamist fundamentalists in power, thinking that they are a less dangerous force than one that could align, a socialist force that could align with the USSR, God forbid.
Is going to be making peace with Congo, and they can get on to.
They're also easily positioned as like anti-West because they are. And what makes these countries popular, or what makes this leadership popular, is being anti-West. And the easiest way to show that you are an incorruptible anti-West force that will maintain sovereignty for your respective countries is by beefing up the Islam side of things. That is unironically how Hamas rose to power as well in the democratic elections that were put together by the American government. After decades of the so-called peace process failing to give sovereignty to the Palestinians, and all of the forces that were supposedly in charge of this so-called peace process being seen as collaborators with the West, because they were, and collaborators with Israel because they were, the Palestinian population was looking for an alternative, an uncorruptible force that was willing to engage in acts of militancy. Hamas was running on an anti-corruption ticket. That's how they fucking won the elections initially. And then what did the American forces do? They put up a fucking coup, which failed, which then further emboldened Hamas and caused them to take complete control over the Gaza Strip. This was, in my opinion, also a failed calculation on the Israeli part, the assumption that Hamas was barbaric, Islamist, and would be much easier to deal with from the perspective of the West. Scary Muslim guys are inherently antagonistic to the West, are much easier to gain support when you're destroying them. Like you can win favors in the West by saying, well, these are scary Muslim terrorist guys, over and over again, as opposed to a guy like a guy that's like a secular socialist writer, a Christian Palestinian, who can be convincing and charismatic. The problem with Israel's miscalculation with Hamas, however, is that Hamas was more open towards gaining secular support than they thought Hamas would be. That is a major issue. Hamas is invested primarily in the emancipation of Palestinians. They're not invested in like doing some sort of like Salafist jihad or anything like that. They're not. Their only goal, their sole singular goal, is to engage in acts of militancy that work towards the emancipation of Palestinians. And in that process, they have time and time again defended West Bank Palestinians through acts of militancy, while also simultaneously making demands that would be that would go against their supposed interest of constantly maintaining dominance over the Palestinian population, is the way that Israeli envoys claim that they're doing, that they're like these corrupt, that there are these corrupt people that want to fucking dominate the lives of Palestinians and make money in the process or whatever. If that was the case, they would not be actively demanding through their militancy the release of popular figures that are significantly more popular than Hamas.
Making trade deals with the United States and other places and have a much more normal form of life. We're very honored by that. As you know, we did a very great job with India and Pakistan, and we had India in. It looks like we're going to be making a trade deal with India. And we had Pakistan in. It looks like we're going to be making a trade deal.
I love this title. My intelligence community is wrong, Trump.
With Pakistan, and it's a beautiful thing to watch. Serbia, Kosovo, likewise, they've been fighting for years, and as you know, we brought that one to a conclusion. And now we have a couple of big ones. We have Russia, Ukraine, which is making a little bit of progress. and we have Israel, and nobody really knows what that one is all about. We're going to find out pretty soon, I guess.
Mr. President, the Iranian foreign minister this afternoon said if the U.S. is serious about negotiations, that you would call up Israel and request that they stop their airstrikes. Will you make that request?
Well, I think it's very hard to make that request right now. If somebody's winning, it's a little bit harder to do than if somebody's losing. But we're ready, willing, and able, and we've been speaking to Iran, and we'll see what happens.
Mr. President, what was the thought process behind the 2-week timetable?
Just time to see whether or not people come to their senses.
Mr. President, did the Europeans help at all in talking with the Iranians?
No, they didn't help. No. Iran doesn't want to speak to Europe. They want to speak to us. Europe is not going to be able to help in this one.
20 years ago, you were skeptical of a Republican administration that attacked a Middle East country on the idea of questionable intelligence of weapons of mass destruction. How is this moment different with Iran?
Well, there were no weapons of mass destruction. I never thought there were. And that was somewhat pre-nuclear. You know, there was a nuclear age, but nothing like it is today. And it looked like I'm right about the material that they've gathered already. It's a tremendous amount of material. And I think within a matter of weeks, or certainly within a matter of months, they're going to be able to have a nuclear weapon. We can't let that happen. I was very much opposed to Iraq. I said it loud and clear, but I was a civilian, but I guess I got a lot of publicity. But I was very much opposed to the Iraq war. And I actually did say, don't go in, don't go in, don't go in. But I said, if you're going to go in, keep the oil. But they didn't do that.
What intelligence do you have that Iran is building a nuclear weapon? Your intelligence community has said they have no evidence that they are at this point.
Well, then my intelligence community is wrong. Who in the intelligence community said that?
Your director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard.
She's wrong.
My intelligence community sucks. My lawyers can't do shit. All I want to do is foment war with Iran, and my intelligence community is fucking up the bag. Why won't they say, "Am Israel high"? The only reporter asking real questions so far, pushing back as opposed to when will you nuke Iran, sir? Yeah. Everyone only cares about when will you nuke Iran, please? Nuke Iran, queen? Nuke Iran tonight, queen? A little bit of, can we have a crumb of nuking Iran, please?
Mr. President, are the Chinese in any way helping Iran at this moment? We're hearing reports of mysterious planes landing in Iran from China.
See, right back to the good stuff.
I don't know. They say that they're there to take people out, but I can't tell you about that. I get along very well with China. Get along very well with President Xi. I like him. He likes me. We have a very good relationship. We'll see what happens. I can't imagine them getting involved.
Is this decision that you need to make on Iran, whether to strike militarily, is this the biggest decision you'll have to make as president?
Well, I can't tell you that. I have to see what happens. I can't, really say that. It depends what the decision is. But I wouldn't really be able to tell you that now. I'll tell you in about a year from now, maybe 5 years or 10 years from now. You never know about decisions. You never really know.
Would you support a ceasefire while the negotiations happen?
I might, depending on the circumstances.
Would you?
Former Congressman Matt, it's very hard to stop. I will say this. It's very hard to stop when you look at it. Israel's doing well in terms of war. And I think you would say that Iran is doing less well. It's a little bit hard to get somebody to stop.
Sir, Liam Cosgrove was here. Former Congressman Matt Gaetz threw out an interesting idea suggesting that if you were to broker a deal where nuclear inspectors go into both Israel and Iran, that you could win a Nobel Peace Prize, and they might even rename it the Trump Peace Prize. Did you hear those? What do you think of that?
Well, they should give me...
Oh my God, what is happening, dude? What the fuck is happening? What is going on, brother? How is this a real question? How do you go home at night and think to yourself that you are providing a valuable service Is it worth the fucking 60 grand a year that you make? What is happening? You have an unprecedented opportunity through historic times to just like ask a halfway decent question.
The Nobel Prize for Rwanda, and if you look at the Congo, or you could say Serbia, Kosovo, you could say a lot of them. You could say, I mean, the big one is India and Pakistan. I should have gotten it 4 or 5 times. I should get it for the, I would think the Abraham Accords would be a good one too. But what do you? They won't give me a Nobel Peace Prize because they only give it to liberals.
Would you support Iran being able to have nuclear, or would you support Iran being able to have civilian nuclear energy capabilities up to 3.76%?
You know, they're sitting on the top of one of the largest piles of oil in the world. I just don't know why they need that for civilian.
Bro, they're a fucking whole ass sovereign nation. What do you mean? Why don't they just use oil? What is this nuclear? Just use the oil. Like, why are you getting to make these decisions for a whole ass other country, man? Also, I don't like it when I hear any American politician talk about another country's oil reserves, okay? That in my mind instantly is ringing alarm bells no matter why he's bringing it up. You should be never talking about oil reserves, okay? Yeah, it's the, did somebody say oil? Does anyone have that meme? It's a bit of a boomer meme at this point, but.
Some new oil rigs over here.
Don't fucking say that.
Did somebody say oil?
This is the worst version of that fucking meme. Jesus Christ, I couldn't find a better one. This is the first one that came up.
Welcome to the rice field, motherfucker.
You know, it's one thing for certain countries to say, hey, I want to have a certain amount where I can go.
Why the fuck would they use Creedence? That's the opposite of a patriotic song. No, they're using Creedence correctly. They're using both War Pigs and Creedence Clearwater correctly in both instances. They're actually joking about. They're saying that America goes to war only for oil. It's an anti. Those are both anti-military memes, anti-militarism memes. What the hell?
Nuclear a little bit because
or not. Oh, that wasn't War Pig. Sorry, that was Paranoid.
We need it for electricity, we need it for air conditioners, etc. But when you're sitting on one of the largest oil piles anywhere in the world, it's a little bit hard to see why you need that. Yeah.
Are you concerned that Iran or its proxies would wage terror attacks against American targets abroad if you order military action?
We're always concerned about that, and we have to take them out and be very strong. You're even.
Oh my God.
See why you need that? Yeah.
Are you concerned that Iran or its proxies would wage terror attacks against American targets abroad if you order military action?
We're always concerned about that, and we have to take them out and be very strong. You're even in danger talking to me right now. Do you know that? You are in danger talking to me right now. So I should probably get out of here, but you guys are actually in danger. Can you believe it?
One more, Mr. President. Is it still your expectation that NATO countries spend 5% of their GDP on defense spending?
Well, I think they should do that. I don't think we should, but I think they should. We've been supporting NATO so long. In many cases, I believe paying almost 100% the cost. So I don't think we should, but I think that the NATO countries should, absolutely.
And if a country like Spain decides not to?
Well, NATO's going to have to deal with Spain. Spain's been a very low payer. They were always a very low payer. They were either good negotiators or they weren't doing the right thing. I mean, I think Spain has to pay what everybody else has to pay. Spain has been notorious for low pay. You know who else was a low payer, just about the lowest? A place called Canada. Because Canada said, why should we pay when the United States will protect us free? And they've been right about that.
ICE. Ukraine, you've been making progress towards a peace deal, but I don't know if you know this, but Lindsey Graham and Mike Pompeo were there on the ground in Ukraine, seemingly doing the opposite, trying to provoke the Ukrainians to keep fighting. What do you think of that?
Well, we're going to see, and people have to be very careful with what they say. They got to be very careful with their mouth, because their mouth can get them into a lot of trouble.
One more. ICE. ICE has said that they're trying to arrest up to 3,000 individuals a day. There are some communities that are saying they are fearful of being wrongfully detained or separating some families, even if they're undocumented. Is the fear in some of these communities worth the deportations of these undocumented individuals, a mass deportation program?
It's a tough subject because, look, we have farmers. I love farmers. I won 80%, 85% of the farmers, and I love them, and I'm never going to do anything to hurt our farmers. And you can also say the leisure business, etc. There are some businesses where you have a disproportionate amount of people that are the people that you're talking about. At the same time, we have to get the criminals out of our country.
Yeah, except you're not doing that because that's not real. Because the overwhelming majority of people are the people that you're now saying we shouldn't be going after. This is literally the same course correction that happened with abortion. I'm losing my fucking mind. All it does is just harm people in the process. Every single time, dude. Every single time. And what's worse, what I think will breed even more hostility towards Trump, even though liberals are so fucking stupid and don't say anything, is the fact that they recognize, like the administration obviously recognizes and always did, that this was simply to make white supremacists feel better, okay? To galvanize the base of support. And they're no longer doing it as hard in red states. They're only causing this instability and danger in blue states because they know that when they go do these like mass deportation dragnets, it breeds resentment towards the administration. And they don't want to breed additional resentment towards the administration in red states, so they're just going to fucking do this in blue states. Knowing full well that it harms commerce and it destroys the social fabric of society. Can you explain what you mean by this is the same course correction as abortion? Yeah. Republicans ran on anti-abortion. Abortion is murder. Abortion is murder. Okay. Once it finalized, when Roe v. Wade, when the decision came down from the Supreme Court, Republicans got very mad that all of a sudden this meant that their daughters could not get an abortion if they needed one. They realized that they could not get an abortion if it's even if it was a medical necessity, or the very fact that there was some sort of legal hurdle that doctors were supposed to clear actually increased the pain that women felt in times of desperate medical intervention. So what do? All of these Republican states, slowly but surely, with the exception of some of the most insane ones that don't care about public resentment, turned around and said, okay, abortion is murder, but like honestly, maybe murder is kind of fine in certain instances. Murder is fine in cases of rape, pedophilia, incest. Murder is fine in cases of like medical intervention being a necessity to save the carrier. Why did they do that? I thought it was all murder. Basically recreating the same dynamic that is more restrictive than it was before, but basically arriving at, in many states, the same exact dynamic that existed before the Roe v. Wade decision. Okay? You've said this before, but in a weird way, you almost have to respect the moral consistency of those who genuinely believe in banning abortion with zero exceptions and deporting all immigrants with zero exceptions. They're evil as fuck, but at least they understand the moral incongruity of having a halfway solution. Republican policies are inherently violent and anti-human, okay? Anti-prosperity, anti-human. Most Republicans that think that they want a certain policy very quickly realize that they don't like that policy once it's implemented. This is why I don't place too much emphasis on polls on this sort of stuff, especially when there is no real counter messaging campaign coming from the Democratic front on the issue of immigration. Do you understand? That's why I kept saying over and over again, once these deportations start, they're never going to be mass deportations in the way that they designed it. 20 million migrants, you cannot do that. That is insane. That is Hitlerian through and through. The American public will rise up far before it gets to that point. And they have been already, even without Democratic leadership leading the charge. That is precisely the reason why Donald Trump is underwater even on immigration, which was supposed to be his most popular policy. Because both abortion and immigration are totally made up problems. These problems are made up. There is no such thing as women getting fun abortions. That is made up. That's not a real thing. But if you ask the Republicans, they were like, "Whoa, the libtards are letting women get abortions for fun." Shut the fuck up. Okay? It was a matter always of bodily autonomy for women. But people allowed themselves to get swept away with right-wing rhetoric around this. Just like immigration has never constituted a national security concern. There is no evidence to suggest that undocumented migrants are responsible for a larger share of crimes. As a matter of fact, the only empirical evidence readily available is the exact opposite, that undocumented migrants cause less crime per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens. So the entire notion that undocumented migration is creating so much chaos and so much instability in this country was always made up. It was hysterical. And yet, with no adequate counterbalance in the form of legislation coming from the Democratic side and no counter messaging campaign from the Democratic side, something that I demanded from the Democrats when they were in charge for years and years and years, as a matter of fact, we allowed public sentiment to be shaped in the direction of a totally made up issue. And if the issue is totally made up and the solutions that you have for this totally made up issue are actually incredibly violent, incredibly destabilizing, and also hurting the profit motive, which is something that even the small business Hitlerites care about above all else, then people are going to be angry. Abortion is a made-up problem. Immigration isn't a made-up problem. The only thing is, at the end, immigrants on average contribute more than they take, and statistics are poorly analyzed, can make people think it's a problem. No, immigration is a made-up problem as well. The only problem with immigration is that we don't actually process the migrants that are coming into the country adequately. The only difference between an undocumented migrant and a documented one is documentation. The real problem is the violation of human rights of all of these people that could just as easily have an expedited process and get the proper paperwork. Not only is it not a problem, but it's also quite literally a good thing. And on top of that, could be an even better thing for everyone involved in the process of labor if these people got amnesty. It's also a popular solution. It's a far more popular solution than mass deportations. Not even right now, when mass deportations have actually gone down in popularity as a policy, but always has been. Except the problem is the media never talks about the second question that is always asked in these immigration polls. The first question that's always asked in immigration polls is, do you believe in mass deportation? And over the course of the last couple of years, due to the factors that I just mentioned, made up hysteria, no counter messaging, people's anger and resentment to worsening material conditions, people have started saying more and more frequently that they want mass deportation. Republicans have successfully dominated the discourse on this. It rose to almost 60%. But those exact same polls also show consistently that if given two options, mass deportation or mass conditional amnesty, people overwhelmingly favor mass conditional amnesty. That's it. But if the media never covers the mass conditional amnesty and the Democratic Party has no interest in pushing for mass conditional amnesty, then people are not even aware that this is an option. So they go with the only solution that they think is valid for a problem that they now believe exists when it doesn't exist. Immigrants constitute a national security threat. They're doing a fuck ton of crimes, and we have to deport all of them. It's that simple.
And we're looking at doing something where, in the case of good, reputable farmers, they can take responsibility for the people that they hire and let them have responsibility, because we can't put the farms out of business. And at the same time, we don't want to hurt people that aren't criminals. Most of the people that came in over the last 3 years under Biden, I would say probably 3.5 to 4 years, those people, you have a lot of criminals, you have a lot of, I mean, we're looking at that very closely. You've had people that have worked on farms for 20 years. It's very hard to go in there and say, you know, you're coming out. But we're going to let the farmers take responsibility. They're great people. They'll do it. They know the good and the bad.
Wow, it turns out he's pro illegal immigration, it seems. How crazy. How crazy. Doors open. How crazy.
So the hard part about this is it's not like a normal war where people wear uniforms. They don't wear uniforms. But we have murderers that came out of the last 4 years. We have murderers. We have drug lords. We have people that we don't want to. We have prisoners. They emptied out Venezuela and many countries. They emptied out their prisons into the United States. We have to get those people out. But we have stone cold murders. 11,888 murders. We've already gotten a lot of them out of here, but we don't want them. So we have to be careful. But I never want to hurt our farmers. Our farmers are great people. They keep us happy and healthy and fat.
Are there other cities that you're going to try to replicate what you've done in Los Angeles?
Well, I mean, we had a big victory last night in the Court of Appeals with respect to Los Angeles, but really the country, where Gavin Newsom, who's really an incompetent governor, he's just doing a terrible job between his fires, between all the houses burning down, his forest fires, and now Los Angeles.
Let's take you to Geneva to listen to the Iranian foreign minister.
Against the regime, and we will continue to do so as long as the atrocities.
Wouldn't the mass amnesty thing just fill our jail with migrants? What? How would that work? If the overwhelming majority of undocumented migrants are simply awaiting their paperwork and have done zero crimes, why would they be in jail? Why would they go to jail? Do you just think that when someone is an undocumented migrant, they're just like, they have like a different brain? They're just like violent? Is that what happened after Ronald Reagan? Mass amnesty was offered under Ronald Reagan. This might be a dumb take, but isn't this just a few steps removed from slavery? No, you're absolutely nailing it. That's the whole point. No, that is what it is. The undocumented migrant structure is a different form of slavery. That's precisely what it is. When undocumented migrants do not have the same workplace protections, the limited workplace protections that the documented U.S. citizens have. Okay? Therefore, they are disposable. You can discard them. It is a byproduct of our endless greed. Endless capitalist greed. Other countries, at least, will do a different version of this, where there's a two-tier wage structure for immigrants, but legal migrants, born out of the currency exchange rate or cost of living differences in their home countries as opposed to their host countries. It's like Polish migration into England, right? They already take advantage of that. The solution to that is also wage parity, for the record. If you want migrant hands to work inside of your national boundaries without depressing wages, you have to implement by way of legislation that, of course, no government's going to do on their own volition. So you have to allow them to join labor unions and fight for that. But you have to do that through wage parity. Okay? In America, we do the migrant workforce, and even that is not enough of a destabilizing and depressive force on the existing wages for all laborers. We then also take a fuck ton of undocumented laborers as well and work them to the goddamn bone for pennies on the dollar. And then we discard them at a moment's notice when they demand more wages, or they say, hey, there's a lot of issues on the job site. This is beneficial to capital owners. This is precisely the reason why complete mass deportation is a pipe dream for white supremacists that someone like Donald Trump is never going to implement. He's not ideologically invested in ridding the national boundaries of all brown and black people.
Continue, and the regime would stop the aggression and ensuring its non-reoccurrence. Iran's nuclear program is peaceful and has always been under the IAEA's safeguards and monitoring. Hence, armed attacks against safeguarded nuclear facilities by a regime which is not a party to any WMD treaties is a serious crime and violation of international law. In this content, I express grave concern on non-condemnation of these heinous attacks by E3 and EU. Iran is ready to consider diplomacy once again, and once aggression is stopped and the aggressor is held accountable for the crimes committed. In this regard, I made it crystal clear that Iran's defense capabilities are not negotiable. We support continuation of discussion with E3 and EU and express our readiness to meet again in the near future.
So you don't talk to the US? You don't talk to the US?
Thank you.
Right, Iran is ready to consider negotiations once hostilities end. Iran's defense capabilities, however, are non-negotiable, but Iran expressing its readiness to meet again in the near future. The words there of the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. He was speaking after that meeting with his European counterparts, the foreign ministers of the UK, France and Germany, as well as the EU foreign policy chief in Geneva. I believe we have there also Milena Veselinovic. She is in Geneva, where that meeting was taking place. So listening to that, I guess the first obvious question, Milena, it doesn't sound like there was a breakthrough at this point, right? There's no breakthrough on uranium enrichment or some of those sticky issues.
Yeah, what they said is Iran will talk to the U.S. if Israel stops bombing, which is something that Trump said he is not going to do. Iran will only agree to meet with the United States for renewed nuclear talks if Israel agrees to stop striking the country, Iranian negotiators told their European counterparts at a meeting today in Geneva, Switzerland, according to CNN. Which, of course, is a perfectly valid demand. What do you mean we're going to negotiate our nuclear program while you're literally striking us? It's an incredibly basic demand. That's the most reasonable fucking perspective.
That's right, Sami. It doesn't sound like there was any breakthrough or even any progress. Hearing about Zaraqchi, the Iranian.
Like the only way this actually comes to a reasonable conclusion. Hasan, you seem mad at losing. Losing what? Brother, who do you think is more likely to be fucking drafted? A 34-year-old Twitch streamer or you to go and fight Israel's war and get fucking lasered by a Shahed drone in the process? Have your dick blown off? Me or you? Who do you think loses more in this process? Even if you don't care necessarily about all of the lives lost on the Iranian side. Age of conscription is 35. Yeah, guys, I don't think I'm getting fucking drafted. I'm leaving this goddamn country before I get drafted, okay? Stop being stupid. Yeah. Like, what do you think Fortunate Son is about? It's not the politicians and their children that will go and serve America's foreign policy interests. It will be you and your loved ones. Okay?
Foreign minister, he is basically reiterating what has consistently been the Iranian position. He is condemning the attacks on their nuclear facilities and attacks on Iran by Israel more generally. He also said that there was a serious violation of international law. He said that Iranian defense capabilities are non-negotiable, perhaps hinting that that request by the Western nations for Iran not just to not enrich uranium on its soil, but also to curb its ballistic missile program. So it really sounds from hearing all of that the two sides have really not met anywhere in the middle or anywhere close to it, coupled with the statements that we've also had. Sorry, it's very busy here, as you can tell. Lots of security personnel still milling through. Coupled with what we've heard already from the European diplomats, who really only just repeated things that we have also heard before about the need to de-escalate, about the need for Iran to continue their talks with the United States, something that Abbas Araghchi said they would not do as long as they are being attacked by Israel. So it does, from these two sets of statements, seem that these two sides are a complete polar opposite, and that not a breakthrough, but not even much progress was made at this meeting. It does leave questions as to where do we go from here. Now, US President Donald Trump has had that self-imposed deadline of 2 weeks that he's said he would give diplomacy, 2 weeks that he could either expand or shrink. And it will be potentially also based on what the European diplomats tell his administration about how today's meetings go. And it's incredible how important the stakes are here. We're talking about whether the US will join Israel in striking Iran, a move that could have wide-reaching and long-standing implications on the entire region. I think the seriousness of that is not lost on anyone here today. I think for that reason, these talks also ran much longer than we thought they would. They ran something close to 4 hours. However, even despite that, the hours of discussions, when the delegations came out, the words that we're saying, the substance of what they are saying really doesn't seem to have moved the dial at all in terms of reaching any kind of a compromise.
All right, we'll leave it there. Thanks to our correspondent, Milena Veselinovic, in Geneva, following that meeting between the Iranian foreign minister and his counterparts from France, Germany, the UK, and the EU.
On the first day, no one believed it would continue. It was a beautiful Friday. the eve of Eid al-Qadir, a religious holiday here.
Do you think everybody is in the wrong in this war? You're getting drafted, bud? No, I think there are wronged parties and parties that are doing the wrong. America, Western coalition forces, and Israel are the parties that are in the wrong. Everyone else that is resisting against them, regardless of whatever they've done in their domestic policies or whatever, are currently being wronged by the Western coalition forces, which includes Israel.
Then the war began. Our first thought was that there would be a quick ceasefire and it would stop.
They re-uploaded this vid after deleting it earlier.
But the explosion in the middle of Tehran told us we have to leave. The streets emptied, shops closed their doors. The city split in two, north for rich people and south for the poor. Government workers live in the north of Tehran. Many strikes happened there, and the rich evacuated. In the south of Tehran, life still goes on. Not fully, but some shops are open. Cars are in the street and people go out to buy sandwiches. Everyone says we'll stay. We prefer to die in our home. But I know from their voices, they just don't have anywhere to go. Parts of the city were thick with smoke from the oil depot hit overnight. Everyone seems afraid because it's now normal to see the Basij militia, the intelligence services, fully armed, riding on their motorcycles on the streets. They stop cars and people and saying no one is allowed to film anything. They stopped me. My heart was beating so fast. I tried to keep my hands from shaking, but my face went pale. When you talk with many people, they say they hate the system. Some criticize the regime with no fear in their eyes. They just ask, what will happen to us? What will happen if bombing spreads all over the city? To me, their faces say, it is enough. Almost half a century is enough. We want democracy. We want freedom.
CNN's Fred Pleitkin is the first Western journalist to enter Iran since this latest conflict with Israel began. He's there with our Claudia Otto. He attended a massive protest in Tehran where protesters chanted death to America, death to Israel. Fred has more from Tehran.
Massive crowds have turned out here in central Tehran to protest against...
I don't get it. Why are they not welcoming America and Israel bombs as liberators? So strange. There's only two reasons. There's two different ways that consent is manufactured here. Either saying these guys are all violent, scary, hate America, and they say death to America, and that is a way to create permission and manufacture consent for bombing. Or by saying, oh, people actually really want American bombs to come in. Both are still, like, people want the regime to go away and people want the fucking... and people welcome the Israeli bombing campaign. Those are the two different ways that these guys manufacture consent. Isn't it crazy? CNN is allowed in Tehran, but Al Jazeera is not allowed in Tel Aviv. A protest in Tehran, not against the Iranian government, but Israel and America. Ain't that something? Are they supposed to cheer and celebrate Israel and America sending rockets their way? Media blackout in Israel, but Western media is broadcasting from Iran. Iran doesn't want to be another Palestine. Those are the ones who can protest without repression. Someone says death is sweeter than honey. That just shows how much people love their country. Iran has a right to defend itself.
Israel strikes against Iran, but also against the policies of the Trump administration as well. Many of them were chanting death to America, were chanting death to Israel. We saw them burn American flags and burn Israeli flags.
We will punch the United States.
By the way, the burning of the Israeli flag alongside the American flag once again shows that these actions are not conducted through pure animosity towards Jews or anti-Semitism. But that's a whole different line of fucking there's a whole different line of logical thinking that many Americans refuse to arrive at.
States and Israel in the mouth, he says.
I read about Iranian Jews the other day. Western sanctions created an economy in which they have insufficient wealth to obtain housing in literally any other place, especially Israeli rent. Also said Western sanctions have resulted in the inability for Jewish Iranian scholars, engineers, etc. to practice their profession. So most of them work in textile shops, etc. A Western imposed brain drain, just like the early days of Nazi Germany. Yeah.
Trump, you are threatening my leader, this woman says. Don't you know my nation believes death is sweeter than honey? What do you have, Israel? He says. You have nothing. You are occupiers, unreligious. You're killing people, killing women. You kill everyone. You're terrorists.
So you can see that anger here being voiced by many of the folks who are walking here in this protest, whereas the Iranian government has said that as long as the Israelis continue their bombing campaign of sites here in Iran, there will be Iranian missiles flying towards
my dude with the trap star. Look.
Their bombing campaign of sites here in Iran.
He got the trap star. He got that shit on, dude. Hey, yo.
Will be Iranian missiles flying towards Israeli territory. They're calling on President Trump to try and end this direct confrontation. Otherwise, they say, there could be a direct military.
Iranian Gen Z hates the regime. Iranian Gen Z today. It's so funny how fucking ass mad people get when they see like Iranians disrespect the American flag, or when the Houthis or anyone in Yemen really lights the Israeli flag on fire alongside the American flag, and I laugh at that. And people were making a big deal about that. They're like, they hate us. It's like, yeah, of course they hate us, you fucking idiot. We're killing their families. Why would they ever like it? Would you like them? You hate them. They haven't done shit to you, and you still hate them. At least they have a good reason to hate us. Our government, especially. Not our culture, not our fucking cultural output, not our media. But they hate our governments. And of course they hate our governments. We're killing them. You hate them. They haven't done shit to you and you hate them. But you can't even fucking comprehend how our bombing and our destabilization might cause some fucking resentment in the goddamn region. Stupid.
Confrontation between Iran and the United States. The Iranians say it's not something they want, but they also say it's something that they're ready for. Fred Pleitgen, CNN, Tehran.
Former NATO Supreme Allied Commander Admiral James Stavridis joins me now. Admiral, first of all, what do you make of a protest like that in Iran? Obviously, the Iranian government wants to see people.
Hasan, CNN and other Western media only show protests of the super regime aligned people. Look at the crowd. It's all women who are super covered in black and all that. These are not the regular Iranians. These are hardline Islamic Republic supporters. First of all, it's ridiculous to say that there aren't hardline Islamic Republic supporters that are regular Iranians. They are regular Iranians. There are, however, also secular Iranians as well. They are not going to be fucking flying the placard of the Ayatollah, but they still share that same fucking resentment and hostility toward, understandable enmity towards Israel and America. I think people forget that, like, you're wrong on this, Hasan. Oh my God. Oh my God. Israel has already killed 600 plus Iranians and severely injured 2,000 plus in the last week of bombing. Why the fuck would anyone, unless they are the most reactionary fucking psychopaths, actually think this is fine. Please stop treating people like they are a different organism just because they're in fucking Iran. There are certainly people who hate the fucking Islamic Republic still to this day. Okay? There are. Why do they hate the regime? Because the regime has been brutal to them. It's been repressive to them. It might have even jailed or tortured or killed their family members. Okay, now Israel is doing that with bombs. The reason for not liking the Ayatollah or the Islamic Republic is born out of the violence that they've experienced under the Ayatollah and the Islamic Republic. Once there is a foreign entity, one that has already caused instability in the country in the past, comes in and is now officially more violent, at least right now, then of course people are going to fucking hate that more. It's that simple. I don't like the American government. I don't like the American government. If someone fucking deployed a nuke on America, if a significantly more powerful country that doesn't even exist right now, but if a significantly more powerful country deployed a fucking nuke and wiped out the I don't know, southern states or something, I think a lot of Americans, myself included, would be a little disturbed by that, don't you think? Americans, of course, can never understand this. That's the reason why, in this analogy, I always have to use an alien force as a region, as a substitute, because there is, as it stands, no country that has the capacity to be a dominant force, a force that has already destabilized America, a force that continues to destabilize America and can just use technology and technological superiority over America to just like wipe out half the fucking population. And I know that Chatter wasn't saying that that Chatter was defending Israel's bombing campaign. They're just saying that CNN is purposely showing the minority position of hardline Islamic Republic supporters that negatively paints Iranians. But no, it's not necessarily a fucking minority position either. The anti-America position and the anti-Israel position is not the minority position, is what I'm saying. It's not about secular versus religious. I think the Chatter saying that the majority of Iranians are not supporters of Islamic Republic and that the protest does not reflect most people, despite the fact that they both hate Israel bombing them more than the government. I already factored that in, and that's why I said this is another way of manufacturing consent. One way of manufacturing consent is by saying Iranians are actually super on board with the Israeli bombing campaigns because they hate the regime that much. The other way to manufacture consent is showing, ooh, look at these scary hijabi women of the streets that are saying fuck America and fuck Israel. They hate us. We should bomb them. I know the smoke alarm is going on. My dad is cooking, as always. Dur baba dur o şey. Sosları da vereceksin değil mi?
People out on the streets protesting, sending a message, certainly to folks in the United States and perhaps in Israel. You had Prime Minister Netanyahu speaking directly to Iranians several days ago, encouraging them to rise up. That seems difficult, obviously, even though we know there are deep divisions within Iran during the bombing campaign. Not clear a lot of people are going to be rising up against the government. I'm wondering how important for Iran is a demonstration like that.
It's important for the government, which I think you're correct is increasingly brittle, simply because of all the economic pressure the country's been under for much of a decade, as well as obviously the bombing campaign right now. But I think the West and the Israelis would be wise to look at the reaction, for example, of the Ukrainians. When the bombs start dropping, nations tend to pull together. Look at the Brits during World War II. So I think there's probably a thread of sincerity that runs through those demonstrations as that population reacts in defiance to the bombing of Israel.
We're seeing diplomatic efforts going underway in Europe between European foreign ministers and Iran. Do you put much stock in that? Do you think those are important?
I think they are. Certainly the three primary actors in the drama at the moment are Iran, Israel, and the United States. But there are two other nexi of power that I think are important to keep in mind. One is Europe and the Europeans, hence the importance of these talks in Geneva. Let's face it, Europe, the second largest economy in the world after the United States collectively, stands to lose an awful lot economically. They're within range of Iranian missiles. They have a real stake in what's unfolding here. And I think they could nudge the United States toward a diplomatic solution.
Fuck no.
The other pair that we don't talk about much are Russia and China, both of whom regard Iran as an important client state, and both have tools they can use to try and push toward a diplomatic solution. So let's hope all of that pressure collectively somehow moves this toward a diplomatic solution, although at the moment, it looks more like military action ahead to me.
I've talked to some Israelis who are supportive of what the government here is doing, and they're concerned about losing momentum. They feel like there has been successful strikes by Israel against Iran. Israel has said that they kind of have freedom of movement in the skies, though not complete, because obviously we saw missiles being launched into Israel today as well as yesterday. But from a military standpoint, is momentum something that might be lost with this pause by the Trump administration?
I don't think so. Given the fact that it's only 2 weeks maximum, don't forget that President Trump said, within the next 2 weeks, I'll make a decision. He didn't say, I'm pausing for 2 weeks, then I'll announce a decision. I think more action could frankly come at any time. And 2 weeks is not a long time. In fact, I think it actually improves the chances of success in the mission because the U.S. is putting even more forces in the region to conduct a strike successfully if the U.S. decides to go ahead and do it. So I don't see this 2-week interregnum as a momentum breaker. I look at it, hopefully, I suppose, as one last opportunity, kind of last exit before the tunnel for diplomacy to have a chance.
If the U.S.'s role, if there is going to be one, a military role in offensive operations, is to target and use the weapons only they have against this Fordo facility, does that actually meet the military objectives of Israel, the elimination of Iran's nuclear facilities? Because there's obviously concern that over what we may not know, where enriched plutonium may have been moved to. These things are moved around with some regularity. There could be sites that we are unaware of, that Israel is unaware of as well, without actually having forces on the ground inspecting these sites. Can you really be sure Iran's nuclear facilities have been destroyed?
We got to do boots on the ground military warfare instead.
You cannot be. And this is what you and I are old enough to remember Don Rumsfeld. He used to talk about known unknowns. And that's what you're describing.
Using Donald Rumsfeld's very famous quote, not as a negative, but instead as a positive way to advocate for yet another fucking failure of foreign policy, is incredible. This is the liberal outlet, by the way. Chatters, we are talking about the liberal outlet CNN.
Iran's a huge country, 2.5 times the size of Texas, mountainous. It has a population of 90 million. There's an awful lot of space that Iran could use, and they have a lot of resources in terms of population. So at the end of the day, a single bunker-busting bomb would be a feel-good moment. I think it would be a successful mission. But those known unknowns of, are there other programs? What would the response be of Iran lashing back? Would they try to close the Strait of Hormuz? Would they attack U.S. forces in the region? There are many known unknowns that ought to mitigate.
Yeah, this is an argument against American involvement. If it's going to be a spectacular failure, unless it's a long, drawn-out, boots on the ground invasion, which will end America 100%.
Against this strike, at least until we've given diplomacy further opportunity.
Yeah, and of course the unknown is one bunker buster bomb enough? Would it take multiple? Would that even work? These have not been used in a situation like this. Admiral, I appreciate.
Israel's defense minister said this morning he's ordered attacks on, quote, symbols of the regime in Iran. He said one of Israel's goals is to destabilize Iran's religious leadership. Holly Williams is near the Iranian border, where she spoke to a group that wants to topple the regime. Holly, good morning.
Good morning, Vlad. Israel's military says that overnight, more than 50 of its fighter jets flew non-stop over Iran's capital, Tehran, hitting nuclear-related locations and missile production sites. We are now more than a week into this war, and Iran's air defense systems are in tatters.
Is it possible that the Iranian regime could collapse because of this conflict?
Yeah. The regime is weakening.
Kausa Fatahi is a leader in one of Iran's outlawed opposition parties, living in exile across the border in Iraq. Her group represents the Kurdish ethnic minority. Iran's government considers them a terrorist organization.
Oh my fucking God. Tatters, Western propaganda in full swing? No, but this was Chris Hedges' assessment as well, that the Iranian anti-air defenses have been depleted. And the very fact that they can do 50 fucking bombing missions overnight implies that they are infinitely more vulnerable. Like, they're putting their launchers in an infinitely more vulnerable predicament. Because the moment that they fucking launch, if Israel is close enough, they can just like hit the launchers and eliminate even more launchers. This is probably the reason why the number of missiles launched in the salvos have diminished. Also, Westerners love using Kurds as a point of propaganda. It's their favorite thing to do. However, while the number of missiles that are sent in these barrages have decreased, their hit rate has obviously increased as a consequence of this, because they're, I think, using more, they're using more advanced missiles now, as opposed to the previous stock that they were deploying. But I think Israel's best defense is a strong offense strategy here, which of course can only be conducted with complete Western support, refuelers, complete access over Syrian airspace to make the distance to Iran. All of that amounts to diminishing the anti-air missile systems of Iran. I'm not a missile autist by any means, as you guys know. So These are enormous areas. 50 planes is basically nothing. No, 50 planes is not nothing. Don't be crazy. Are you kidding me? Being able to strike 50 times overnight implies that your anti-air capabilities have diminished. They're also talking about striking Tehran too. You can only do that because you have successfully destroyed a decent chunk of the anti-air capabilities that Iran has. Like, that is air supremacy. I'm sorry to report. Are you kidding me? Regardless of how large Iran is, the launchers themselves are mobile, which is why they're harder to target. Israel's initial claims are that there were like 100 launchers and they've eradicated like a third of the launchers. Having said that, they still clearly have impactful strikes. Iran does.
They want to topple the Iranian regime, and Fattahi told us American airstrikes might help that. But she does not want Israel or the US to engineer regime change.
We don't want their boots on the ground, obviously.
You want to rebuild your country yourselves. You don't want America to do it for you.
Yeah, we don't want a made-up state.
Iran's supreme leader says any US military intervention will be met with irreparable damage. US military bases in this region are possible targets for retaliation, along with roughly 40,000 American troops here in the Middle East. In 2020, Iran attacked an American base here in Iraq with ballistic missiles.
Damn! The shockwave just rolled.
We were there days later to witness the extensive damage.
This is your bedroom.
Yeah, it was my bedroom.
Though no US service members were killed. But now Israel has superiority in Iranian airspace, using it to take out missile sites and drones. We don't know what a weakened Iran may be capable of.
Iran's foreign minister said in an online post that his country still wants a diplomatic solution. He also said that Iran has never sought nuclear weapons, though just this month the UN's nuclear watchdog declared Iran in breach of its non-proliferation obligations. Gail.
Holly Williams, along the Iran border, we thank you.
We're back with the Fox News Alert. Iran launching new waves of missiles towards Israel as the regime threatens American interest in the region. Let's break down what Iran has fired at Israel this week and exactly where U.S. troops are located in the Middle East. First, let's look at the missile attacks that have happened. You can see they're averaging about 30 a day. It started with more. They've got 2,000 to 3,000. We don't know exactly how many, but they're saying about the same average here at 30. They're going a little higher, upwards of 40 on the 14th and the 16th. And then as you...
Brother, they had lots of fake launches with specific electronic signals built to fool Israel. This was reported by analysts early on, but now has even been stated by Mohammed Marandi. Yeah. I'm only looking at... My only reason for saying that this analysis is probably not incorrect as far as air superiority is what Israel gets to do. Okay? If they get to fucking fly over Iranian airspace and bomb 50 different targets overnight, that means they've established air superiority. Iran has also stated that they've downed F-35s. We have yet to see any evidence of that. And we have seen evidence of at least one Israeli drone that they did successfully down. Which means that when they do actually successfully down Israeli aircraft, they show it instantly. At first I thought maybe they immediately fucking took it in for investigation. But the fact that they have not, we did see evidence of the downed F-35. No, we didn't. Iran has yet to show any evidence for a downed F-35 or even a female pilot that is being held captive. Yeah, we saw, F-35,000. That's what we saw. The girth master of F-35s. The mothership. So, in any case, what was I saying? Who was saying Iran down to F-35? Iran was. The reason why I thought it was possible is because of what I've seen in American reporting about Yemen potentially damaging, according to American military sources, Yemen was capable with their limited anti-air defense system capabilities of damaging an F-35. That's what the American government statement was. That is why I thought maybe it is possible. Now it seems less probable, considering that there is no fucking real evidence for this at all. I've only seen 2 photos. Both were AI. One wasn't even an F-35, but it was an AI photo. It was a damaged aircraft that didn't even look like an F-35. And the other one kind of looked like an F-35, but it was ginormous.
You see, it's starting to come down a little bit, but even as it comes down, even on the smallest missile launch of days, yesterday they hit a civilian hospital that we have been showing you. Now, let me just move to this, because we got to talk about the actual missiles they're firing. And you can see on this graph, really the region. And of course, you've got Tehran here. Israel is over here. But then, of course, Gulf states down here where a lot of our U.S. interests are. And you look at the range of them from 500 kilometers all the way out to 2,000. They have a lot of short-range missiles. Often the Fatahs you'll see fired out here, but it is the Shahabs that can really go wide. That is of great concern. And then lastly, let me just go back to, as we showed you that range of 2,000, obviously all of this is in there to include Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar, in Kuwait, Ali Al Salim, been a long-time air base for us, a lot of our assets there, along with the deep water port in Bahrain. That is a...
I'm very uncomfortable seeing this country so close to our military bases. If they don't want to be bombed, why are they standing there so close in proximity to our military bases? Really fucked up.
Very sensitive situation. The Fifth Fleet calls that home. That is the threat picture as we wait to find out exactly what President Trump will do. Brian?
Yep, within 2 weeks. So let's bring in General Jack Keane Griff. He's retired 4-star general, Institute of Study of Wars, a must read every day. General, your thoughts first off.
This guy's an absolute monster. If you can't already tell by judging the book by its cover, you will very quickly realize how much of a fucking monstrous piece of shit he is. With what he says just now.
On the decrease in the number of ballistic missiles that Iran's been sending to Israel. Are they running out?
Yeah, they definitely are. I mean, it started on the 14th, and if you just look at it in 24-hour periods, 200 on the 14th, then 105 the next day, then 65 the next day, then 35, then 30, and now I think in the last 24 hours we're down to single digits. So there's no doubt that I think they are withdrawing some missiles and don't intend to use them in the event that the United States attacks, and they may be thinking of retaliation against us. That's a possibility. But there's no doubt that two things are happening. The Israelis are destroying their mobile missile launchers, and that's a tough target.
About 70?
Yeah, they started with 320, and they got more than half of them gone. They've hit their ballistic missile stockpiles. So the majority of the ballistic missiles are now gone, and that obviously is a good thing. And, of course, they're killing them as they're flying into Israel itself.
That I don't believe. He's just fucking... He's basically throwing up fake numbers. I don't think Iran has said that they have 320 ballistic missile launchers. That's number one. Number two, the notion that they've been able to fucking erode its stockpile, its stockpile of ballistic missiles is also cap. I do, however, judging by the estimation, judging by simply looking at successful hits on target, or how many missiles are launched, how many ballistic missiles are launched in these salvos, and the number of missiles that have been launched are diminished significantly, I do think that they have eliminated a lot of the launchers for sure. Not like the majority, but I think the early estimates was like a third. Having said that, Iran clearly has the capacity to strike Israel, even right now. Every single strike opens up the launchers to a counter. But I do think their capacity has been diminished, and their anti-air defense systems have been diminished, which is why I think now their launchers are under tremendous pressure from Israeli retaliation from the Israeli Air Force.
This is the only offensive weapon they really have. They're flying drones, but they're not effective whatsoever.
So when you look at the waiting period that the president said, give me 2 more weeks, you got to think that each day that goes by with this pace of them shooting rockets and Israel taking out the launchers, it makes our troops a little bit safer, it makes it a little bit harder.
By the way, if you are Ukrainian and you are currently watching, the exact same drones that Russia uses on Ukrainian soil, in your capital, in your western cities, get easily picked off by the Iron Dome. Remember that Israel told the American government that they would not hand you an Iron Dome, despite the fact that America and Israel created the Iron Dome is a joint collaborative project. Oh my Lord. Early on, Biden entertained the idea of offering Ukraine an Iron Dome, which I thought was perhaps one of the best possible defensive weapons packages that you could have offered Ukraine. Now, Ukraine is a ginormous country as opposed to Israel. But there are clearly areas that could take advantage of the Iron Dome, like Kiev, like Lviv, or numerous other places in Ukraine where like normal civilian existence could continue without fear of Russian drone attacks. So when you see the success of the Iron Dome in thwarting the Russian drones, because the Iranian drones are the same exact ones sometimes, remember that Israel directly fucking blocked it. They said, if we give Ukraine the Iron Dome, we'll basically be handing it to Russia, and we can't do that because Russia will take it and they will send that information to Iran, and then Iran will be able to find ways of intercepting the Iron Dome. I wonder how much destabilization and how much death and destruction that has amounted to. Think about that. Think about that. If you're Ukrainian and you're like pro-America, pro-NATO, pro-Israel, because there are some Ukrainians who are pro-Israel. Think about what that allegiance looks like for you.
To think that they're going to hit some of our assets in the region, maybe we could put up.
The Iron Dome is for makeshift tube rockets, not Iranian missiles. No, the Iron Dome also is used to intercept the literal same fucking drones that are swarming Israel and Ukraine.
A map that shows where we have troops located.
Yeah. Well, they can range, if they can range Israel, they can range our bases, in the Gulf region. But I think there's a way to handle this, and I'm sure the president and his team have thought through this thing. Is if we're going to help at Fordow, because the Israelis have asked us to help finish this nuclear enterprise off once and for all, and I certainly think we should do that if they've asked for that help.
We've hit 12 sites already.
Yeah,
Israel has.
The nuclear enterprise is vast, and you covered it earlier. It's very redundant. It's resilient. Multiple sites, centrifuges, so you can spin up enriched uranium. Multiple sites, enriched uranium. They did that, to survive. The Ayatollah going into this, and the reason why he has never made a deal, is because he had built an enterprise to survive an attack. Mm-hmm. And he believes they can absorb the attack, survive it, recover it, and then rebuild. That is where this guy is. And I don't see him in the near term making a deal here whatsoever. I think after we take his enterprise down, his whole enterprise down, look at the Israelis have destroyed all 70 of their air defense batteries, all of them. Air Force, gone. As we mentioned, the 12 nuclear sites damaged or destroyed. We finish off.
This is Chris Hedges' analysis on this is that like Iran had Chinese anti-air defenses. I don't know if that's the case or not. I've seen no evidence for that. And Russian anti-air defenses, I believe that they might have had some Russian ones. I don't know if they have any Chinese ones. But goddamn, dude. If they didn't, what a fucking major L. If they got zero Chinese air defense systems, what the fuck were they doing? I mean, seriously. They had the S-300, but that's not enough. You need the 400. And even then, you need a lot more than you probably had. Russian S-300, more likely the older. I don't know. they bought 0 Chinese jets. I don't think the Air Forces. I don't think the Iranian Air Forces has got that much smoke. Like their Air Force is so old, dude. Half of their shit is from the Shah era. Like they're operating on super old tech. So it's negligible. What I'm talking about is the one capability they have. Which is anti-air defense systems so that their missile launchers can be protected. I think the Mossad drone operation did a fucking number, dude. They still fly MiGs? Yeah, they have a very limited number. It's nothing.
Fordo itself. And then leadership decapitated, military and nuclear scientists. Now they can recover nuclear scientists, but in the near term, major problem. And here's the other thing. Look at the isolation that Iran actually has, Brian. The proxies in the region, particularly Hezbollah, was organized to defend Iran against Israel. That is why they invested billions and billions in dollars, 150,000 rockets, a force of 60, 70,000 capable of fighting. They were in Syria as a ground force. How much have they fired since the war began? Nothing. They have thousands of missiles. Why haven't they fired? They have lost their political will. They are done.
Do you think
Hamas can't do anything. The other proxies haven't done anything. Where is Russia and China? They could obviously assist.
Bro, what the fuck do you mean Hamas can't do anything? When can Hamas ever do anything? That's insane. The only time when Hamas could have ever done anything is like barely lob a couple fucking missiles over. That's so stupid. The point about Hezbollah is not incorrect. The point about Hezbollah is correct. I think that their entire leadership structure being fucking wiped out. Their entire leadership structure has been wiped out, and I don't know if it's cope or not that they're waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Or if they just like literally don't have any capabilities. Like they've been reduced to a point where they can't entertain invoking the fury of Israel. Because when Israel blows up Lebanon, they don't actually fight against Hezbollah. They kill the civilian population. While there's clear Iranian openness to talk about the U.S., the maximalist goal of zero enrichment by Tehran is likely further away because of the events of the past week. That assessment coexists with the reality that this war will almost certainly end with nuclear negotiations. Like, they're still talking about how these guys won't fucking stand down from nuclear enrichment, which is so ridiculous. It's sovereignty. Of course they won't stand down. They shouldn't stand down. They should have nukes, to be fair. I'm not even talking about like a civilian program. I think if they had nuclear warheads, this conversation wouldn't be taking place. If they had nuclear warheads, the region would be significantly more stable. It's a major detriment that they do not.
This Iran here, they have missiles.
Right.
They're not. This regime is isolated. The proxies see it. I think the strategic partners see it. We are looking at the end here.
Do you believe the president should green light a Fordo hit using the bunker busters?
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you think it'll be effective? Do you worry at all about it being able to wipe it out?
I think there's challenges when you go in 300 feet for sure at the bottom of a mountain. We've never actually done that. But that doesn't mean you don't do it. I mean, Normandy was 50-50. I mean, it doesn't mean you don't do it. The alternative, I think, is unacceptable.
Do you believe that the president's chairman of the Joint Chiefs?
It's so psychotic. Like, comparing that to Normandy is hilarious, dude. We're the fucking Nazis in this equation, dumbass. Like, straight up. We are the fucking barbaric fascist state that is constantly expanding. Not fucking Iran. You just said Iran. Should have nukes, and that's psychotic. Yes. Because ironically enough, Iran. Okay. Let me explain something to you. I did this the other day, and I think it bears repeating. You don't get nukes because you want to use them. You get a nuke so that you don't get nuked. Okay? Because if you get nukes and you use your nuke, then you're going to get nuked. The entire reason for why you acquire nukes is so you don't get nuked. That's it. It's mutually assured destruction. That is precisely the reason why Israel has gotten nukes, so they can be a sovereign state. Unless you are under the Non-Proliferation Treaty or the banner of NATO protection and have American nukes like Turkey does, if you are a nation state that is outside of the Western umbrella of Western Empire, if you do not have nukes, then you are basically waiting until your country is turned into a proxy battle by two parties that do have nukes. That's it. Iran is a fantastic example of this reality, and the DPRK is a successful example of what happens when you have nukes. Ukraine is another example of a country that lost its nukes, that gave up its nukes, and look where Ukraine is at now. Doesn't Turkey have its own nukes? No, fuck no. We have American nukes at the Incirlik base. You do not get nuclear proliferation so you can use them. You get nuclear proliferation so that the threat of using one stops other countries from actually doing things that violate your sovereignty. I am in favor of complete denuclearization. But in the absence of that reality, it is understandable for countries in the short term to actually get their own nukes if they want to be sovereign. The idea that like we shouldn't have countries have their own nukes because they're unstable, they're dangerous actors is also fucking stupid. There's only one nation state on the planet that has ever deployed not one but two nuclear arms on a civilian population that it was a belligerent against. That's pretty unstable. That's pretty dangerous. That country is the United States of America. No other country has done this. Countries have tested out nukes. Countries have deployed nukes. They have never used nukes as a weapon in combat, as a belligerent against a totally separate nation state and its civilian population, except for the United States of America. So if there's one country that is the most belligerent, the scariest country, is the United States of America, the nation that also first invented the atom bomb, thinking that no one else would ever get access to this kind of information.
Chiefs of Staff, Secretary of Defense, DNI. Do you believe they're advising him to do this?
I would suspect they are. If they asked, what they do is they lay out options and then the risk associated with everything. And then the president would ask, what's your recommendation? Now, listen, let me tell you something. This Eric Kurilla, who's the CENTCOM commander, that's been here a number of years, he's one of the best we have ever had in uniform as an operational commander. This guy has got his act together, and he is as steady as can be.
Does the president trust him?
Oh, absolutely. When he was working for Joe Biden and they had attacked us over 350 times in Iraq and Syria over the 4-year period, just listen to what I just said to you.
Right.
And he wanted to respond. He made
the fact that this fucking freak likes Kurilla is terrifying, because as we read in reporting thus far, Kurilla, the head of U.S. CENTCOM, has Trump's ear and is also super pro striking Iran alongside Israel, and wants to make a name for himself, wants to develop a legacy for himself and Donald Trump, and has gone as far as suggesting that the retaliation from Iran will be restrained and will not meet the standard of significant deterrence if they are to strike Fordow, using the Qasem Soleimani assassination as an example of inconsequential acts of escalation from the American side. He is one of the most rabid Israel supporters in the military, and he is currently one of Trump's top advisors. This is a terrifying prospect, and one that all but shows that we're gearing towards military action.
recommendations to the president. He gave them a target list of 120. He didn't want to hit the proxies that were hitting us. He wanted to hit Iran to shut it down. And they never gave him permission. He's got a president now
that will listen.
Who's listening?
Call him the gorilla. I just want to tell you that in the New York Times today, a short time ago, Iran rejects Trump's call for surrender in war with Israel.
Predictable. I mean, he wants to survive this. The one thing I would say about the strike, the way to handle the strike, get the message to the Ayatollah. Mr. Ayatollah, we are conducting an air strike to support Israel's war.
Right.
And you know the reason why. And it's a one-off strike. We're not doing anything else. If you retaliate against us, then all bets are off. We're going to come for you with consequential force. And that would put his existence and his regime on the table.
I hope the president's watching, because that's fantastic advice. Back in a moment. Thanks, General. We'll talk to you in an hour.
You got it.
All right, we got a Fox News alert. President Trump is preparing for an intelligence briefing with his national security team at 11 o'clock in the Oval Office. It comes as a senior Iranian official says they will reject any deal.
I like that we watch both CNN and Fox News and even NBC and ABC, CBS, because it basically shows you that despite like the aesthetics, the argument is always the same. Like both sides of the supposedly diverse media landscape fails to demonstrate any kind of diversity of opinion on this. There is not a single fucking outlet that talks about the American majority opinion that we shouldn't be doing this. The only time where they barely talk about it is when they say, oh, MAGA is at odds. The MAGA base doesn't seem to, you know, believe that Trump is or thought that Trump was an isolationist. Like, that is the only time where they offer a little bit of coverage about the American Democratic perspective. It's not just the Republican MAGA base that's like that is against going to war with Iran. The American Democratic Party is also entirely against military intervention in Iran. The problem is the party politicians are not. The party politicians are not against going to war with Iran on either side. That much is clear, which is why I repeat over and over again, the liberal fantasy demonstrated by a lot of people who voted for Kamala Harris who claimed with no reasonable evidence whatsoever that Kamala Harris would operate with different standards is so stupid. It's especially stupid because Kamala Harris isn't dead. She is very much alive right now, which means that as an alive person, she could just say that it's completely and utterly ridiculous to go to war with Iran. As far as I know, she has not said a damn word. I do, however, remember when she said she would be more hawkish against Iran than Trump when she was running. Liberals that fantasized about Kamala Harris being the liberator of the Palestinians have yet to hear from Kamala Harris talking about her concern with how the Trump administration has dealt with the Palestinian population so far. She has not said a damn word about that either. Yeah. Yusuf Munayyer says, Biden, Harris, and Clinton all told us Trump was a national security novice and nightmare. Have they tweeted anything opposing Trump's reckless flirtation with another Middle Eastern quagmire? No, because they don't oppose it. There is one main party in D.C., the War Party. That is it. Check the reply article. Even as party leaders seek to burnish their credentials, the resistance to Trump, they're tacitly and sometimes openly giving Trump a green light to lurch America into yet another open-ended war of choice. Yeah. For the record, I need you to understand something. This is precisely the reason why Hakeem Jeffries said, you can go to war with Iran. We think there is righteous cause for the U.S. to go to war with Iran. You just need to come to us in Congress and do it the right way. We will obviously give you the rubber stamp necessary to go to war with Iran. Just come to us. Oh, someone said the same thing. Harris obviously would have been against this war. Too bad she's dead now and can't say anything. Yep. Righteous cause, bruh. No, that's what Hakeem Jeffries said. Hakeem Jeffries released a statement literally saying Iran can never have nukes. Israel has a right to defend itself. Am Israel Chai. We must nuke Iran. But Mr. President, you have to do this with congressional approval. Please come to us and don't try to do this unilaterally.
With zero enrichment and will not surrender. Let's bring in 4-star General Jack Keane, Institute of Study of War.
Harris is not dead. No, she is. No, she died. It's so sad. She must be fucking dead because I ain't hear a single dang peep from Kamala Harris about both Gaza, the genocide. Every fucking libtard told me that she was anti-genocide. Every goddamn libtard told me over and over again, Kamala Harris would not be the same as Trump, you fucking idiot. You're so stupid. So where is she? Why hasn't she said a damn thing? I'll tell you this, if Kamala Harris were president now, we wouldn't be drifting into World War III with Iran right now. Trump is a fakeless failure. We would be doing the exact same thing that we're doing right now. The only difference would be, in terms of our dealings with Israel and Iran, we were doing the 100% verbatim the exact same shit. 100%. The only thing that would be marginally different would be the way that the Democrats are actually talking about why we must do it. We'd be talking a whole game about how fucking homophobic Iran is and how we must liberate the women there. We'd probably be a little bit more tactful about trying to implement regime change. be a little bit more competent in our imperial ambitions. But by and large, we know exactly what it looks like. We know exactly what incredibly devastating American foreign policy decisions look like because Gaza started under Biden. And we saw how the media packaged it, and we saw how the Democratic Party responded to the demands, the reasonable calls of restraint, the reasonable calls for a ceasefire. The Democrats set the fucking stage for even the censorship regime that the Trump administration is now taking advantage of. The Democrats started that. A lot of people act as though this censorship regime around Israel and speaking out against Israel started under the Trump administration. No, the Trump administration moved it to its logical conclusion, or is moving it to its logical conclusion. 3,500 peaceful student protesters were arrested under the Biden leadership for the crime of speaking out against Biden's unconditional loyalty to Israel and the continuation of this live-streamed child holocaust. Kamala Harris never came out against any of that, even though it was clear during the fucking election year is when they did this, by the way. That's what makes it even crazier, because like that's the one time where you have the most impact, supposedly, as a citizen. There were 1 billion different polls that showed how overwhelmingly unpopular America's misdealings with Israel were. And they all fell on deaf ears. That is what actually triggers me to no fucking end when I hear from dumb fuck lib shits that turn around and try to talk about how Kamala would be different. And maybe Kamala Harris might come out at some point and demonstrate a fraction of political courage when it's far too late, when it's far too safe for her to do so. And then those dumb fuck lib shits, instead of going, I think maybe this is just optics, they will turn around and act as though she was there the entire way. So if you're one of these liberals who also had this attitude, I'm urging you to self-reflect. I'm urging you to reconsider your stances. Do not let yourself be duped. These are the moments where it matters. If Kamala Harris cared, if she truly cared, she would be out there. I don't think it's fair to mimic the right's talking points on Kamala. She would be better. It was binary last year. It was binary to say. It wasn't. It's disingenuous. That's your nihilistic take per usual. Fine, but you're so mad about it both ways. I don't think so. I think Gaza would be different marginally, but not the same. Don't be ridiculous. Be real, dude. You'd shit all over anything. Don't be disingenuous. Wow, here's a lib shit right here. Can you explain to me why Kamala Harris has not made a single statement about the Gaza genocide that has continued under the Trump administration, even as a partisan perspective? And instead, the only time she's actually ever spoken out about anything Israel related was when Eden Alexander was returning, where she made another statement about how all the hostages should be returned, which is basically just a defense of Israel at that point. When you omit the key detail in this equation, which is like literally the ongoing continued ethnic cleansing campaign that Israel is doing with American munitions that they got under the Biden administration and continue to get under the Trump administration. What makes you think that she would be in any way, shape, or form different? What makes you think that a marginal difference would be all too consequential? Are you saying that Kamala Harris would only allow Israel to kill 50 people yesterday rather than 51? Do you think that Kamala Harris would allow Israel to use tank shells and helicopters to murder starving Palestinians? To the numbers of 25 as opposed to 50? Is that the marginal difference here? Is that going to be marginally better? They die tomorrow rather than yesterday? She'd be horrible but better. I think I have to treat this in the same way that I treat. You're saying yes. A lot of people, when they hear you say that this is positive or this marginal difference makes any sense in terms of a continued ethnic cleansing campaign, people look at you like you are mentally challenged. I need you to understand that. I look at you like that. I think you have a real mental issue. You might be like a John Fetterman style car crash victim if you think that this marginal difference is consequential because Gazan children that are being starved don't die yesterday, but they die tomorrow. Okay? You need to use this as an opportunity, as a wake-up call, and engage in a really radical act, an act of self-reflection. Think about why you feel this way. Okay? And if it's because you were dropped on your head as a child numerous times, then maybe this is unsalvageable. But if there's a conscious in there, okay, if you have any fucking synapses that you can fire off up there, please use them now. It's not a mental challenge. It's seeing as Palestinians and nothing but numbers. 50 is less than 51, so it's somehow better. No one is saying Kamala or the Dems would be pro-Palestinian anyway, but it's not crazy to think we would be on the precipice of war by with Iran by June. Yeah, no, it is crazy. And the reason why it's crazy is because a lot of you are not paying attention. This is an incredible opportunity for you to actually learn something. Please, I urge you to be open-minded. I urge you. I know you think I am too anti-liberal here. I'm too anti-Democrat. There is resentment in your heart right now for the Democratic Party because of their ineptitude, because of their feckless cowardice. Okay? So make no mistake. The reason why I show you these things, as far as like Hakeem Jeffries' statement, as far as Kamala Harris's lack of statements, as far as Brett McGurk and how much he has dick-rode. Brett McGurk was the key figure in the Biden administration, mind you, and how much Brett McGurk has championed Donald Trump's Iran policy thus far. The reason why I show you this is because American foreign policy is uniparty right now, and we can only change that. We can only create this democratic counterbalance if people like yourself that are Democratic Party dick riders for free actually realize that the Democrats are currently on board with everything that the Republicans are doing. Every single thing. Until they show us that they're not, there is no reason for you to believe that they are actually secretly peaceful participants here. As you've shown on stream, almost every one of Harris's campaign and policy people have supported the attacks on Iran. It's not proof. If that's not proof, nothing would be different on this issue. I don't know what is. Exactly. People that worked in the previous administration that participated in the Gaza genocide saying that they're on board with what Trump is doing with Iran. And also Kamala Harris's own staffers, like Kamala Harris's potential NSC head came out and immediately said, actually, we would be more willing to bomb Iran before fucking Donald Trump. We would defend Israel way harder than Donald Trump. What more can we do? What more can we say? What more can I show you? Do you need a statement from Kamala Harris that literally says, if I was president right now, I would be nuking Tehran? Is that what would cause you to recognize that? Or rather, would you turn around and fucking say, actually, girl boss bitch, we should be nuking Tehran? Because I don't know at this point. If you're this oblivious to the Democratic Party's lack of interest in being a peaceful dove party, a real anti-war party, when it is literally advantageous for them politically, even if they don't give a fuck about the carcasses of Iranian children being wiped off the planet by American munitions, they should at least care about winning, right? They should care about maintaining their popularity. They have unprecedented, historic unpopularity right now. They are less popular than the fucking Republican Party. This is a fucking 60% resentment issue. Nobody wants to go to war with Iran. Trump is going to war with Iran. His own base doesn't want him to go to war with Iran. And not a single fucking Democrat in a position of power is speaking out against this. Did Republicans take control of the both houses? You don't know that, Hasan? She's not in power. She doesn't control both houses. Jesus fucking Christ. That is precisely why she could make a fucking statement, you dumb moron. What the fuck is wrong with you? Where is your fucking brain? She's not in power, which is the perfect opportune moment for her to at least stand against Trump from a partisan perspective. And I'm not just talking about Kamala Harris. I'm talking about Hakeem Jeffries. I'm talking about Chuck Schumer. Chuck Schumer's only position on the Iran stuff was basically to come out a couple weeks prior and go, Taco Trump, he's not going to nuke Tehran. What a pussy. You better not be making a deal without telling us with Iran that causes you not to nuke Iran. How is that a fucking anti-war position? Democrats in power have only said things that are in favor of Donald Trump escalating tensions with Iran and going to a direct military conflict with Iran, as opposed to the overwhelming unpopularity of said position by the public. Okay? Kamala Harris hasn't even said anything for optics. She's fucking powerless. She has no power. She could just as easily turn around and be like, just like she fucking acted like she was for Medicare for all when she had no power. She could turn around and just be like, oh yeah, this is really fucked up. Sorry, I should have voted for Jill Stein. Did I ever say that? Don't fucking cope. Don't fucking cope in here. How many times did I say Jill Stein is a non-factor in this equation? She's a grifter. Shut the fuck up. It is because of your dick riding of the Democratic Party that the Democrats feel as though they can get away with their ineptitude. You guys are so fucking stupid. Have some backbone. Care about the policies rather than people who have never shown you that they care about you. Point to one time where I recommended voting for Jill Stein, okay? And I'll end this broadcast. I'll give you my fucking stream key. Ironically enough, I even make the same fucking argument about Jill Stein. Where is Jill Stein? Kamala Harris is basically the Jill Stein of the Democratic Party. Hasan still thinks Democrats and Kamala would be no different. 9,000 upvotes. I'm glad that at least like these guys took the time out from dick riding Asmongold and like neo-Nazi shit on the LSF subreddit to finally fucking be annoying liberals. Oblivious and annoying liberals. Kamala Harris and the Democratic Party right now would be no fucking different than the Republicans. It doesn't even matter because the Republicans are not in charge. I mean, the Democrats are not in charge. However, what matters is they're not even using this as an opportunity to create partisan divide. They're not even fomenting partisan divide on a fucking incredibly popular issue. Donald Trump is incredibly unpopular on this front. And the Democrats are on board, with the exception of like Chris Murphy. He's the only person that I've heard from that has said something even remotely close to maybe we shouldn't go to war with Iran. And even then he goes, I think going to war with Iran is a terrible idea, but no one believes this 2 weeks bit. He's used it a million times before to pretend he might be doing something he's not. It just makes America look weak and silly. He's like, oh, please look stronger, sir. If you're going to bomb Iran, you should do it now. There are places where the Democrats are different marginally and not far enough, not different enough from the Republicans, but at least still marginally better. Foreign policy is not one of those instances. Do not try to come in here and fucking criticize me over this shit. You're just operating like a fucking QAnon supporter, but blue. Instead, you're just doing blue and on shit. Bernie Sanders, AOC, and like a handful of Democrats and Thomas Massie on the Republican side are the only people who have spoken out against going to fucking war with Iran. That's it. A total of like 10 fucking politicians. Disgusting. Disastrous.
The H3 podcast, they're up to no good once again. They're doing more of that stuff that we've seen. Hila Klein, co-host of the H3 podcast.
What is this, bro? Is this drama? How to girl boss a genocide? Is there a broader point here? Because I don't really care to fucking offer any sort of attention to. You guys should watch it on your own. You guys should watch it on your own. Noah does great videos, and you should watch it on your own. I personally don't fucking care to even entertain Ethan Klein at this point. I think every time the drama goes away, he purposely does something incredibly embarrassing with the hopes that he can maintain eyeballs. Like, the attention goes away even for a little bit, and then his goal is to try and use like whatever he has. In this circumstance, he has money. He still has money. I don't think Teddy Fresh is doing all that well, but he still has like old school YouTube money and some of the Teddy Fresh money that he had in the past. So he's using the last remaining fucking money that he has to basically create legal drama against people who are much smaller as content creators than he is, with frivolous litigation that will most likely be tossed aside by any competent judge. And it's twofold. On the one hand, he wants to do this because he wants to get a fucking W, because he just got owned by billionaire Brian Kavanaugh. On the other hand, he wants to basically create some air of attention around him, because even the fucking slop tuber orbiters that he has cultivated at this point have been turning around and saying, this is really boring. Don't watch, move on. WWE World War III time terrorist merge? What is terrorist merge? Yeah. I believe in the copyright lawsuits that he has launched against Denims, Frogan, and Caseytron. He mentions my name, I think 150 plus times, even calling me the Grand Mufti of Palestine that was like homies with Adolf Hitler. What the fuck does that have to do with copyright, man? Those with money in the legal system have the ability to destroy and bully and just defeat people on the grounds of, I have more money. This is what Ethan said when he was faced with the Matt Haas lawsuit. 258 times to be exact. Psychotic. Anyway, here is Tulsi Gabbard now trying to fix what she said, which was the initial assessment of Tulsi Gabbard and the intelligence community as the head of DNI was that Iran did not have nukes, nor were in the process of enriching uranium to develop nuclear warheads.
Iran continues to seek expansion of its influence in the Middle East, despite the degradation to its proxies and defenses during the Gaza conflict. Iran has developed and maintains ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and UAVs, including systems capable of striking U.S. targets and allies in the region. Tehran has shown a willingness to use these weapons, including during a 2020 attack on U.S. forces in Iraq and in attacks against Israel in April and October 2024. Iran's cyber operations and capabilities also present a serious threat to U.S. networks and data. The IC continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program that he suspended in 2003. The IC continues to monitor closely if Tehran decides to reauthorize its nuclear weapons program. In the past year, we've seen an erosion of a decades-long taboo in Iran on discussing nuclear weapons in public, likely emboldening nuclear weapons advocates within Iran's decision-making apparatus. Iran's enriched uranium stockpile is at its highest levels and is unprecedented for a state without nuclear weapons. Iran will likely continue efforts to counter Israel and press for U.S. military withdrawal from the region by aiding, arming, and helping to reconstitute its loose consortium of like-minded terrorists and militant actors, which it refers to as its axis of resistance. Although weakened...
Wait, so there... These words, Iran is at the point that it can produce a nuclear weapon within weeks to months, appear nowhere in the testimony. Yeah, she's not even saying that. Also, as every intel analyst can tell you, having intelligence on something is not the same as assessing it. One could find info to support any number of claims. What matters is what the IC makes of that information, the intelligence community. Oh, she's saying this is her initial assessment, and then she's trying to massage the narrative by changing the fucking description. The dishonest media is intentionally taking my testimony out of context and spreading fake news as a way to manufacture division. America has intelligence that Iran is at the point that it can produce a nuclear weapon within weeks to months if they decide to finalize the assembly. President Trump has made it clear that that can't happen, and I agree. Oh.
Attack on...
Oh, so she just did the thing. I thought there was like new, I thought there was a new testimony. Hasan, just stop. Dude, you being online with your ideology is cancer for America. My ideology of anti-war so that we can use our funds better instead of giving them to Israel so they can kill children. We should build roads in your fucking neighborhood, give you health care, make sure that your children have a better future, make sure that you can go to college and your children can go to college, make sure that we have better workplace protections for you and others like you. Make sure that you can make an honest living and not have to fucking worry about your finances every step of the way. Make sure that we can fix the affordability crisis. This is my dangerous, cancerous ideology. This man says, no, we must give all of our money to Israel. We must give all of our money to endless bloodshed overseas. We must kill everyone. We must vanquish all of these people that I now believe are my foes. I can't understand how someone could be this fucking cucked. Hasan, you're so fine. Are you stupid? Don't do this double debate. Ban me. I don't support terrorists. Iran need to go, yes. I'm not going to ban you, but you are a terrorist. You speak about a foreign nation with 92 million people in worse ways than that foreign nation even talks about you. They fucking burned. They say death to America, right? They said death to America, death to Israel. You freak out about it. The reason why they say that is because we're already fucking in the process of bombing them. We've already destabilized them. Iran has done nothing to you in return. And in the process, also your name has FNAF on it, so I suspect you're a child, and I'm literally fucking talking to a child who is just repeating a talking point that he saw from someone with a child brain, probably an adult with a childlike brain. Oh, Maya's here. I can hear myself. FNAF fans are 30 now. But in any case, have fun. Have fun being drafted. Y'all are literally brain wasted. Dude, you can't even write brainwashed. You're saying brain wasted. I think it is not I or this community that is brainwashed. You are the brainwashed one if you think that going to war with Iran is a good thing for you. Every dollar spent on weapons to kill people over there is a dollar that could be spent on you and your loved ones to improve your living conditions here. Okay? There is a finite amount of money out there. And you have been brainwashed into thinking that that money is better served killing random children overseas rather than here to improve your living standards. Americans are the most brainwashed country on the fucking planet. You literally think we have to fucking bomb Iran. You don't even think about like how consequential that might be for you. The reason why I'm taking the time out to talk to you directly is because I hope there are people like you in the chat who might have these, might have for the first time ever watched me and maybe have silly positions like you do that will quickly shake themselves away from this fucking stupor. You have what I like to call serf mindset. You have the brain of a peasant, where you say, my lordship controls my life. I will fight for my lordship. My lordship must not die. I will put my body on the line for my lordship so he can eat all the tasty treats and develop goiter when I suffer and my family dies from famine. What's your favorite streamer? Stan the FNAF man? Well, what the fuck? There's no way he got banned. I think he just like got so embarrassed that he, or not goiter, sorry, gout. You're right. I said goiter. Popular subtle propaganda tactic of late is crediting U.S. intel that Iran has not decided to make a nuke and would be years away even if they did to just Tulsi Gabbard. She was repeating uniform consensus of the Intel Committee since 2007. This wasn't in dispute until 10 minutes ago. Even the New York Times makes it clear repeatedly that the White House and Israel's new conspiracy theory is not based on a shred of new evidence, but merely a new analysis of existing work, which is to say that they're just making shit up in contradiction to uniform consensus of the CIA, DNI, etc. Yeah, I think we made fun of him for FNAF too much, so he changed his username. What I'd love a reporter to ask Schumer, Jeffries, or any Dems is, do you believe the established U.S. intelligence consensus version of events or Trump and Netanyahu's claim that Iran has both decided to build a nuke and is 15 days away from doing so? Would be very informative. Because all of these AIPAC crib statements coming out sure sound like top Democrats are buying Trump's version of events and not the U.S. intelligence communities. And since Trump is a Russian asset, this would seem ill-advised in my opinion. What? Is it actually effing? I'm confused. It's not on my end. I didn't experience anything on my end. I think that's a Twitch side issue. False flag F. Putin today says, despite the risks, we built a reactor in Bushehr and signed a contract for 2 more. We are not evacuating personnel. We raised this issue with Israel and President Trump. We act within international law and demand safety of our staff. A quiet but clear warning. Russia isn't leaving Iran, and if Israel or the U.S. puts Russian lives at risk, the consequences will escalate. Why are people saying this is a massive F? I'm so confused. I didn't experience anything. Most people did not. Why the fuck is everybody freaking out? Just refresh. I don't know if you did.
General, your take, what would you say right now if the president said, I need you in the Oval Office to talk to me about what my options are? What would you emphasize?
Yeah, well, a few things. I think, first of all, I think he's had 4 or 5 meetings on this, and we certainly don't know, where he is on all of those meetings. But I think from the policy perspective, from when you look at it, from Marco Rubio's responsibilities,
He changed his username from Stan the FNAF Man to Stan the Man? Ain't no way. Ain't no way he changed his name from Stan the FNAF Man to fucking Stan the Man. Oh my God. I guess he was like self-aware enough and has the capacity to feel shame. Perhaps maybe this is the start of something beautiful. Perhaps you can use this moment of self-reflection and extend it beyond simply changing your fucking username. What up? I'm almost done. I mean, just no. I'm almost. I'm about to. Maya's here.
This is a huge strategic opportunity here that we haven't had in 45 years. We're talking about removing and ending Iran as being the #1 adversary that has dominated the region in terms of instability. They've been at this for 45 years. And as you pointed out to our audience here, the history of killing Americans during that time frame is very significant, but their overall behavior. So as a result of diminishing this regime, taking away its nuclear capability, taking away much of its military capability, weakening it politically, isolating it for the first time, as we mentioned in the last hour. I mean, the proxies aren't helping them.
Right.
I mean,
their allies aren't helping them.
And China and Russia are not helping them. And
he said ending Iran. Like, that's his consideration, is ending Iran. Sick, perverted, bloodthirsty monster. It is wild to me that no one in mainstream media is even remotely putting up a showing against this kind of statement. Even, like, does it not shock anybody that, like, Bernie Sanders made a statement? He released it on his YouTube page. Why is Anderson Cooper not talking to Bernie Sanders? Why is Jake Tapper not talking to AOC? Why is nobody talking to Thomas Massey? Like, there are people, like MSNBC had Chris Hayes, had Ro Khanna on, but that's pretty much it. They're not even fucking bringing up the voices of reason here.
And they funded Hezbollah billions of dollars for one reason only. Yes, to do state-sponsored terrorism, and they were the best at it in the business. But number two, and the primary reason, was to defend Iran in the event of a war with Israel, and they haven't fired a shot. They lost the political will. So what that presents to us is our contribution here to end this. After all, this is Israel's.
Because like 29% of Americans aren't insane warmongers. It's just not politically or socially advantageous. That's not true. That's not true. One, with maximum charitability here, you're basically describing the byproduct of the media not serving the interests of the public and not actually showing that there's an alternative vision here. But even then, you're not correct. You're literally not correct. No, Iraq war is entirely different. We are literally sitting in the ashes of the Iraq war. Dog. Yes, I'm explaining to you what happens. I'm using the Iraq war as a warning. We are living in the aftermath, in the ashes of what happened with the Iraq war. Right now, there is 60% disapproval of engaging Iran militarily. Off yourself. This guy's not even American. You fucking idiot. You're watching you're witnessing the manufacturing of consent and refusing to reckon with that. There is already a tremendous amount of disapproval of going to war with Iran. The media is working overtime trying to change that dynamic. It's still not working. And you're in here being like, nah, everyone's a bloodthirsty monster. They might be. Terrorist dick sucker. Literally terrorist dick sucker. Off yourself, piece of shit. Can you explain to me who the bigger terrorist here is? Israel? Or any number of different groups or states that resist Israel? Israel's doing a genocide. What is a bigger cause of terror than that? Is Iran doing a genocide? No. Quick, answer quickly before you get platform banned, because I suspect that's going to happen because you said off yourself to a streamer in front of 40,000 people. Quick. Give me your last words and then tell me who your favorite content creator is. The dad with the mo. I like to stream a few games, but mainly stream War Thunder.
Perfect landing. Perfect landing.
Did I hear your gears?
It's so funny that this guy is Australian. He's not even American. He's not even fucking American. You are double cucked.
Detonate behind me.
Double cucked. You're cucked by America already. You have no
I will be
autonomy.
repaired in 2 minutes.
You have no fucking autonomy. Australians are either the most based Maoist third worlders or the biggest fucking dick riders of empire, and nothing in between. You should be excited that you're a Chinese vassal state. I wish. Yeah, Maoist or Rupert Murdoch without the money. Great way to approach that, yeah.
Nah.
This guy's a dad, by the way. How fucking sad. What a sad fucking state of affairs. Imagine wanting to be a fucking Twitch streamer on this platform and then going up to another Twitch streamer's chat and saying, off yourself. Damn, bro, he just created his villain origin story. I created his villain origin story. He literally came in here and say, off yourself, piece of shit, off yourself. Literally terrorist dick sucker, terrorist dick sucker. Oh. Yeah, that is a side-wide ban.
War.
All right, I'm going to skip this. I'm going to talk about Mahmoud.
Welcome back right now.
Because we need some good news.
Now, Vice President J.D. Vance is on his way to Los Angeles, where he's expected to meet with Marines and tour a facility that is key to the Trump administration's immigration crackdown. His visit comes less than 24 hours after a federal appeals court handed the administration a key victory in that effort, ruling that it can keep control of California National Guard troops despite fierce opposition from state leaders. NBC News political and national correspondent Jacob Sobroff joins me now from Los Angeles. So, Jacob, what has the reaction been to the vice president's visit to Los Angeles?
You can imagine, Ryan, that...
What the fuck? This video is wrong.
We are awaiting the release of Mahmoud Khalil, the Columbia University grad student and Palestinian activist arrested by ICE more than 3 months ago. A judge today ordered Khalil to be freed on bail. He had been held in a detention facility in Louisiana, away from his wife and away from his newborn son. He's also been the subject of an intense debate over the power of the Trump administration to hold pro-Palestinian demonstrators. Let's go straight to CNN's Gloria Pazmino, who has been following.
No. Site-wide ban. No. I wanted him to tell me why he thought this way, but got fucking clapped. VP Vance just called California Senator Alex Padilla Jose Padilla during his press conference. A classic.
Following Khalil's case since the very beginning, Gloria, what do we know about what happens next here?
Well, Phil, at this hour, one of Khalil's attorneys who is there with him and down in Louisiana is trying to figure out the logistics of his release, which I'm told could happen at some point later this evening. And it's possible that he might be back in New York City this weekend. Now, as you mentioned, he's being held in a very rural part of Louisiana. So it will take some time just for them simply to get back and forth to the airport after he is officially released. But I want to mention, Phil, that the judge in this case just a few hours ago during the bail hearing called it highly, highly unusual to continue to detain a legal permanent of the United States, who his lawyers have argued is not a danger to the community and was unlikely to flee. In fact, today, Judge Michael Farbiars said that, quote, it is that Khalil, quote, is not a danger to the community, period. Full stop. Now, let's step back a moment, Phil, because Mahmoud Khalil was the first in a string of detentions by the...
Yes, I'm working on linking up with Mahmoud when I'm in... This is the most up-to-date information on Mahmoud straight from his legal team. I am looking to do a sit down with him when I am out in New York. Update. Magistrate Judge in New Jersey says a telephone conference will be held at 3:30 p.m. to address the release terms, including the manner and logistics by which Mahmoud Khalil will surrender his passport and any other travel documents to the government as a precondition of release. The district court has ordered Khalil to be released today. Dr. Noor Abdallah, Mahmoud Khalil's wife, reacts to the court ordering Khalil's release. After more than 3 months, we can finally breathe a sigh of relief and know that Mahmoud is on his way home to me and Dean, who never should have been separated from his father. She adds, we know this ruling does not begin to address the injustices of the Trump administration has brought upon our family and so many others the government is trying to silence for speaking out against Israel's ongoing genocide against the Palestinians. But today we are celebrating Mahmoud coming back to New York to be reunited with our little family and the community that has supported us since the day he was unjustly taken for speaking out for Palestinian freedom. Latest update is that the court orders that Mahmoud Khalil's travel be restricted to New York and Michigan, as well as New Jersey and Louisiana for court appearances and attorney visits only, and Washington, D.C. for lobbying, legislative purposes only. Khalil will not be allowed to travel within the United States beyond these states and cannot travel internationally either. Yeah, because the judge has never been wrong when they said someone isn't a threat to the community. Do you think Mahmoud Khalil is a threat to the community? What is he going to do? Speak out against Israel's genocide more? Because that was the reason why he was detained unjustly. Oh no. What if he says Israel's doing a genocide, which is an overwhelming majority position in most of the planet? A position he should have never been prosecuted over at all. A grave injustice has been committed towards Mahmoud Khalil and his entire family. The idea that the idea that he should have ever seen the inside of a prison is spectacularly cruel. And only a dumb fuck that does not even understand how this kind of dangerous precedent could potentially harm them in the long run would ever entertain such a ridiculous act of aggression against someone who is just simply speaking the truth. Capital punishment without terrorist Mahmoud Khalifak, Lamafeo, ha ha ha. Jailed that evil terrorist supporter, yay, yay. I'll tell you, HasanAbi, what happens. That evil terrorist propagandists get deported, and all the law says we have to fight because he is a danger. I think a lot of, when I see stuff like this, for the record, when I see people say stuff like this, I don't get mad, and I don't think you should either. I mean, when it becomes overwhelming, it like really frustrates me. But when someone reaches a certain point of fervor, it's very obvious that they're doing that because of a severe insecurity. Only incredibly weak people look to an incredible encroachment upon all American civil liberties and says that's good and we want more of that. The only reason why they get this fucking angry is because they are repulsive to those in their immediate vicinity and incredibly angry all the fucking time. Everyone around them resents them, so they think, oh, well, as long as the government is actually doing this kind of awful shit, as long as the government is doing this kind of awful shit to people that I have perceived as my enemies, that I'm too stupid to recognize are simply just my neighbors, do I feel a crumb of power? Not recognizing that the government that does that to Mahmoud Khalil on ridiculous grounds, simply an exercise of the First Amendment, will inevitably do that to you as well. Do you think it's antisocial behavior? I agree. What? I agree with you about Israel and Gaza, but judges are wrong a lot of the time. Do you think the judges are wrong in this case? Otherwise, why did you actually take issue with this release? I take issue with the judges being wrong in even letting him see the inside of a cell for even a fucking fraction of a moment, not with his release. You chose this, I guess, inopportune moment to talk about, you know, injustice taking place within the criminal justice system, I suspect. Or maybe you're too much of a coward to say it with your fucking chest. Fuck. Frame drop. Yes, I know. There was a fucking brief F. It was a little bit of a stutter. And there isn't a delay. Calm down. Let's keep going.
The Trump administration's immigration crackdown, which targeted pro-Palestinian protesters on U.S. university campuses. And since that push, which started 3 months ago, many of the students have actually been released, all of them except Khalil. In the meantime, he has missed his graduation, the birth of his son, and he's been kept away from his families and his attorneys. Now, 2 weeks ago, the judge in this case said that he was going to order Khalil's release, but the government appealed that decision, saying that there was an outstanding charge accusing Khalil of lying on his green card application, something that his lawyers have denied. Now, his lawyers renewed their request for the court to issue bail, and that's exactly what happened here today. Khalil will be released. He said that the outstanding matter is a civil matter in immigration court, certainly not a criminal matter, and we are expecting to hear some detail about the conditions for his release, including the surrender of his passport and travel conditions. Here's what his wife, Dr. Noor Abdallah, said upon learning about his release. Quote, "We know this ruling does not begin to address the injustices the Trump administration has brought upon our family and so many others."
Republicans complain about the fantastical Democratic president arresting people for thought crimes. And when their guy actually unironically does that for a foreign state, not even like, he didn't even say anything against America, which still would be unacceptable, while simultaneously going, Shalom, Mahmoud. This is what you get for speaking out against Israel. And these dumb fucks in unison try to find ways of defending this insane encroachment on civil liberties. One of the most consequential, one of the most important protections that the Constitution affords all of us unconditionally, citizen and non-citizen alike. This is an actual violation of the First Amendment. Not like video game titties or, I don't know, whatever you perceive as a severe injustice, like a black female protagonist in your favorite video game. This is it. It is, like, I would say that online, this kind of sentiment is fairly broad, like broadly represented, overrepresented. I don't think in the real world there is this much support. There's this much support for deporting people. Guys, I'm going to have Maya in a second. I'm going to have her on in a second. Please stop being fucking annoying. I'm in the process of covering a very important news story that I have been monitoring while also simultaneously trying to directly talk to the legal team of Mahmoud Khalil for months at this point so I could go visit him in the fucking Louisiana prison that he was in. And you guys are fucking freaking out. This is an incredibly important news story. God damn. I love Maya. She's about to come on. We're going to talk about animals. We're going to do some fun stuff. But you need to fucking shut the fuck up for a second, okay?
She also said, today we are celebrating Mahmoud coming back to New York to be reunited with our little family and the community that has supported us since that day. He was unjustly taken for speaking out for Palestinian freedom. Phil?
Gloria Pazmino, thanks so much. Let's bring in now Donna Lieberman, Executive Director of the New York ACLU, which is helping represent Mahmoud Khalil. Donna, appreciate your time. Just to start off, what more do we know right now about when a release might happen at this point?
We know he's been ordered released today, and we know that the release is being processed, but we don't know exactly when that will happen.
Before this decision today, or before the order today by the judge, he had been the only prominent pro-Palestinian demonstrator still in ICE custody, at least that I'm aware of. The State Department had claimed he posed a threat to national security. The use of that claim seems to have fallen apart in almost every case at this point. Is that a fair assessment?
I just popped in. I have no context. I just don't like judges. Oh, God. Guys, stop fucking talking to the moron. Okay?
That's right. The Trump administration was trying to use this antiquated statute that was little used historically to justify detaining and deporting Mahmoud Khalil and others because they were ostensibly a threat to our foreign policy by virtue of lawful political expression. And the judge unequivocally rejected the government's claim and said that holding him on these grounds was unconstitutional. So today's ruling, last week's ruling and today's ruling combined are a vindication of Khalil's rights. They're a vindication of the First Amendment and our democracy, but the case is not over. We still have to get all the charges dismissed, dumped. These are trumped up charges, literally, figuratively, and we need to make sure that the Trump administration gets the message, and they should with today's ruling, that you cannot deport people based on lawful political expression. You cannot retaliate against people for exercising First Amendment rights, whether they're citizens or not.
I wanted to ask you about kind of what happens.
Wait, I'm confused. My favorite political commentator who lives in a fucking mountain of piss and shit told me that non-citizens don't get this kind of protection. and that legal permanent residents should be deported for saying things that I personally don't like. I'm so confused. What is your academic pedigree, lady? Is what I would say if I was the dumbest person on the fucking planet, okay? I'm not. I'm the second dumbest person on the fucking planet.
Next, because it was striking, the judge today saying, and I'm paraphrasing here, but based on what he had seen, there's at least something to the underlying claim that has been made in his defense that this was all about.
Yeah, where's Moldman now? Where the fuck is he now? I thought he was certain that this was based.
Just trying to crack down on speech on some level, which was notable, but there is still a case that's not over. He faces charges that he failed to give required information on his green card application, still potentially faces deportation. What's your sense of where that goes?
Well, you know, the team of lawyers is going to fight vigorously to get all the charges dismissed. But this will play out in court in a way that is consistent with our system of justice. Mr. Khalil will be free. He'll be with his community. He'll be with his wife, his new baby, and he will not be subjected to additional irreparable harm as a result of Trump's retaliatory campaign to make him a symbol and to deport him. So the case will go on, and we're hopeful that we will be successful. We're confident because he is right. He has every right to be here. He's a lawful permanent resident. He's got a green card, and he has done nothing wrong to justify the treatment.
We will certainly be watching every step of the way. Donna Lieberman, New York ACLU, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Palestinian activist Mahmoud Khalil has just been
ACLU, actual communist lawyer union, probably, right? That's probably, they clearly not an institution tasked with defending civil liberties or anything like that. Classic. Of course they would be saying such things, saying such silly things. Would you be down to interview him? Yes, I already talked about it. I'm working on it actively.
ordered released from ICE detention. This decision from a federal judge coming more than 3 months after he was arrested outside his apartment on Columbia University's campus. Khalil expected to be released today. CNN senior legal analyst Ellie Honig joins us now. Ellie, can you just remind us how we got here and help us understand, why this is happening now?
Sure. So Khalil was arrested back in March under an obscure part of a law called the Immigration and Nationalization Act of 1952. That law says that the Secretary of State can deport a non-citizen if the Secretary of State makes a finding that the person poses a serious threat to American foreign policy. And so invoking that law, Marco Rubio had Mr. Khalil detained. Mr. Khalil then hired attorneys, and he has filed a lawsuit challenging his detention and potential deportation. This is something called a habeas lawsuit. That's in federal court in the District of New Jersey. And as part of that lawsuit, Mr. Khalil has asked to be released while the lawsuit itself played out. And that led to today's ruling by the judge that he is to be released as the lawsuit plays out.
So, Ellie Honig, we understand that he has posted bail or is going to be able to be out on bail here. That doesn't mean that this is all resolved, though.
Exactly. So the continuing fight over whether Mr. Khalil can be deported, that will go on. But it's important whether somebody, of course, has bail or is locked up while it goes on. And the significance of the ruling by the judge, and I should mention, I know the judge, I was a former prosecutor at DOJ with him, Judge Farbiage. So there's a couple things that I think we can read into today's ruling. One, the judge made specific findings on the record, and you have to do this anytime you're going to bail someone as a judge, that Mr. Khalil is not a flight risk and that he poses no danger to the community. Judge Farbiage said that on the record. The other thing is, it indicates that Judge Farbiage believes in Khalil's constitutional attack on his detention. Judge Farbiage has said that. He said he believes the law that I mentioned before is unconstitutional because it's too vague, and it allows the Secretary of State to discriminate against someone's free speech rights under the First Amendment. So it's a good indicator for Mr. Khalil as this case moves forward.
All right. Good stuff. And I'll keep you posted with updates. No. Are you fucking kidding me when you said bomb alerts in Israel? That's a joke, right? We're doing animal time. Okay, calm down. We're doing animal time. Have you seen this? Oh God, my Israeli chatters are saying they're getting bomb alerts. No, it's fine. It's fine. We're doing it. We're doing animal stuff. All right, what do you have? What do you have for us today? What's the game about? Two truths and a lie, animal edition. Now.
Hi guys. Hello, you ready for a little funsy breaksies? What do you think?
Yeah. Hold on 1 second.
Check this out.
What are they checking out?
ASMR.
Oh. Here it is.
Wow, that's nice.
Yeah, you like that? That's art.
Wait, actually, I do like it.
Okay, for those of you who don't know who my guest is, which I think you all do, this is my arch nemesis. Okay? And why is this so fucking... It's crazy how fucking the lighting is so crazy right now. Okay. Everybody, this is my arch nemesis, my HIGA. Okay? And here, we're blasting off.
You may know me from CBS News.
I was about to say, you may know her. That's right. You may know her from CBS News. What is this? Hasan is ducking her for a reason. You may know her from this.
Wide open. Chat, someone say bang.
Great defense.
Thank you. Thank you for saying that.
You may know her from that, or you may know her from this. Oh, who liked this? Someone else
give that back.
Someone else caught a hold of my account and liked that in my stead. Clearly, I would never do that. I would never do. I probably liked it to criticize it later, at a later date on stream. All right, let's take a look at. Is it 2 minutes? Is this a whole segment?
Yeah.
Outcome is not always good when a wild animal is injured or an illegal pet confiscated. But thanks to a group of Gen Zers and their unique social media stream, many of these animals have found a new home. CBS's Karen Hua has the story from Austin, Texas.
So this is our marmoset enclosure. Oh, there he is. At 26, Maya Higa is the Gen Z.
I'm 27 now.
Wait, oh, when they shot this, you were 26?
Yeah. It was right before my birthday.
Oh, wow, okay.
Jane Goodall.
I didn't know she was Gen Z either. We talked about this on the podcast.
Bro, you missed that line. It was so hard.
I know. I'm gonna run it back. Don't worry, I'm gonna run it back.
At 26, Maya Higa is the Gen Z Jane Goodall. From injured birds to abused animals to confiscated illegal pets, she's rescued hundreds of critters from around the country. At her nonprofit, Alvea Sanctuary outside Austin, Texas, she teaches visitors about these unique animals. But this isn't a public zoo. You can only visit online.
I don't know if we've ever seen before, is the animal sanctuary all virtual and all funded from donors from around the world.
Higa streams live on Twitch, the social media platform most commonly used for video games.
We call it hiding the broccoli here.
Look who it is! Our first guest! Lessons on conservation, education on exploitive trades, hidden inside fun demonstrations.
They can't live in the wild. Their options are either, unfortunately, be euthanized or stay here and teach people.
With 24/7 cameras in every enclosure, Alveus gets about 30 million online visitors a year, likely more than if they were open to the public.
You can watch them eat, you can watch them interact with their enrichment and toys and stuff.
Now, the sanctuary has grown to 11 staff, some who specialize in nutrition, others who edit videos and monitor Twitch. It's what advocacy looks like in the digital age.
Getting young people involved in that is so...
What is this area?
Our new studio.
I've yet to see this.
Yeah, come back.
When the hell
It's
did you
sick.
guys?
Our collabs have leveled up so much.
Why do I keep hearing like a weird blip?
So important, and it's the only way that our natural world stands a chance.
So for now, this is a special sanctuary for friends like Siren here, but they're hoping to double in size in the near future. I'm Karen Hua, CBS News, Austin, Texas.
That's sick. This is dope. This is dope. Good job.
Thank you.
You did great.
Thank you. Sirens on the news.
How'd you feel?
It was cool. It was good.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was really nice. It was easy. We're famous. I don't know. It's a presentation. You could be. You could be.
Okay, here. I'm gonna give you the. Oh wait, we need animal cum music. Who has the animal cum music?
What?
Oh, come on, come on. You must know what I'm talking about.
Two truths and fake news. Someone just said, Maya, my dog is breathing weird. What should I? You should consult a veterinarian. I'm not a veterinarian. Also,
Wait.
I'm not there.
Turning
so.
off the system sounds real quick. Sorry. Okay. Top 10 HasanAbi guests according to Hasan Piker subreddit.
Wait.
Maya is at number 4. That's crazy.
Wait, who are they? Oh, okay, Stavi. That's valid.
Okay.
That's
Number
valid.
1 is Stavros. Number 2 is Boy Boy, the handsome lads. Unfortunately, they can't come to the United States of America out of the very real fear that they will be deported instantly. the moment that they set foot on U.S. soil.
Right.
Number 3 is Felix Biederman. Number 4, I don't know who number 4 is.
Who is Felix Biederman?
He's a good friend of mine.
I don't know him.
He's a political commentator, comedian, UFC journalist. He used to write about the UFC.
Do you like WrestleMania?
No.
Why?
I do kind of, but I don't like really keep up with it that much. Number 4 is whoever this is. I don't know how she snuck in there.
That's Goth Maya.
Number 5 is, why did you do that?
Thanks, guys.
Why'd you do that?
Probably a sub goal or something. I don't know. It's 2020 or something.
Okay.
You like the look?
Number 5 is Austin. It's Animal Cum music time, by the way.
What does that mean?
This is a song called Ticklish by Kinsas Morera. But the first time we ever listened to this song was when we were watching a YouTube video about the size of cum for different animals.
Oh, like sperm cells?
So basically this turned into
fluid
Animal Cum music. And then I started playing it as a soundtrack to car chases that we were watching for no reason other than the fact that it sounds so stupid. Like the music does. Load size is not
Volume.
Yeah.
Sperm cell size is really interesting too.
Here,
there are some animals that have massive sperm cells.
This was the video.
I think you've shown me this song.
I'm sorry. Is it not good to brush up on animal cum data?
I just think
What if you forgot?
like a little bit
What if you
of
forgot
it,
some
special interest.
things? What if you forgot some things? And I'm literally, this is a teachable moment.
Did you guys know Hasan has a fap top? Has anybody ever heard about that?
Yeah, everyone knows about it. Why does everybody always bring this? Oh my God. I'm not embarrassed about having a laptop that I use to watch my shows and sometimes pornographic material that I consume. Okay. I have bad eyes and I want to take my glasses off before I go to sleep and I can't see the television. It's too far.
Okay, all right, we're good.
So I have to
It was a
reduce
joke.
the
It's
distance
past.
between me
It's past.
and whatever
The
I'm
joke
watching.
Is past. I don't want to hear anymore.
It's not even a
about
joke.
what
I'm
you're
talking
watching.
about how I watch
I don't
anime
wanna-
on my fap top.
Okay, great, cool. Thank you.
That's crazy. Anyway, did you know that sloths have 0.05 milliliter per ejaculate?
I did not know that.
And their sperm count is 400 million per milliliter.
Wow, that's pretty good.
Yeah,
well,
exactly.
It's not that great actually.
Damn. You're saying that sloths have weak sperm.
I'm saying sloths are shooting blanks.
Okay. Yeah, you were the number 4. Soon to be number 11, probably.
Let's go.
Damn, Cutie is number 9. That's crazy.
The best collab Hasan has ever had is me, Cutie, and Stavi.
Yeah, that's true. That is like the all-time greatest collab for sure.
Prime.
My brother is not even in the top 5.
No.
All right, let's get started. Animal Cum music, locked and loaded. We're playing 2 truths and 1 fake news, right? As you said.
2 truths and 1 fake news, guys. This is a little quiz to see how much you guys know about animals, and how much Hasan knows about animals. So there are 2 things that are true, and there's 1 thing that's fake news. Are you ready to rumble? Number 1.
Giraffes have a urine fetish. Lemmings commit mass suicide. Bees have exploding penises. Okay. Bees do have exploding penises.
I taught him that.
I just knew that on my own. I downloaded that. And I do think that giraffes probably do have a urine fetish. It seems like they're freaky. Like they're freaky as fuck. So I'm going to go with number 2. Lemmings commit mass suicide is not true. But you know who does commit mass suicide? Whales.
Oh, beachings?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really sad. You're correct.
I'm correct.
So, yeah. So giraffes, saying they have a urine fetish is a little disingenuous. Male giraffes smell female giraffe urine to see about like fertility and whether they're in heat and whatnot. Bees have exploding penises. When bees boink other bees, their abdomen explodes off and kind of acts as like a plug in there, and it helps reduce competition.
I knew that because I listened to women.
Have you ever heard about lemmings committing mass suicide?
Chad is saying is a Walt Disney propaganda.
Yes. 1958 Nature documentary, and they were like,
Wait, it's effing.
No,
Hold on.
oh.
It's this has been ongoing every fucking day now. I think my PC is bricked.
Weird.
It's Starforge. It's back though. We're
Drama. Disney came out with this documentary, and they were like, lemmings like commit mass suicide, and they showed a video of them falling, like jumping off of cliffs. But actually, Disney filmmakers just threw them off of cliffs. Hasan.
That's fucking insane.
That's
what the
crazy to laugh at.
All right, I gotta pee. You keep him occupied.
Okay.
Don't say anything crazy.
Oh, what? Tell us everything. Okay, let me tell you Hasan's hot takes. Okay, ready? I feel like my voice is kind of going because I played basketball yesterday. Here's the #1 spiciest drama about Hasan right now. I have been trying to play basketball with this dude for years. And every time I try to play basketball with him, it's, last time I came to LA, it's raining today. It was raining at 8 a.m. and stopped raining at 9:30 a.m. And I wanted to play basketball at 4 p.m. was not raining. But it was raining that day, so we couldn't ball. And then this time I come to LA, we're supposed to ball. And you know what he does? He sends me feet pics. And he's like, I sprained my ankle. He purposely, how scared do you have to be of me to sprain your ankle before I get to LA to avoid playing basketball with me? Isn't that... Hello. Look at the tail go. That's a nice doggy. That's a nice doggy. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Back to business. So
What are you saying?
Nothing.
Are you talking shit?
I did not tell them what you said about Sabrina Carpenter last night.
Well, they can see it on the pod. They should watch it on the pod.
No, what you said off the pod.
Wait, what did I say off the pod?
I didn't tell them.
That I don't. I mean, I said nothing off the pod that was different than what I said on the pod. I said that I don't. Watch the podcast to know what I said. It's cancelable though. All right, back to the game that we were playing. Animal facts: 2 truths and a lie. She's not the only Carpenter judged harshly by critics. Oh, come on, that's definitely from Twitter. That's you did not come up with that on your own just now. Yeah.
Frank.
That's a great one. All right, let's go. Horror moths tranquilize females to mate with them. Domestic cats are estimated to kill around 800 million birds worldwide every year. Cockroaches can survive without their heads for up to 2 weeks. #2 and #3 are correct. #1 is a lie. Even though #1 seems to be true, it comes across as true. Or domestic cats are estimated to kill a lot of fucking birds, but maybe not 800 million. But I could see them fucking doing bird genocide to the tune of 800 million, honestly. And cockroaches can survive without their heads up to 2 weeks. That also sounds kind of... Wait, hold on. I'm going to fucking... we got to do emote mode only, mods.
Yeah, he's cheating.
No, chatters want to fucking come across like they're super smart, and they just like... Well, half the chat is spamming different shit. It doesn't matter, but I'm annoyed. Okay, I'm annoyed. I want to maintain the integrity of this game.
Should we address the elephant in the room really quick?
What?
You're scared of me?
Why? What do you mean?
Ball?
In general, because like you're a woman and I'm afraid of women. Is that what you were implying? Because it's true.
You won't even talk about it.
What?
You won't even put it on the table and talk about it.
What do you mean ball? Basketball? Oh my God. Do you want me to beat your ass with a broken ankle?
Yes. Right now, live.
I will cook you.
In basketball. Yeah, sure.
How long are you here still?
I leave Monday.
Okay. Do you want me to cook you tomorrow?
I just feel like you're walking fine.
Yeah, I can't move though. My fucking ankle is the size of a baseball. Like I can't move laterally. I can't make like quick snap decisions. I can't. You know what?
I'll be back in July.
No, I'm gonna cook you with the fucking ankle. I'm gonna hurt myself in the process, but I'm gonna do it now. How about that?
Okay, let's go right now.
No, tomorrow.
I can't tomorrow.
Why not?
Birria.
Okay.
I have Master Baker and then birria.
Okay, you'll be hammered and I'll be injured.
You know what? I'm not gonna make it. I just want to say that.
What do you mean? You're gonna die?
It's
You're
3
gonna
to 6.
kill yourself to avoid playing basketball with me?
No,
and
I'm
the one
gonna
who's
kill
scared?
myself to win birria.
It's just crazy.
3 to 6 beers in an hour, Hasan. I'm gonna die. Like
I feel like you
I might black out.
I feel like you slammed him back in your college days.
Yeah,
when you
but
were a
like,
hussy.
When I was a what?
A hussy.
Don't call me that. I hate every version of Hasan's laugh. That's something I realized yesterday. That one was even worse than the last one. Ew, you see this?
Oh
my God.
When you were wild.
in
your college days.
I did drink a lot in college, but
Yeah.
I am gonna throw up. Like I can't chug one beer without throwing up.
Why do you hate all versions of my life? That's so fucked up.
Because they're
Messed up. That's hurtful. You're hurtful.
Yeah, well, you have to learn. Somebody's got to keep you humble.
Yeah,
I'm your
I have
arch
to
nemesis
learn
or
how to laugh,
whatever.
I guess. Show this to Maya to scare her. I don't laugh like this anymore. I don't laugh in general anymore.
Hasan?
That one was crazy.
And hidden under a rock in Clark County, Nevada.
Oh, God, dude.
Aloha!
Okay, enough. Enough of this. Oh, you're laughing. You're enjoying it. You're enjoying it. Okay. All right. All right. Yeah, I forgot what I picked, but I think I said horror monster tranquilize females to mate with them. I said that's the fake one.
Okay, is that your final answer?
I feel like that's not right, judging by your response. So yes, I'm still gonna go with it.
Okay. Can I get the gun?
No.
Yes, I'm getting the gun to shoot you when you're wrong.
No. Oh God, no. What? I'm the new Maya. What? No, you're not the new Maya. Bro, get at. I will literally start talking about Israel, Iran right now.
Dude, let me tell you about moths.
Ah, okay. God damn. I hate this. This meta sucks. This is like, I see some TikTok sometimes on my timeline of like princess treatment or bare minimum.
Yeah.
And then they just like spray, these girls are spraying these men, and it's really messed up what they're doing to men.
Ah, you poor thing.
Compress your ankle and ice it. I am compressing my ankle, but icing is not good. Anyway, let's continue. Okay, so domestic cats are estimated to kill. Oh, okay. So you overestimated the number of birds that they kill.
Domestic cats are estimated to kill between 1.4 and 3.6 billion birds worldwide every year.
You underestimated it?
Keep your cats indoors.
God.
They are devastating to wildlife and birds.
That is crazy.
1 to 3 billion, chat.
Okay,
Crazy amount of
That
birds.
is an insane amount. I knew that cats do bird genocide. I knew that already. But I actually thought that this was an overestimation. It was like a trick.
I know. It's insane. So the other two are true. Cockroaches can survive without their head for up to 2 weeks. If you cut it off, they will just die eventually of starvation because they don't have mouth parts. Crazy. Horror moths technically will tranquilize females to mate with them. They have, you know what? You should look up a picture. But before you look up a picture, chat, bugs are very, very important and they're very good for the environment.
I mean, they're called horror moths. I suspect they're going to
very
look
good and they're very important for the environment.
What the fuck?
And
Wait.
everything has a role in
is this
our
actually
natural world.
Genghis moth?
Yes.
Oh my God.
And they're not bad. They're good.
Oh my, yeah, good luck.
They're good.
If I saw one of these, I would try to burn it with fire.
Stop, but
I
don't
would
say that about them.
I would try my very best to burn it with fire. It would probably kill me. This is literally Satan.
Okay, so this is a horror moth. Those four things are
all
called
penises.
No, they're called coromata. They put off pheromones that are like an aphrodisiac and they tranquilize females a little bit, and then they also are a deterrent for conspecific males.
This literally looks like a rapist moth. Like it looks like it would be. What do you mean? It's a rapist. It's actually a rapist. It tranquilizes its prey.
The natural world is kind of gnarly, okay? But so it also puts off
Where do they
pheromones that
live so I
deter
can
other
avoid it forever?
Guess.
New Zealand.
Australia.
Australia. Okay,
Australia
close
and
enough.
I think Southeast Asia as well.
Okay, well, I'm never going back then because
They can't hurt you.
That's what you think.
No, they can't.
Well, what happens when I see one in the wild and immediately have a heart attack? That's hurt.
How tall are you?
6'4".
6'4" dude, built dude, is afraid of a
Thank you.
little
Thank you for saying I'm built.
tiny
Not a big deal.
moth. You're so annoying.
It's like,
is afraid of a moth this big.
Yeah. Is it the size of one of my
That's
biceps?
the man y'all want.
Is it the size of one of my biceps? Wait, how big is it?
They're little moths, dude.
I don't want to even think about this. The fucking
Oh,
Baphomet.
you're scared of a little fucking quarter? Get over it.
I probably wouldn't have to burn it with fire. I'd have to wear a cross or something. I'd have to do a Hail Mary.
Baby ass man, by the way.
Okay, well, this is fucking terrifying. So what are you even talking about? You are the weird one for this, not me.
Yeah. So 1 to 3 billion birds every year. Every year. Not like in total ever. Like every year. Insane. Keep your cats indoors. Please.
It's literally Baphomet. Yeah, see?
It doesn't look like that at all.
It literally looks exactly like that. Slow lorises have venom in their armpits. Longest animal ever recorded was 180 feet. Strongest bite force ever recorded by a grizzly bear. Number 3.
Do you know what a slow loris is?
No, but the venom in their armpits sounds familiar enough. Like I feel like I've heard that before. So I'm going to say strongest bite force ever recorded was by a grizzly bear. That's false. I think it's like probably a tiny thing that has like an incredible bite force or something like that. Maybe
180 feet, bro.
What?
What's 180 feet?
I don't know. Something.
What's the biggest animal in the world?
What is it, like a whale? Is that the biggest animal in the world?
Yeah. I think they're 180 feet.
Maybe.
180 feet, bro?
What is that in metrics?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, I'm going with number 3.
Okay. You're correct. Strongest bite
What
force
the
ever
fuck
recorded.
were you? Why were you trying to steer me in the wrong direction?
Because I wanted to shoot you with a gun.
Oh, God damn it.
Okay.
That's crazy.
What do you think was the strongest bite force ever recorded?
Like it could be a reptile, maybe like a Komodo dragon or something.
Good guess. Saltwater crocodile.
Okay, saltwater crocodile. All right, that makes sense. And then longest animal ever recorded is probably like a snake or an eel or some shit.
Snake would be crazy. Bootlace worm.
There.
Longest
Okay.
one was 180 feet. I don't think you're grasping how big 180 feet is.
No.
You are 6 feet tall.
But I suspected that it was like, I suspected that there are things out there that are probably that long, like incomprehensibly long.
Guys, that's so long. Look up bootlace worm.
Is that gonna freak me out again? I want to look up a slow loris as well.
You'll like them. You'll be surprised too. This is one of the, if not the only venomous primate in the world.
Oh my God, it's so fucking cute. So as long as you avoid the armpit, like you can pet it?
No, so if they want to bite you, they will lick their armpits and then bite you, and that's how they inject venom.
What the fuck? That's
They have a
freaky.
gland in their armpit. Yeah.
That's freaky. What was the worm?
Bootlace worm. Yeah.
Ah! Ew. That's gross.
Kind of cool. 180 feet. That's 30 Hasans.
That's crazy.
That's like lined up. That's crazy.
That is nasty, but I'm going to go back to the cute one.
Slow Loris.
I mean, I guess their eyes are kind of freaky.
Yeah.
Like they got they look like dangerous. They look dangerous. Like they don't look like they're inviting. They're cute. I would still pet it.
They are
How
dangerous.
bad is the venom? Can I
don't know.
tank it? Can I tank the damage?
I would have to look up how many, if anybody has died. I actually don't know the answer to that. But I bet you couldn't tank it. I probably could.
Okay, whatever. They're saying looks like Maya.
That does not look like me.
Oh my God, it kind of does.
No, it doesn't.
Oh my God, what the fuck?
I don't look like that. I don't look like this, Tom.
Dude, do a similar pose.
How do I do that pose?
Strike a similar, like do one of these. It looks like a labubu. You look like a labubu.
You look like an idiot.
Okay. People are saying you're definitely related. I see it. Okay, let's continue. 1, cockroaches can survive a nuclear bomb. 2, crab-eater seals do not eat crab. 3, giant silk moths don't eat. I think number 3 is correct. I think crab-eater seals do not eat crab feels like a misdirection. And everybody knows that cockroaches can survive a nuclear bomb. However, maybe that's just like a meta and it's a lie, basically. So I don't know. I feel like I'm metagaming a little bit. Is that all right? Is that allowed, metagaming?
You can do whatever you want.
Crab-eater seals do not eat crab feels like it's too... It feels too obvious. Like it feels like that. Like that's what I want to go with. What are you doing? Oh no, she put it sideways. It's over. I'm fucking dead. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna go with cockroaches can survive a nuclear bomb because I think that everyone says that, but that's probably fake. It's like probably like a common lie.
Congratulations.
You should shoot yourself every time I get something right.
No, that's crazy.
Why not?
Because I don't deserve it.
Oh.
Cockroaches can withstand a lot more nuclear radiation than we can, but they could not withstand the impact of a bomb. That's why it's a myth. Crab-eater seals do not eat crab. Stupid ass name. And giant silk moths don't eat. Like once metamorphosis happens and they are a moth, their job is to mate and then die. They live like a couple weeks, but they don't even have like developed mouth parts to eat if they wanted to. No mouth, no eating.
Oh my God. Oh, what a cutie pie. Scary teeth though. What an absolute cutie patootie. Oh my Lord. What do they eat?
Like krill.
Oh my God, I would pet it. Can I vibe out a crab-eater seal?
No, probably not.
Wait, why not?
Because it's a wild animal and you can't vibe out wild animals.
God, you are such a joy kill every time.
Crazy for Hasan to call me a joy killer. Crazy for this guy.
Every freaking animal, I'm like, can I pet it? You're like, no, it'll kill you.
Yeah, sorry, I'm a conservationist and I respect wildlife.
God damn. Why is it so fucking cute if it's not supposed to be pet?
Because not everything is about you.
No, but it doesn't make sense. It's like, why couldn't they make it scary? Like the bug-eyed monkey thing. Like at least that looks kind of creepy. I'd still pet it though, because I feel like we would vibe out and he would not lick his armpit around me. But that's besides the point.
Congratulations. Good job.
There is a species of jellyfish called manowar There are some fish that can climb trees. Water scorpions exist. Okay, this is outside of my realm of knowledge, which is, as I've demonstrated so far, fairly deep in the animal sphere. I'm a bit of a knowledgeable party, so I'm gonna take a shot in the dark here. It's hard to even metagame this. I'm not gonna lie. This is fucking me up a little bit. The fish that can climb trees one obviously sounds like it would be fake, but I think it's probably real. Like fish that there's fish that can like kind of survive outside of the water for a little bit. Maybe there's a fish that can climb trees. Isn't that a saying? Like, oh, this will happen when fish can climb trees. I don't know.
I think you're thinking when pigs fly, but all.
No. I feel like that's also like a saying. And then water scorpions exist. I feel like that's definitely real. Is it? I think something that could be considered a scorpion could exist in the water, or maybe they don't even fucking go in the water. I don't know. Man-o-war. I don't even know. Man-o-war. I don't even know what the fuck. Like, what is that?
Portuguese man-o-war.
All right, I'm gonna go with number one.
There's a species of jellyfish called a man-o-war. Portuguese man-o-war do exist, but it is not a jellyfish. A lot of people think it's a jellyfish. Technically, it's a siphonophore.
Wait, so my lack of knowledge over, like, because if I knew what a man-o-war was,
I really thought you would know what it is.
I would have assumed that
You would
it's
have thought it
a
was a
jellyfish.
jellyfish.
And
That's
it's,
right.
oh my
so
god!
So you won because you're stupid. Congratulations.
Yes, I only know a song. I remember a song called like "Other Bands Say Man-o-war Gay" or something. I don't even know what that was. I don't know why that's like stuck in my head. But wait, is it?
Are you okay? What are you searching right now?
Other bands play Man-o-war Gay.
Hasan, what are you? What is that?
What is that?
I don't know.
What is this?
I don't know.
Man-o-war of Steel. And Man-o-war is a band. I know that.
Look up Portuguese.
Oh! That's how.
Siphonophore.
Pincella alla bersagliera!
Okay, so this was, I don't even know when this came out, but I think it was in high school when I heard this music the first time ever, and I don't even know. Maybe this is the song?
Benissimo, allora invitiamo tutti i nostri amici ascoltatori al nuovo gioco estivo, il gioca.
Anyway, Man-o-war.
Portuguese man-o-war. Can you look up how long their tentacles are? Because I don't remember the length, but I think they're like crazy long. Tentacle length. Yeah.
30 feet.
Damn.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. Ouchie. These absolutely can sting you, and it would really hurt really bad.
Okay, 4 out of 5. He's really doing it.
There are some fish that can climb trees. Mud skippers. You would probably like mud skippers, actually. They've got like a cool little like suction-y cup plate on their chest and these 2 little arms, and they can like move in outside of water.
Wait, this is actually, you're right. This
yeah, they're
is
dope.
The fuck is a fish doing? What the fuck is this fish doing?
Look at him go.
If I saw this thing climb a tree, I'd freak out.
Let me send you a TikTok of them. They're so cute. You'll like them.
Climbing a tree.
If I asked you to name an animal that walks on land, jumps and climbs trees.
Like, I feel like, okay, this feels like it just got cucked in the evolution sphere. You know what I
No,
mean?
they're cool.
No, but like, isn't this literally what we were? Like, we were fish, and then we just developed little legs, and then we started walking outside of the water.
Wait, I'm sending you this TikTok.
Like, it feels like this guy got stuck. Like, I feel kind of bad.
Okay, but look at how smart they are. Look at this TikTok I sent it to you on Discord.
I mean, clearly not that smart. They couldn't even fucking evolve.
It's not really a choice.
Imagine having opposable thumbs right now and being able to fucking watch porn on your fap top at night. I bet he would love that.
Little ableist and also really gross. Look at your Discord.
This is a cucked fish. Like, this is like the evolution skipped this motherfucker for
Look
no
at him.
reason.
Ooh.
What the fuck?
They're very visually oriented. Aren't they so cute?
He seems angry. He
just looks that way.
I feel like he doesn't like it. He's like, yo, get that shit off of my face, bro. I'm very visually oriented.
Oh yeah, they are very, very aggressive with each other when it comes to mating.
Arguments
they have this, like,
can get very
dorsal
heated.
fin.
Wait, those look bigger.
They can jump 3 feet out of the
How
air
big
too.
can this thing get?
I
they-
don't, maybe like 6 inches. I
they're-
don't think anything that.
Okay, I'm gonna be
crazy.
honest. Like, they feel angry because they kind of know, like, they know they didn't evolve. Like, they're running around. They're like, these fucking humans, man. They got feet.
I don't think they're thinking that at all. Again, not everything's
it
about
looks
you.
like they are.
They can jump
The
3 feet out of the
mangrove's
water.
roots
Isn't that
anchor
crazy?
the trees against the tidal pull.
Or 3 feet, like off
It's a
the sand.
Constantly changing environment. But
Like,
some
imagine all your homies are like walking out of the water and you're just kind of stuck. They're like, they start watching like the NBA and shit. You know
Okay,
what
well,
I mean?
imagine all of your homies being in the water, not being able to climb a tree, and you can.
I know, but you're evolved
Glass
past
is
that
half
point.
full.
Like, you're not
Glass
a fish.
half full.
I know, but like you're literally not a fish at that point. Like, you have higher aspirations. It's like the dude that got a college education, but like was never able to leave the hometown, and now he's just kind of stuck there. And then the marriage with the high school sweetheart didn't work out, so family court came and took all of the money that you have. Now you're stuck in a Jiffy Lube talking to dudes who voted for Donald Trump, who literally get duped by AI all the time. And you just have to be stuck there and be like, why is this my life? I could have fucking been something, okay? And now I'm stuck in Idaho. This sucks.
Somebody's a little specific.
I'm just saying.
Well,
Like,
check there.
that's
Are you
what I
okay?
feel like this fish embodies.
You okay?
I've already moved beyond my hometown, thousands of miles away, as a matter of fact.
animals are adapted to exploit it.
Oh my gosh, so funny. So cute.
Strange creatures emerge from the burrows where they've sheltered from the strong tidal currents. Mud skippers are fish with specially adapted fins enabling them to walk. They feed on detritus left behind by the falling waters. Fish need water to breathe, so the mud skippers carry a constant supply in special gill pouches, which they have to top up from time to time. Mud skippers are not the
So, like, should we be on the lookout for these motherfuckers? Like, I feel like they're gonna evolve, right?
No.
Like, what do you mean? They're close. Maybe like 2,000 years from now, these dudes are gonna get a GDE.
No, I think actually they have a very like specialized niche, and I think that they're chilling. I think they're good at
So
it.
what's up? We're just done with evolution, you think?
They have evolved into this species, and they're doing pretty well right now.
Okay, maybe not 2,000. I was underestimating, but like they're next up.
Okay, we'll see. We'll wait
I
and
feel
see.
like they're next up. They're making it out the mud. They're making it out the hood, chat. Trust. They're gonna make it any day now.
only animals to take.
This dude is gonna. This guy is gonna be working at Best Buy like in maybe a millennia or two. That's not how it works, dude. That's what you think. You feed on detritus? That's true, I do.
Take advantage of the mudflat buffet. Fiddler crabs sift food particles from the mud, leaving behind neat balls of leftovers. The male crabs
What's
have
up with this fucking thing? Why does he have one fat ass
Fighting
arm?
claw.
It's like this is the one arm that he jerks off with.
You're actually so gross, and it's like really annoying.
How am I wrong for
It's a minute and 47 seconds if you don't finish the fucking video.
How am I wrong for thinking this? I think other people thought
one huge
this.
claw to impress females and see off other males.
Oh, it's not that.
Mud skippers try the same trick with their brightly colored fins. But sometimes intimidation is not enough to scare off
What will I
rivals.
say? Oh my god, here he goes.
Talk about the
Arguments can get
quokka.
very heated.
They're kissing.
But the mud skippers lack the weaponry to do each other much damage. And besides, disputes can never last very long.
Are they exchanging spit?
With every rising tide, the mud skippers are
They
obliged to
They're
return.
blowing bubbles on it. They're blowing bubbles on it. What the fuck? Like,
Ew, ew! Stop.
so they kiss fight? That's kind of cool. I feel like that's a cooler way to resolve tension by just fucking being freaky. They're pervy.
Bonobos do that.
They're fucking pervy. They're perverts. Yo, this fish is next up. I'm calling it. Guys, lock it in, okay? Pre-watch Piker at it again. This fish is next up. Trust.
Return to their burrows or risk being swept away.
Wow.
That
All
was
right,
cool.
we made it through.
That was cool. That was
Mud
cool.
skippers. And then water scorpions exist. It's not a scorpion, though. It's just called a water scorpion. I don't actually really know why. I don't think that they really look like scorpions to me.
What the fuck?
It might be because of that.
Well, they're called a Nepidae.
Well, okay.
Okay,
entomologist. They're probably called water scorpions because of this
The tail?
tail-looking thing. Do you know what that's for? You want to guess?
Mating.
No. But
Finding
crickets
food.
and stuff have an ovipositor, and they lay eggs through it. So it's a good guess. You think that's a penis?
Maybe.
No.
Wait. Oh, did you tell me what it is? Is it a breathing tube?
It's
from
like
his
a
ass?
it's a scuba. It's like a scuba tube, or it's like a snorkel tube. Sorry.
He's breathing out of his ass. Okay,
Kinda
this
cool,
one
huh?
not next up on the
Not a
evolution
stinger.
chain. Okay. Some cone snails have enough venom to kill 700 people at one time. Most bats are blind. Dung beetles can hold over 1,000 times its own body weight. I know the third one is real. And I think I could see the first one being real, and I can see the second one being a debate because everyone thinks all bats are blind or most bats are blind and use like hearing sonar to figure out, but perhaps they can actually see, but they use sonar in the dark. Echolocation, not sonar. Sorry. That's I'm saying number 2. Bro, this is crazy. Put the gun down. Actually,
I'm not holding the gun.
Just get it out of the room,
You're
honestly,
right.
because I'm fucking cooking right now.
Okay, all right.
God damn, they
Okay.
should call me Jay-Z Goodall.
Okay.
Where's my CBS News?
I'm sorry. What is Jay-Z Goodall? It's not.
Jay-Z
It's
Goodall.
not what she said.
They should call me fucking, instead of the Joe Rogan of the left, I'm the Gen Z Goodall now. I'm the real one.
Okay. Cone snails, like an individual, has enough venom to kill 700 people at a time, guys. Don't pick up shells on the beach and don't take them home. Just leave them there. It's probably for the best. Most
Okay,
bats,
now you don't even want us to fucking pick up shells. Like, first, I can't vibe out a bear. Okay? I can't pet the bug-eyed monkey. I can't have an otter at home, and now I can't even pick up fucking snail cones.
Correct.
Cone snails.
Correct.
Why? Because it's gonna kill me?
It definitely could. Yes.
That's crazy.
Yes.
That's crazy.
There are TikTok videos of people picking up live cone
dying?
snails. Well, no. Well, probably.
They just died after.
Bats can see, they just can't see very well. They're not blind. And then, yes, dung beetles are just insanely strong.
Yeah, I knew that last
Shout
one for
out.
sure.
Yeah.
Damn, this is like no fun because I'm cooking. There's a species of jellyfish that never dies. That one is real. Electric eels generate an electric charge of 50,000 volts, and piranhas are omnivores. I think that it's number 3. Piranhas are not omnivores. They're actually carnivores. And electric eels do generate an electric charge of 50,000 volts is what I thought. Oh, my God.
Wrong! 50,000 volts is like a taser. Electric eels can do like 600. It's fine.
Wait, that's it?
Yeah, it's not that crazy. You're not like going in there and getting tased in the
Wait,
water.
I thought they could just do some crazy damage.
No, you can definitely feel it, but it wouldn't be like getting tased or like, it'd just be like a little uncomfy maybe. In a tank anyway. In the water, you'd really have to get unlucky to get like got by an electric eel.
Eels are fucking weak, dude. If I see an eel, it's on sight. Next time, I'm going to walk up to an eel and be like, bitch, you don't have a taser amount of voltage. You can't even start a fucking car. You suck.
Yeah, you could tell him that, and he would care a lot that you said that. And then piranhas.
And then he tried to tase me, and it wouldn't work because apparently it's just like. Bzz.
Piranhas are omnivores. They're just really opportunistic. They obviously.
Wait, what? The LAPD experimented with using eels on people, and the eel shocks were so intense, people exploded. What?
Okay.
The Russians dropped cone snails into Germany during World War II and killed approximately 250,000 Wehrmacht. I can't tell if this person is just making shit up about all of these different animals or what the fuck is he saying? I love lying. Yeah. People exploded. Fake news, dude.
Fake news.
Bed bugs can snipe females with... The fuck? That's so stupid. Sea otters have favorite rocks. I know that's real. Geckos have sticky substance on their feet for climbing. And bed bugs can snipe females with sperm. It's either 1 or 3. And I feel like, while on the one hand, I want to say 1 is real and 3 is not. Yeah, I'm going to go with 3 is not real because geckos don't have sticky substance on their feet for climbing, but they do climb well. But I don't think they have sticky substance. Why are you disappointed? Why are you disappointed? I'm so fucking good at this.
Gecko feet are not
you worried
sticky.
I'm going to take over your job?
They're not sticky. They just have good little grippers. They're kind of like a bunch of spatulas on their feet that stick to things. Sea otters have little pockets in their armpits. They will keep a tool, if it works well, in their pocket.
Yeah, sea otters are cute as
They have favorite rocks. And then bed bugs can snipe females with sperm. They can shoot sperm
I remember that.
at such a velocity that it will traumatically inseminate a female through their carapace, like into the body cavity. They literally snipe them. It's called traumatic insemination.
Men. Yuck.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Men. Pull up some otters, bro. True, we should. Sea otter favorite rock.
I don't know if that's going to give you anything. Did you hear about that sea otter in Santa Cruz? The one that's like harassing surfers?
I did not.
It was big on the news for a bit. There's a sea otter in Santa Cruz, and she harasses surfers as she knocks them off the board and then gets on the board.
Did you know otters have a pocket in their skin to keep their favorite rock in? Some keep the same rock their entire lives. God, can I have one?
No, bro.
Why
Also, that's not even
not?
a sea otter.
Okay, well, just the otter is fine. Like, any kind of otter will do. God, they're the fucking best. I feel like some of the information that you put in this quiz, you've already taught me.
Yeah.
And I feel like this is this is the test if I've actually paid attention to the things you've told me.
Yeah, you're doing pretty good.
Yeah. There's an animal called himbo beetle. Shut up. There's an animal called himbo beetle. There are butterflies that drink blood. That's probably true. There are cocaine sharks off the coast of Brazil. That sounds too stupid. And therefore probably real. I'm gonna go with there's an animal called himbo beetle.
You're right.
Okay, tell us the story about the butterflies that drink blood.
There are a lot of butterflies that will drink, not like mosquitoes. They won't like pierce you and then drink your blood. but mosquitoes will eat butterflies will eat carcasses and carrion and drink blood. And then cocaine sharks off the coast of Brazil. Stupid headline. They have found traces of cocaine in sharks because our sewage systems can't handle filtering cocaine and like other narcotics out of our pee and poop. So it goes into the ocean. There's cocaine in our oceans.
Do you think they go crazy and then they attack people because they're like high on cocaine?
No, they don't. They haven't found
die?
any. I don't think they found anything on like how it affects behavior. At first, they thought it was like people throwing drugs overboard or something, and like that put a bunch of drugs in the water. But I think the best theory that I've seen, and I think the one that's most widely accepted, is just from urine and feces.
How much fucking cocaine are they doing in Brazil?
Enough.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy.
That is wild.
Really sad.
That is shark propaganda. Okay. 1, all mosquitoes in the U.S. bite people. Manta rays can be pink. There is an animal called cockchafer. Okay, 3 is real because that's too fucking insane not to be. And I feel like I've heard something maybe. Manta rays can be pink. Maybe like a albino manta ray or something, like a version of that. All mosquitoes in the U.S. bite people. I think that's number 1 is the wrong one. All mosquitoes in the U.S. bite people. Why are you laughing? I'm so fucking cracked.
I think I just thought you were dumber, which I don't know if that's a compliment or if that hurts your feelings.
Why did you think I was dumber?
I spent a lot of time with you.
I do political commentary for a living.
Manta rays can be pink. They found 1 pink manta ray. Look it up. It's actually really cool. Look up pink manta ray. So it's called erythrism. It is kind of like what he was saying.
Am I like the only and first victim of the himbo objectification where it's like, this guy's fucking stupid? What is happening? This is sick.
Yeah. So at first I thought it was like diet or an infection or something. And then they realized that it was, or they did some skin biopsies on it, and it's not. It's called erythrism. This individual is over 10 years old. It's like 11 feet long. So it's doing really well in the wild, and it's been seen like a dozen times or so.
Do you think like all the other manta rays are like, damn, you're fucking sweet?
Maybe. It's a shiny. Yeah, it's beautiful.
Or do you think they're like, ew, gross? Like, you're fucking gross, like the ugly duckling.
I don't think they care like that.
What do you mean? I feel like the way animals look is a pretty big part of their mating
That's
structure.
fair. I don't actually know how visually oriented
Does
manta rays
this manta
are.
ray fuck or not?
Yeah.
We need to investigate.
The first time it was
Does
seen...
he fuck more than other manta rays?
Well, that we don't know. But the first time it was seen was in like a mating
event. So he was piping, and people were like, damn,
event,
my boy is piping.
Mm-hmm.
What does this manta ray stroke game look like?
I don't know.
Okay,
Hasan.
why don't you know this?
I don't know. Sorry.
Hi, behavioral ecologist here. Not all animals use visual cues. Shut up, nerd.
To be fair, I did say I don't know how.
I will never be relevant again.
No. Yeah, I did say I don't know how visually oriented they are, so I don't know how much it matters to them, if it matters at all. But really cool individual. I like him. I like him a lot. He's a male.
Okay, we gotta look at what a cockchafer is.
Guess what it is.
Like a bug or
What?
something?
Okay, well, you looked it up before you guessed.
No, I mean, I was...
They are so cute. Okay, this is a beetle.
Wait. What? Does it chafe your cock? Like,
No.
do they go into your pants or something? Why is it called a cockchafer?
Look at that picture. Look at the bottom right picture.
Oh, this lady... Don't you have smoke for this lady?
I don't know who that is.
She's the one that like makes out with wolves, no? Or
I
is
don't
this a
think so.
different
I
white
think you're
woman?
being racist. Go back. Look at the cute picture of the cockchafer. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him.
He's hairy.
No, not him. Next to him.
This?
Yeah. How cute
No,
is that?
it's still not.
Hasan! You don't think that's cute?
No, it's a bug. I slapped the fuck out of it. I would not do that because bugs are important. Bugs are important. Bugs are an important part of our ecosystem, and they play a very important role. And you shouldn't kill bugs. Bugs are our friends.
That's a cute photo, right?
No.
This is a beetle, and the family is. It doesn't matter to you, but it matters to me, and I will remember it another day. Look at images. There's more cute pictures of him.
She got her eyelashes done.
Philophaga. I think.
So what's
Aren't
up?
they so cute?
Why are they called a cockchafer?
I actually don't know.
That's a lot.
Isn't that pretty?
No. Oh, yes. It's pretty. No, it's not fucking pretty. Come on. Don't make me lie.
That's not. He's so cute. Chat, isn't he cute? I love him.
Okay.
Love him.
Oh, you love him so much. Would you
Cockchafer.
marry a cockchafer?
All mosquitoes in the U.S. bite people. If you're getting bit by a mosquito, it's a female mosquito. Male mosquitoes don't drink our blood. Only females do to get the protein to lay their eggs. Also, there's like 3,500 species of mosquito. More than that, but 3,500-ish described species of mosquito. And they don't all bite people. The majority of them don't bite people. So, shout out. They're also pollinators and really important food sources.
Yeah, of course. That's why I've never killed
For, like, frogs and
mosquitoes. I
stuff.
would never do that. I don't have one of those like salt guns to fucking zap them. They don't actually kill those salt guns, by the way. I've tried. Is what I would say if I actually killed bugs, but I don't. What? No. She did this yesterday too. No.
I just like smelling them.
Okay, here.
Smells like a latte.
Lesser water boatmen make a sound as loud as passing train using their penis. I mean, is this a trick? Like, I know that they make a very loud sound using, I believe they use their penis, but I don't know if it was like a passing train. Polar bears have black skin. That's yes, that's correct. Bulls hate the color red is incorrect. That's a fucking toro in Spain. Well, I think they're probably trained, I assume. But yeah, 1, 2 is correct. 3 is incorrect.
Lesser water boatmen make a really loud sound with their penis. It's incredible. They're underwater. A tiny little bug.
We've covered it last time you were here.
Yeah. Polar bears do have black skin. Bulls can't even see the color red. They see in like yellow, grays, and blues. So
they I assume they're just like pissing him off with
Yeah.
whatever, but the red is okay. Texas longhorn cows can have horns that are over 10 feet wide. Almost all pufferfish have a toxin that is 1,200 times more poisonous than cyanide. Male anglerfish can be up to 8 feet long. Whoa, this is actually a weird one. Pufferfish have a toxin that's 1,200 times more poisonous than cyanide. I don't know if that's like, I know they're obviously pufferfish do have a toxin. I know it's poisonous. I don't know if that's, but it sounds real. I feel like Texas longhorn cows can have horns that are over 10 feet wide. I feel like I've seen some really long ones. I don't know if they can reach 10 feet, but I feel like that's such a ridiculous number that it probably has. Male anglerfish can be up to 8 feet long. That also sounds real. I don't know. This one is tough. I will admit, this is the toughest one yet so far. I'm gonna go with male anglerfish can be up to 8 feet long.
such a guess, dude. Fuck you.
Wait, what do you mean?
That's so
What do
annoying.
you mean?
That's
I'm
so
fucking
annoying.
goated.
Okay.
That's crazy.
Okay. Texas Longhorns, yes.
I graduated with fucking honors
Big
from
horns.
my college.
Big
okay?
horns. Pufferfish are toxic. They have to be prepared like very, very carefully. And by people that are trained to do that, I would never eat pufferfish because it's kind of risky, kind of crazy. Male anglerfish are like an inch long. Black sea devils are like an inch long, and the females are like a few inches or much, much bigger. It's like a grapefruit and a jellyfish for males and females. Females are way bigger. And did I tell you about sexual parasitism?
What? Oh, when they fuck, they burrow.
Yeah.
And then they're like a parasitic force while they're fucking.
The males will attach to the female and fuse skin like with her and then share her bloodstream. So all the nutrients that the male gets is from, Yeah, like that.
Yeah, I remember
is
that.
from the female sexual parasite. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then he
It's a good way to
inseminates her.
live.
Yeah.
I think that's how men are. Do that to me.
Ew.
Hedgehogs smell like almonds. I think I've heard that before. Monkeys plant trees. Bats are pollinators. Ooh. I think number one is correct. Hedgehogs smell like almonds. Do monkeys plant trees? I can see bats being pollinators by accident. I mean, I guess technically all pollinators are pollinators by accident, but I don't know if monkeys fucking plant trees. That seems insane. I don't know if they're that advanced. Do they have, maybe they have the capacity to do so, but do they like frequently plant trees? I don't know. Why isn't the guest laughing at his jokes? Dude, I'm trying to do girl content
Say
and
something
we're
funny.
failing, dude. We're freaking failing, dude. I'm trying to face up. She's not even laughing. She's not even laughing at my jokes, dude. What the fuck? Phase. Monkeys plant trees. Bats are pollinators. Okay, I've already eliminated number one. I'm gonna go with monkeys plant trees. No! Oh, they do! What the fuck? Oh, wait, it was the one that was, I thought it was correct. So what do they smell like?
So hedgehogs do this really nasty thing for mating and to avoid predation called anointing. And anointing is when they scurry around and they find the thing that smells the worst. So like poop or like cigarette butts or like just really trash or gross things. And they chew on it and then they make like a really yucky smelling thing with their saliva and then they get it on their hands and
What
they rub their
smells
little...
like almonds? I feel like
There's like millipedes that give off almond smell.
Maybe that's what I was thinking of. I don't
But
know.
it's cyanide,
There's like
but
a
it smells like almonds.
Oh.
But yeah, so they make like a really gross like saliva mixture, and then they put it on their little hands, and then they rub it.
Okay, monkeys are not deliberately planting trees, though. They're probably
Monkeys,
shitting seeds
they're-
out.
Exactly.
But
their
that doesn't-
ecological role is seed dispersal, and so they eat a bunch of fruits and they swing around the forest and they poop, and that plants trees.
You
they help,
tricked me.
They help
You
reforest our
you
forests.
fucking tricked me because I was thinking like literally a monkey is deliberately going, oh, this will become a tree one day, and then just like deliberately planting trees. Yeah, I understand that concept.
Your brain size and capacity for reasoning is not my problem.
That is crazy. You're coping. I've gotten like what 2 or 3 wrong so far. That's crazy.
And bats pollinate. If you guys like tequila, you got to think of bat. We only have agave because of bats. They pollinate. Pretty
Cool.
dope.
Elephants drink from their trunks. Mountain goats are not goats. Some butterflies migrate 3,000 miles a year. That sounds insane, but I'm going to go with the butterflies. They probably like, do they even have the lifespan to fly 3,000 miles a year? I'm going to say that sounds insane and therefore it's probably true. And it's actually, elephants don't drink from their trunks. They drink from their mouth, but their trunk is the delivery mechanism to bring the water into their mouths. I already knew that was the case. Why would you even bring that up?
So elephants get water in their trunks, so they spray it in their mouth.
Why would
Mountain
you
goats are
even-
antelopes. And monarch butterflies migrate. Isn't that crazy? Monarch butterflies
They just fly,
can
right?
migrate.
Like, I mean, they just go with the wind, I assume.
No.
They
no.
deliberately fly 3,000 miles?
Migratory monarchs go from Canada to Mexico. They overwinter, and then they come back to breed. 3,000. The longest clocked one was like 2,800 miles or something like that. Crazy. And they all migrate to the same. Look up monarch butterfly overwintering site. They all go to the same place.
How'd they choose that?
I don't know. And how do they know how to get there? Crazy. They do a 2-way migration in their lifetime. They only live like 9 months or so. Look at that. Look at this overwintering site. It looks like they all go to the same spot.
That's crazy.
Isn't that nuts? So if you're in the US, planting milkweed is really important for monarchs
Yeah,
because
that's why we plant so much milkweed in Canada.
Yeah. Okay. So they go from Canada down to Mexico. They overwinter, right? And then they come back up to breed. And as they're coming back up, they have to find milkweed because that's what their babies eat to land on. So if we have milkweed in like Texas or something, then they can stop in Texas, lay their eggs there, and then hooray monarch butterflies. If they don't find any milkweed, they just keep going, and then maybe they'll die. But you can make their migration much shorter and much easier if you plant milkweed.
Similar thing humans do furries when they go to convention. Furry con, that's where they migrate and mate once a year.
This is why I thought you were stupid.
Not
You
laughing
can't
at
like
any of
make
my
the
jokes.
case.
Not laughing at my
that-
jokes.
Okay.
This is fucked up. Funny stuff, man. Man, shut up. Okay. Tigers can go 2 weeks without eating. Lions are the worst hunters in the world statistically. Polar bears can smell prey through the ice. I think it's number 2. Tigers, I assume, can go 2 weeks without eating. Like, I feel like a lot of animals can go for long periods of time without eating. 2 weeks sounds insane, but maybe, you know, L tiger, or maybe a W tiger that he can survive. I think lions are the worst hunters statistically. Sounds correct, especially male lions that don't even hunt, right? It's the women that hunt. They do everything. Male lions just like sit around, vibe out, and then fuck for 24 hours once a year. They just literally pump semen once a year. Other than that,
Type shit. They're also super gay.
Yeah, I was about to say they do gay shit. They're gay as fuck. And yeah, they just wait for the ladies to go hunt, take care of everything.
Wait.
Yeah, I mean that's what I said. I said lions are the world's worst hunters statistically. That was my choice.
But I thought you were saying that was true.
No, I'm. Oh, you're right. I thought it was
He
true.
forgot
I
how
got
to
it
play the
wrong.
game.
I got it wrong. You're right.
What did you think it was? What did you think the lie was?
I literally
Didn't pick one.
No. I went with that, but I also thought that they were bad hunters at the same time. I had a brain fart.
They're not great. It's like 15% success or something. But polar bears are like 2%. So that's what makes it the lie.
Damn. Polar bears can smell the prey through the ice, but they still can't fucking hunt
To be
better.
fair, it would be really hard to hunt as a polar bear. Like, it's kind of crazy that they're able to do that.
European cuckoos don't make their own nests. I can see that. Hummingbirds have a heart rate of 1,200 beats per minute. I can see that. Stoats can run 30 miles an hour. It's number 3.
Stoats can run like 20 miles an hour.
God damn, I'm fucking cooking. I got the lion thing right by accident. That doesn't count.
I think this is the end.
Wait, that's it?
No,
That's the last
there's
one.
like a couple more, yeah. Or this is the last
Echidnas
one.
have 3-headed penis. Correct. Snow leopards can leap 50 feet. What the fuck? There are more than 300 breeds of goat. 50 feet? 50 feet sounds too crazy, but it probably is real. I'm going to go with number 3. There are more than 300 breeds of goat. It's... What? Ah! Wait, what the fuck? That was definitely true, I thought.
4-headed penis. 4 heads.
God
4 heads.
Damn. My mistake for forgetting how many heads that the fucking bug's penis had.
It's not a bug.
Or whatever the fuck it is. Echidnas. Okay, let's look up echidna dick.
4 heads.
Wait, why is it censored? That's so funny that they censored it like it fucking... like it looks anything like a human dick.
Chat, it's educational.
Banned? What do you mean banned, dude? This is not like... If I showed you what this was without telling you what it was, you would never think it's a cock, okay? Arctic ground squirrels vibrate while hibernating to avoid freezing. I can see that. Painted turtles survive winters by freezing solid, then thaw during spring. That sounds insane, but it's probably correct. Hermit crabs can live up to 40 years in the wild. feel like hermit crabs can't live that long. I'm gonna go with number 3. I'm getting everything wrong now. What the fuck?
They can't freeze, but they can remain unfrozen in below freezing temperatures for like over a week.
I'm getting
Which is
cooked
incredible.
now. Okay, well, that's bullshit. So they can.
No, freezing solid is not the same as not freezing. I don't know what to tell you. They're different things.
Okay. There's only one species of primate that eats grass. There's a moth larva that can eat over 50,000 times its own body weight in the first 2 months. Porcupines can shoot their quills. Can porcupines shoot their quills? I feel like there's definitely more than one primate that eats grass. Does this mean primarily eat grass or just has the capacity to eat grass? Because dogs eat grass, but they eat grass to throw up when they have a tummy ache. So I'm gonna go ahead and say number 1 is incorrect, and that maybe porcupines can shoot their quills. And I don't know enough about moth larva, but that sounds so insane that it's probably correct. What is going? I'm done.
Loser.
I got too confident. I got too confident.
Porcupines can't shoot their quills. They can like shed them out, but they're not like sniping people with quills. There is moth larva that can eat over 50,000 times its own body weight in the first 2 months. The most insane growth rate on the planet. It's incredible. Yeah.
Reminder, you asked a zookeeper in Australia about echidna dick and echidna pussy.
Did you really say it
with
like
those
that?
words? Yeah.
Ew, Hasan.
They thought it was funny.
That's crazy.
They thought it was funny. There's only one species of koala. Mourning geckos reproduce without males. Tasmanian devils give birth to 50 young, but only have 6 teats to feed them with. What?
This is the last one.
There's only one species of koala? I feel like that sounds wrong. These all sound crazy. Mourning geckos reproduce without males. Makes sense. Maybe they killed the male, and then they mourned the death of the male, and that's why they're called mourning geckos. But so I'm gonna go with that one's real. Tasmanian devils give birth to 50 young, but only have 6 teats to feed them with. That sounds crazy. How do you give birth to 50? That's you gotta have a crazy strong pussy to be able to pop out 50. That's like Bonnie Blue shit. You know what I mean? That's like Bonnie Blue status. That sounds far-fetched. 50 is crazy. Like that is, how are you fitting 50 in there? You know? Like, how is that possible? Are they like little fucking the size of a little nut? Like, can you even nut out 50?
They're marsupials.
So, what does that mean?
It means they give birth in a pouch.
Okay, can you fit 50 in a pouch? 50 of anything. 50 nuts.
They're like very small because they give birth to them like it's not like a normal mammal that gives birth to something that can survive outside of a pouch. When they give birth to something, it's like the size of a jelly bean or smaller. Well, they're probably actually a little bigger than a jelly bean because
How are they carrying 50 jelly beans in their pouch? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, so it's number 1. There's only one species of koala. Oh my God! You tricked me by giving me information. That was what? What? I was gonna say number 3.
Tasmanian devils give birth to up to 50 young at a time, but they only have 4 teats to feed them with.
That is you're a psychopath for this. What do you mean?
That's crazy. They call me gaslighting Gail.
What the?
They only have 4 teats to feed them with.
You fucking
50 young. That survival percentage sucks, dude.
Bamboozled me.
That sucks.
Oh wait, how many of them? How many of them die?
They give birth to 50. They have 4 teats, so 4. 4 survive.
That sounds so stupid from
Yeah,
a
it blows.
fucking evolutionary perspective.
Yeah, it blows. What did I say?
50.
You did really good.
I mean, I don't think so. I lost a bunch in the end.
Well,
I thought I would have
I'm really
done better.
glad that you didn't get the last one so that you leave feeling like you didn't do good, but statistically you actually did pretty well.
Yeah, I'm kind of cracked. It's not a big deal. I'm kind of they call me Steve Irvin. Yeah.
Steve Irwin.
Irwin.
Steve Irwin and Jay-Z Goodall.
Okay.
Folks.
Now how we do a
This
quiz
is
on
your
politics?
streamer.
Oh my god.
Nope.
Oh my god, I should.
No, I'm good on that.
Oh really?
I'm good on that.
Okay, let's do guess the animal by the sound.
No, I'm so bad at this.
Yeah. Let's go. Quiz Channel presents.
Welcome to a new quiz. I am Flores, the creator of the Quiz Channel, and in this video, your challenge is to guess the animal by the sound. Please subscribe to my channel for lots more quiz fun and share your score in the comments. Good luck with this quiz and have a lot of fun.
Cat.
Good guess, yeah. Wait. That last thing didn't really sound like a cat.
I still think it's a cat.
Okay, I'll go cat.
You can't. I went cat first. You gotta say something different.
That did not sound like a fox at all.
Oh my god, you literally have them.
I've never heard them sound like that. But foxes have a crazy amount of vocalizations, actually.
Don't try to fucking make up for it now that you got owned.
I've said, look, I'm really bad at this, guys. Don't expect anything from me.
Seagull. That's what I think. What do you
I'm
think?
gonna go bald eagle. But I think it's a seagull. I'm only saying bald eagle because he said seagull. Oh, okay.
No!
I'm a genius.
That's crazy.
They sound very similar.
I knew it was an eagle. I just wanted to get her to say the right thing because I knew she wouldn't, agree with me and feel better because I destroyed her last time. Is it a lion or a tiger or a jaguar?
I think it's a lion.
I think it's a lion too. It sounds like the MGM logo. The MGM tiger, but it's probably, or not a lion, but it's probably a tiger. Yeah.
Wow, you're a genius.
I know. It's the debate. This one is like, this one's baiting us. It wants me to think it's a fucking wolf, but it's gotta not be that because they've been doing that every single time. I'm gonna go coyote.
I'm saying wolf.
Yo, fuck this game, bro. Yo, actually, fuck this game, okay? I tried to metagame it. I tried to download it. It did not work. This is the fucking wackest game of all time. Hey, yo, fuck this game. That's bullshit. What are you, 2? You're at 2.
I have no idea.
Fucking god damn it. Yeah, I got 1. You got 2. What do you think?
Can you pause it? Oh, man. Wait, what did you say? I said bear.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always say bear. Do we have to pick different bears?
No.
I'll go grizzly.
Brown bear.
Well. Okay. Bear.
Come on. Donkey.
I got a donkey, bro.
Camel.
Man, I don't know. Elk. Pre-watch Piker.
Did it F? It did an F on our end.
Just a baby one is fine.
Okay. 3-3. What the fuck is that? Well, the hold up. What? What kind of bird?
A falcon. Don't ask me what kind of falcon. The last part, I think, could be bird of prey. The first part, I don't know.
I'm gonna run it again. Hawk.
Okay.
This is a falcon. Let's see. It's gonna be something stupid like fucking geese. I'm gonna lose my mind.
Oh.
A cockatoo.
Was that a cockatoo? That
Okay.
last bit did not sound like a parrot.
Nothing that exists on this planet. It's an alien. What kind of fucking what? What? It's a thing that does not exist.
Can you
on
play
this
it
planet.
again?
I don't even know if I want to. It's scary. It's a rodent, but I don't know what it is.
I'll go lemur. It's giving primate to me.
Really?
Yeah. Or yeah. Or
I think it's like a fucking, maybe not like a possum, but like a, not a squirrel, not a possum.
I think it could be a squirrel. Also.
Could be a squirrel. I'll
Like
say
a mad
squirrel.
squirrel.
Who's say squirrel?
Oh.
A meerkat.
I love meerkats.
They're
so funny.
drone animals, right? One of them like stays out
Oh, yeah.
and watch.
Yeah, they're good at that. What are you looking at me for?
Impressive that I knew that.
Okay, do you want a cookie?
I mean, it would be nice. Do you have a cookie? I
No.
would like one. Yes.
No.
Well, then why did you even suggest
You're
it?
like
now I
37.
want a cookie. What? 37-year-olds can't enjoy cookies? The fuck? I mean, he's an ape.
Yeah, that's not an ape. But okay,
Monkey.
one of us has to go chimp and one of us has to go gorilla.
Gorilla.
Okay, I'll go chimpanzee then. Because
It's probably
I think it could be either. Oh. Hey, we got ape though. That's okay.
Okay, well, these guys freak me out.
They are
Orangutans,
crazy looking.
They just look so wise. That's why I don't like it. They look like they know the secrets of the earth.
Maybe they do.
They always got a vibe to them like, I know what you did. You're like a bad person. You know? That's what it feels like when I'm around these motherfuckers. Like, they're scary.
I like them.
They got the Charlie Kirk face, eyes too close. It's true. Some fucking bird, I don't know.
I'll go like squirrel monkey.
Oh, you think it's a monkey?
I don't know. I'm really bad at stuff like this.
Bird. Otter?
Oh, yeah.
You have one of these.
What?
Don't you?
Who are you
No,
talking
you don't
to?
have an otter. What do you have a ferret. No, not a ferret. What do you have?
I have a ferret.
You have a
They
ferret.
are both mustelids, actually. You're kind of onto something there.
That sounded like a bird to me. Maybe they were just tricking. The otters were just like trying out their bird sounds. You know what I mean? I love otters too. It's crazy that I'm fucking.
That's giving cockatoo.
Also bird.
Like, I'm shocked that's not a cockatoo. Can I say macaw? Would they do another large parrot? I'm going macaw then.
Sparrow.
It ain't a sparrow, bro.
I don't fucking know.
Macaw. Blue and gold macaw. actually. Call me pre-watch, Piker.
That's crazy. Wait, I know this. This is wait, it's not a
Will he remember the name?
fuck. It's not a woodpecker. It's the duckhorn shoebill.
Close. You got the second part, yeah.
What was-
Shoebill stork.
Shoebill stork. But it was too quiet for it. Maybe it is a fucking woodpecker.
Just a stork.
No. Wait.
I don't know what kind of stork that is.
Wait, so what there's like they all make that sound? They all make the AK-47 sound?
I guess this
But
species
like
does. I
but
don't
not
know.
like the dangerous one?
It's not dangerous.
The dangerous sounding one. Okay, sheep.
Deep.
Finally got one.
Have you guys ever heard those baby goats when they get really mad? You know what I'm talking about?
I've
love
heard
it.
your goat. This is a goat?
No.
That's you when I beat you in quizzes.
Play it again.
It's a baby human crying. That's an XQC fan.
This is Hasan when he reads a chat message.
No, that's Cutie Cinderella when she's doing the baby sounds. What is hurting it?
I'll say it's gotta be a baby something.
Oldest XQC enjoyer.
I don't know. I don't know.
LeBron when he gets fouled. Deer.
Sure. I don't know.
Baby deer. Doe. Fawn.
It's not a rabbit. Wow, it is a rabbit.
That's crazy.
Chatters,
You
you're a
suck.
genius. That didn't sound like a rabbit scream at all. I heard a lark.
Donkey.
It sounded like a goat.
Donkey. What the fuck? We could not have been further off. That's a panda? That's how a panda sounds?
That's funny.
No wonder they don't fuck. The other pandas are like, bro, what the hell? You don't sound like what I envision a panda to sound like. And then they're like, I'm not having sex with you. That's what happens.
All right.
Okay, this quiz is like
It's so long.
much harder than the previous one that we did. Okay, finally. Cow. Donkey.
Cow.
Donkey. Donkey.
It's a donkey. That's nice.
I can't do birds.
I don't think that's a bird.
You don't think this is a bird?
Mm-mm.
What the fuck is it then?
I
Oh,
think
then
it's
it's
a
like a
raccoon.
night creature. Raccoon,
I
yeah.
think it's a raccoon.
I think I agree.
Chad, a raccoon is not a rodent. It's a procyanid.
I was gonna say marsupial.
It's not a marsupial. There's only one marsupial in North America. You know what it is?
What is it?
Guess.
Opossum.
Yeah. Talk
and
to him.
And it's not even called possum, it's called opossum.
Talk to him. That's right.
Now it's a lion.
Saltwater crocodile.
Oh, that's
or
true.
alligator. I actually.
Alligator. God damn it.
Crocodile.
What the fuck? Okay, what is dude? What is happening?
Go back and do it again.
That sounds crazy. Someone said me on my period.
Maybe like a beluga.
What? Do you think that's like?
It's too weird to be terrestrial.
Dolphin.
Okay, oh, sorry. It's a baboon. It is terrestrial.
Dude, this is tough. Crow. Murder. Specifically a murder of crows. If this turns around and says like dolphin or something, I'm gonna fucking freak out. Like a corvid. What? That sounded like it was coming.
Bro, you need to like close the fap top for a while.
No,
I feel like you keep bringing it up.
I need to fucking do the fap top actually so that I don't.
Stop.
It's
Ew.
your mom.
It's a zebra.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
How do you know? Hyena.
They call me pre-watch Piker.
Another ape.
I'll go chimpanzee.
Ape.
Or what?
Wolverine. That also sounds like a gorilla.
I don't know.
Monkey.
Oh wow.
Roo. What the fuck? Okay, stop. That's a human doing a noise. That's a human going grrr. No. That's a human doing the grrr voice. No, that's not. No. Someone unironically. That's
I'll
a
go
human.
like frog.
No, that's a human. No, that's a human. For sure, that's a human. For sure.
Oh.
No, that's not true. That's not true. That's a person.
I didn't know
that's
that
a
they made
person
that
named
sound.
Carl. That's not a fucking giraffe. I'm sorry. That's crazy. That does not sound like an animal would make that noise.
You know, I don't think they would lie to us and guess the animal by the sound. The YouTube video.
I think they're fucking lying to us. That's a dude named Steven, okay? And he went, grrr. Oh, God. Mosquito. What do you... It is, right?
I mean, it could be a bee or a mosquito, but it did sound more mosquito-y to me.
Ugh. Those are recognizable and disgusting sound, but we love them. They're so important for some fucking reason. I don't know. Just a frog?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Howdy.
What?
You want to guess the animal by the sound?
Oh my God, it's a koala! Someone says Harley Davidson. What is this game is so hard, bro. No, it's just vocals.
She smells good.
She got cleaned yesterday. What?
Frog. I don't know.
Honey badger.
Octopus is a fun guess. It does sound like Perry.
Capybara. Maya, look at all these animal sounds.
I would have thought that was a bear as well. So now I don't know.
I don't know anymore. Rhino. Okay, I've given up. I've given up on this game. There's 2 more. Lock in, Maya. Seagull. What happened, bro? I thought you were gonna give us some fucking bangers here. You've been awfully quiet. People are saying pelican and penguin. I don't.
Penguin's a decent guess. Penguin's a good guess.
Fuck.
Nice try.
Cricket.
What is that?
Oh, did she react to the sound?
Yeah.
Gaia.
Didn't care the second time.
She's walking out. She said, "Fuck this."
I feel like they would do some dumb shit like songbird, which
Cricket.
is a huge. But I think it's a bird. I'll just say like.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Okay, we got destroyed on this.
Dude, yeah.
All right. Well,
I hate that game.
I didn't like it either.
Stupid ass game.
What do you think about this?
I think it's really nice. AI could never make that.
That's true. All right, everybody. On that note, I think this is the end of another banger stream.
Thanks,
Everybody
guys.
say thank you, Maya Higa. Maya, where can people find you?
You can find me at twitch.tv/Alveus Sanctuary and YouTube at Alveus Sanctuary, ALVEUS. You could also raid Alveus Sanctuary if you wanted to. Like, that'd be really cool if you wanted to do that. That'd be awesome.
Okay, sure.
So you guys can go see the live cams. There are live cams 24/7. And also, if you like animal facts, I have a podcast called World's Wildest, where it's a nature podcast. You can learn about animals there and whine about it.
All right. Bye, everybody. Bye-bye. Peace.
Sunny Los Angeles, California. Streaming, reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. The H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking